Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, to me this is a very exciting day because it's the opening broadcast of the Jack Benny program. But to the local Chamber of Commerce, it's just another Sunday. Just another day to send their free sightseeing bus on a tour of our fair city. So let's go back a few hours and board one of these buses as it makes its way around our glamorous town.
Your attention, please, folks. We're now entering Beverly Hills, where so many of our famous stars reside.
Gee, Henry, isn't it exciting? Imagine us riding along a street where all the movie stars live.
Yes, Clara, and if we see one, we can tell all our friends back in Pottsville that we...
Look, Henry, there's Lassie. There's Lassie.
No, lady, that's my kid. He needs a haircut. Now, that early American home on the right is the residence of Gary Cooper.
Gosh, Clara, Gary Cooper's house.
Yeah. Imagine all of this happening to us, Mr. and Mrs. Henry Figsbottom.
No, darling, it's Fitzpatrick.
Oh, it's so hard for me to remember. We've only been married 3 hours.
And now, folks, across the street to the left, I want you to look at that house nestled among the palm trees. It's the home of Mr. Orson Welles. This house was conceived, designed, constructed, decorated, and furnished by Mr. Orson Welles. The trees grew by themselves. And now, lady, look, there's Lassie. There's Lassie!
Oh, yes, so it is.
And now this house we're coming to on the corner is the residence of Miss Mary Livingston.
Do you want to wear the blue dress or gray one, Miss Livingston?
I think I'll wear the gray one, Pauline.
Oh, gosh, Miss Livingston, you must be pretty excited about going back on the air today.
Oh, I am, Pauline. It'll be nice seeing the whole gang again after such a long vacation.
Oh, didn't you see any of them during the summer?
Only Mr. Benny. I saw him regularly.
Oh, well, that's nice. How often did you see Mr. Benny?
Once a month when he came for the rent. We used to sit around and play gin rummy, checkers, ping pong, badminton.
Oh, then it was a social visit, too.
No, he always stayed until my check cleared the bank. There. How does my dress look?
Oh, just lovely. The gray color sets off your tan beautifully. Where'd you get such a wonderful tan?
Well, I thought I told you, Pauline. I spent 4 weeks at Catalina with my sister Babe. Babe worked for the biggest seafood restaurant in Catalina.
Was she a waitress?
No, she was diving for abalone.
Oh, Miss Livingston, you're kidding me. From what I've heard about Babe, she was probably over there looking for a new boyfriend.
No, Pauline. Babe is a great deep-sea diver. In fact, she set a new record last month.
Really?
Yes, didn't you read in the papers a few weeks ago when they lowered that man 4,500 feet in the diving bell?
Yes.
Well, when they pulled it up, Babe was in there with him. Well, I better get started for the studio. Bye, Pauline.
Goodbye. Oh, say, Miss Livingston, when you see Phil Harris, give him a big kiss for me.
Oh, Pauline, I wouldn't do a thing like that. Phil is a married man.
Well, last night I dreamed he was married to me. We had a beautiful home in Encino, 2 children and everything.
Pauline, what about Alice Faye?
She was our maid.
Alice Faye was working as your maid?
Through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox.
Oh, fine. Well, see you later. And by the way, Pauline, you needn't prepare dinner. This is the first show, and maybe after the program, Mr. Benny will invite us all over the Brown Derby for a big... Now I'm dreaming. Fry some hamburger.
Yes, ma'am.
Gosh, Clara, I can hardly wait to tell our friends in Pottsville we saw Mary Livingston's house.
Yeah. Say, driver, is it true that Miss Livingston used to work at the May Company?
Uh-huh. In those days, she was known as Nylon Nellie. And now, folks, I'd like you to notice that little white house with the green shutters. That's the residence of the popular singer, Dennis Day.
Oh, Dennis! Dennis! Oh, where is that boy? Dennis!
I'm taking a shower, Mother.
Dennis, I thought you took a shower last night.
This is the same one. I can't figure out how to turn it off.
Oh, well, never mind that. Just put on your bathrobe and come out here.
Yes, Mother.
Oh, that Dennis. Why doesn't he get married and leave home like other boys do?
Dennis, you'd better hurry.
Oh, here I am, Mother. I'll start dressing. Now, where are my shoes?
Here they are. Well, son, are you excited about Mr. Benny's opening program?
Yes, but this year things are going to be different. I'm going to stand up for my rights.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm an average guy, and I have normal intelligence, and it's not fair for Mr. Benny to make me play the part of a dumb, stupid kid. There, I got my shoes on. Now I'll go get my shirt.
What happened, Dennis?
I tied my shoelaces together. I'll untie
Now, Dennis, don't forget what I told you. This season, I want you to get your check from Mr. Benny immediately after each program.
them. Oh, Mother, I don't have to do that. I can trust Mr. Benny.
I wouldn't trust that man as far as I threw your father last night. And, Dennis, this year insist that Mr. Benny pay you in American money. There's no reason why you should have to go to Tijuana each week to cash your check. Do you understand?
Oh, si, senor. But, Mother, you shouldn't talk about Mr. Benny like that. He's one of the best friends I've got.
Some friend. What has he ever done for you?
Well, what about last year when I had to have that operation and I couldn't afford it? Didn't Mr. Benny come to my rescue?
Yes, but I still think you took a chance letting Rochester take out your appendix.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I'm going to save my money and have it sewed up someday. That Scotch tape is wearing out. Well, I'm all dressed and ready to go, Mother.
Oh, wait a minute, son. What song are you going to sing on the program?
Younger Than Springtime. Gee, I didn't even rehearse it yet.
Oh, well, you'd better run over it once before you go.
Okay, Mom.
And now, folks, we're passing through the poorer section of Beverly Hills. These people have to use hard water in their swimming pool. And next, may I call your attention to that house with the spacious gardens all around it. It belongs to Phil Harris and Alice Faye.
Gee, it sure is beautiful, ain't it, Clara?
Yeah.
Folks, we certainly are in luck. If you look closely, you can see Phil Harris out in the yard talking to his gardener.
How do you like this flower bed, Mr. Harris?
Oh, it looks fine, Tom. Fine.
Oh, I'm glad you like it. Cineglossum amabile is very colorful this time of year.
Indubitably. However, I think it would look nicer if we had a border of Abronia umbellata.
Mr. Harris, wouldn't it look better with a border of lobelia?
Lobelia with Cineglossum amabile?
Well, Mr. Harris, I was only suggesting...
I know, but watch it, man. Watch it. And, Tom, don't let me forget to irrigate the vegetable garden, especially the cabbages.
I won't. But tell me, Mr. Harris, why do you irrigate your cabbages with bourbon? Isn't that unusual?
Yeah, but that way I get the biggest heads in town.
Well, that sounds reasonable.
Now, look, Tom, I got to be running along. I got to go to the studio and rehearse my band.
My, you musicians lead such exciting lives. I never told you this, Mr. Harris, but my original ambition was to become a musician, too.
Oh. Did you study music?
Yes, but I wasn't too good at it. I couldn't understand the meaning of terms like pizzicato, andante, doloroso, tacit, forte, and allegro con moto. So I became a gardener.
Pass me a shovel, Bub. Look, I
I got to get going. And, Tom, I want to thank you for taking care of the garden while I was vacationing at Catalina.
Oh, I meant to ask you, Mr. Harris. Did you have any luck on that fishing trip?
Yeah, pretty good. It was pretty good. I caught 2 barracuda, 3 albacore, and Mary's sister, Babe. I threw the barracuda and Babe back. Well, I better change clothes, get started for the studio.
Yes, sir. Will you take one of Miss Faye's cars, or will you ride your bicycle?
Oh, I'll take one of her cars. She hasn't counted them lately. By the way, Tom, tell Miss Faye not to expect me home for dinner.
Oh?
Well, you see, this is the first show of the season, and after the program, Mr. Benny will probably take the whole cast out to the big derby for a big, make it the Brown Derby, for a big, let's make it the Big Brown Derby. You'll take us out there for a big... I must have ate more of them cabbages than I thought. I'll see you.
And now, folks, continuing our tour of Beverly Hills, we turn into Benedict Canyon Drive. Whoops, dead end. And folks, while I'm turning around, will you notice that house on the corner? That's the home of Robert Taylor and Barbara Stanley.
Oh, honey, if you only looked like Robert Taylor.
I'd be happy if you looked like Robert Taylor.
And now, as we continue along our way, is everybody comfy? Good. As we continue through beautiful Beverly Hills, we pause to admire one of the most lovely homes. The stately mansion across the street is the residence of Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman. And on the other side of the 30-foot barbed wire fence is the home of Jack Benny.
You mean Jack Benny, star of stage, screen, and radio?
Yeah, that's what his underwear on the line spells out.
Gee, Mr. Benny has such a big house. I wonder what's going on in there.
Well, I got the dishes all washed. Better go make the bed. Seems like old times, Mr. Benny being back on the air. Sure is good to have him home from Europe again. Imagine him going over trying to swim the channel. What a mess. It took me 3 days to get the grease out of those wrinkles. He wasn't the first one who thought of swimming the channel, but he was the first one to try it with passengers. Well, I'd better get upstairs. Mr. Benny's residence, Rochester Van Jones speaking.
Hello, Rochester? This is Susie.
Oh, Susie.
Can you talk now?
Oh, sure. Mr. Benny's already left for the studio. You know, today's his first broadcast of the new season.
Oh, his first program, huh? Oh, gosh, is he nervous?
Nervous? You should have seen him this morning. He combed his hair 3 times and then left without it. Anyway, I'm sure glad Mr. Benny is back. Things are awful dull while he was away.
Yeah, but Rochester, didn't you have a lot of work to do around the house?
Yeah, but there wasn't anybody here to make me do it.
Oh, Rochester, ain't you the one?
Yeah. Now, look, honey, let's talk about you and me. How about a date tonight?
Well, yeah, but don't you have to get dinner for Mr. Benny?
No, not tonight. You see, this is his opening broadcast, and after the show, he'll probably take the whole cast of the Brown Derby for a big...
Rochester? Why'd you stop talking?
The more I said, the sillier it sounded. Anyway, sweetie, I'll call for you as soon as I can, and be sure to wear that same blue silk dress you wore last time.
Oh, but Rochester, honey, that dress is awfully tight.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Rochester, my cousin is staying here with
cute.
Maybe so, but...
She's about 5'4", and she's a gorgeous figure, real cute smile. Everybody says she looks exactly like Lena Horne.
She does?
Yeah, do you know anybody you can get for her?
Yeah. Now I'm trying to figure out who to get for you.
Never mind that. You're going with me.
Okay. Well, I gotta hang up, honey. I still got work to do.
All right, Rochester. See you tonight. Bye.
Goodbye.
Ladies and gentlemen, we spent the last 3 hours going through Beverly Hills, and now we're in the heart of Hollywood. Continuing down Sunset Boulevard, I'd like to point out the famous Palladium Ballroom.
Goodness, Henry, this has been one of the most perfect sightseeing tours I've ever been on.
Yeah, and to think the Chamber of Commerce supplies this bus free.
And now we come to one of Hollywood's most noted buildings occupying this full block. It's the nation's foremost radio network, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is where I get off, driver. I get off here. Open the door, please.
What did you say, mister?
I said, this is where I get off.
Get off? The Chamber of Commerce goes to the trouble of running a free bus so you tourists can see the city, and in the middle of the tour, you want to get off.
Open the door, please.
But you haven't seen everything yet. From here, we go to Figueroa Street, where we'll pose for a moment in front of a statue of Honest John, the original Ghost Rider in the sky.
Open the door, please.
Then we pass the City Hall on our way to the Los Angeles Police Department, where you'll see all the officers sitting around a table pointing at each other.
Open the door, please. I've got to get off here.
But you haven't lived until you've seen the sun as it slowly sinks its golden rays into the blue goo of the La Brea Target.
I've seen it. Now open the door.
But, mister!
Let him off!
Yeah, let him off. That arguing is lousing up our honeymoon.
All right, bud. If you're going to get off, get off.
Thanks. Well, look at that crowd waiting to see my first broadcast.
Hey, it's Jack Benny. Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello.
Are you going to have a funny program today?
Yes, sir. It'll have more surprises than a box of Cracker Jacks.
A box of Cracker Jacks? That guy's a riot.
Well, looks like I'm going to have a good audience. Yes, sir. It'll feel good being back on the air. Younger than springtime am I. Combed it and left it, oh my. Da-da-da-dum-dum. Gee, I combed it down in front so I'd look like Garbo. Well, here's Studio B. Hello, everybody. Hiya, gang.
Okay, men, here he is. Let him have it.
Thanks, fellas. Thanks. Well, everybody's here.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Mary. Come on over here and give me a kiss.
Oh, I can't. I just kissed Phil, and I got to take it home to my maid.
Well, give it to me. I'll take it home to your maid. Hey, Phil, you got your band number all set for the show?
Yeah, Jackson, I'm going to play that new Cannibal song.
Cannibal song? What's that?
Some enchanted evening, you may eat a stranger.
Oh, brother.
You may eat a stranger.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter, Dennis?
Does anybody have any Scotch tape?
It's your own fault, kid. Stitches wouldn't have cost you much more, you know.
Say, Jack, we've only got a few minutes before we go on the air.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, where's Don?
Well, here I am, Jack. We'll be on the air in 2 minutes. Where are the scripts?
Oh, yes, the scripts. I have them right. Uh-oh. Oh, my goodness.
Well, Jack, what's the matter? Where are the scripts?
I left them on the bus. I'll run out and see if I can catch them. Ooh.
Jack, what happened?
I slipped. Rochester didn't get all the grease off of me. Hey, driver! Driver, I left my script on the bus! Hey, driver! Driver!
we pause here a few minutes in Pasadena so you can see the famous Rose Bowl Stadium, which is over to your left.
Driver, open the door. Open the door.
Oh, it's you again.
Yeah, I left something on the bus. Open the door.
I will not open the door.
You will open the door. I left my radio scripts on the bus.
You're too late. I threw them in the blue goo of the La Brea Target.
Oh, and it's my first program.
Starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, I don't want to sound like a ham, but I think it was awful that on our opening program last week I was only on for 4 minutes.
Well, Jack, you may be interested to know that letters have been pouring in commenting on your brief appearance.
Really, Don? Now, what did they say?
Life can be beautiful.
Don, I suppose you thought that was pretty funny, huh?
Oh, yes, I did, Jack. As a matter of fact, I made that up myself.
Oh, you made it up yourself, huh?
Yeah.
Don, excuse me a minute. Hello? Is this the unemployment insurance office? It is? Well, you can start making out a thin check for a fat boy. Goodbye. And now, folks, for the remainder of this program, we will struggle along without the services of Mr. America, North, South, and Central. So getting on with the show.
Wait a minute, Jackson. Hold it a minute. You can't do that to Donzie.
Do I hear a voice from NBC? Phil, did you say something?
Certainly I did. What are you mad at Don for? You don't have to get sore just because somebody else gets a laugh. We've all got to make a buck, you know.
Well, Phil.
Well, we got to look out for our future. I ain't worried about myself. I'm married to Alice, but what about the rest of the gang?
Phil.
You know, we'd all like to have a few luxuries, you know. I mean, let us live a little bit.
Phil, as long as the rail is pure brass and they don't run out of olives, you're happy. Now, Don.
Yes, Jack?
Believe me, Don, I don't care who gets the laughs on this show. It's just that I think it's time that the star is shown a little more respect by his subordinates.
Subordinates?
Yes, that's what you are. You, Don, Mary, you're all subordinates. Now, let's get
Hello, Jack. Hello, Phil.
Hiya, sub.
Sub?
Yeah, Livy, ain't you heard? You're a subordinate.
Subordinate? To whom?
To the little man who we only needed for 4 minutes last week.
That's the whom. Now, kids, I'm sorry I started the whole thing, so let's forget it. Oh, Don.
Oh, excuse me a minute, Jack. I'd like to say something to Mary.
To me, Don?
Yes, I want to congratulate you on being selected as one of the 10 best-dressed women in America.
Oh, yes. Congratulations.
Well, thanks, boys.
I bet you were thrilled, weren't you, Mary?
Oh, I certainly was, Don. I thought it was quite an honor.
Hey, Liv, let me get this straight. You were picked as one of the best-dressed women in America?
Uh-huh.
On what Jackson pays you? How can you afford to dress like that?
My mother used to be a cigarette girl at Cyril's.
She was not.
She was, too. She was known as No Change Livingston.
Oh, well, I apologize, Mary.
Hey, Livy, I just thought of something. You know why Gypsy Rose Lee didn't enter the best-dressed women contest?
No, why?
Because she couldn't bear to lose. Oh, Harris, you may only be a subordinate, but that joke alone will run for 4 minutes.
It will if they don't open the window. Now, look, kids, tonight we have a very important sketch to do, so let's get on with it. Tonight we're going to present our version of that famous Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, Edward, My Son.
Now, in this sketch... Pardon me. Come in.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, Mel Blanc. Hello, Mel. What can I do for you?
I just dropped in to see if you had a part for me on your program today.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mel. I don't need any extra actors today.
Oh, but I can make the listeners think you got a lot of stars on a program. I can imitate Humphrey Bogart, Clark Gable, Edward G. Robinson, and Al Jolson. Nah.
Mel, believe me, I don't need an extra actor today. I'm sorry.
Okay, but gee, I don't know what to tell my wife and 5 daughters.
You have 5 daughters?
I also imitate Eddie Cantor.
Oh, get out of here. Now, let's see. Where was I? Oh, yes. In our sketch, I'll do the part that was played by Spencer Tracy. And Deborah Carr's part will be played by you, Mary. And
now, wait a minute, Jack. Why don't you give Mel Blanc a job? He won't charge you much.
Mary, look.
Well, you told me yesterday you had a part for a Western Union boy.
Look, I filled that already. Now, Dennis will play the part of Edward, my son. Now, come on, kids. Let's get out. Excuse me. Come in. Yes?
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Right here, boy.
Boy? Jack, that's Rochester. Why is he wearing a Western Union outfit?
Never mind, Mary. I'll take the telegram, boy.
Here you are, sir.
You can go now.
Wait a minute, Jack. So that's why you wouldn't hire Mel Blanc for the messenger boy. You made Rochester do it.
Rochester, you can go.
If that ain't the silliest thing I ever heard, making Rochester Rochester an actor.
I wouldn't laugh so much if I were you, Mr. Harris.
What do you mean?
As soon as I learn all the lyrics, and that's what I like about the South, you're a one-show man.
What?
Oh, won't you come with me to Alabama? There you see my...
Rochester, go already.
All right, boy. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, boss.
What is it?
After I drive you home from the studio, can I borrow your car and have the rest of the evening off? I got a date with my new girlfriend, Susie.
Well, I guess so, Rochester, but be careful this time. The last time you drove up to Mulholland Drive with Susie, the car broke down. You were stuck up there for 6 hours.
Yeah.
Go on, Rochester. And now, kids, getting back to our sketch, Dennis will play the part of my son. Where is that kid? Dennis!
Oh, here I am, Mr. Benny, behind the piano.
Well, come on out here.
I can't.
Why not?
Before the show, I was playing poker with the musicians, and I lost my pants.
Now, stop being silly and come out here.
Okay.
Imagine such a... Dennis, why do you make up things like playing poker with musicians and losing your pants? You're wearing pants.
I know, but they're not mine. Sammy, the drummer, lent them to me.
But he's such a big fella. How come his pants are so tight on you?
The piano player lost too. He's in here with me.
Now cut that out! You know, Dennis, I can't understand what makes you act so silly.
Well, that's not my fault. My mother dropped me on my head when she was burping me.
Oh, when you were a baby?
No, last night.
That does it. Now, look, Dennis, don't say another word, will you? Do it for me. Don't say... Just sing your song. That's all... Hold it a minute, kid. Come in. Yes?
Special delivery letter for Jack Benny.
I'll take it, mailman. Thanks. Now, Dennis, I'll read this letter, and you can sing your... Dennis, why do you look so puzzled?
That mailman was dressed in a Western Union outfit.
I know. Never mind.
And he looks exactly like Rochester.
I know, Dennis. I know.
He talked like Rochester, too.
I know.
Gee, that Mel Blanc can imitate anybody.
Mel, haven't you gone home yet?
No, I'm waiting around to see if you've got a part for me in your play.
I told you I have nothing. All the parts have been cast. Now go away and leave me alone.
Gee, I don't know what to tell my wife and 4 daughters.
I thought you had 5 daughters.
I played poker with the musicians.
Well, all right, Mel. Look, Mel Blanc. Look, there's a small bit in my sketch. You can play the part of Harry Simpkins, my business partner. Now, go ahead, Don. Introduce the play.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, our version of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's sensational film success, based on that great English play, Edward, My Son.
George Spencer Bolt, industrialist, financier, banker. I number among my friends kings, princes, and diplomats. I travel in the most select social circles. No man in all England wields more power than I. Yet, with it all, I'm just a good-natured slob. The career that I carved, the fortune I built, everything I did was for Edward, my son. It all began many years ago in the quaint little English town of Leicester, Worstinghamshire. That name probably means nothing to you, but just try to spell it sometime. As my story opens, it is the first birthday of Edward, my son.
Oh, Spencer. Spencer, come here.
What is it, Deborah?
Look at Edward. He's only a year old, and he has a full set of teeth.
So that's where they are. I've been looking all over for them. Hello, Edward. How does Daddy's baby feel on his first birthday?
Gloop, gloop.
Isn't he cute?
Yes, Deborah, but I wish his head didn't come to such a sharp point.
Well, at least it saves us the price of a babysitter. When we go out at night, we just stick him in the wall.
Quite ingenious, rather.
Gloop, gloop, gloop.
Deborah, why is the baby's diaper so tight?
There's a piano player in there with him.
Oh, yes.
Oh, there's someone at the door.
Well, that must be Harry Simpkins, my new partner I spoke to you about.
Isn't he the man who was sentenced to hang for murder and was pardoned 3 minutes after the trap was sprung?
Yes, but don't say anything about his long neck. He's sensitive.
Oh, I shan't.
You shan't? And don't mention the 11 prison terms he served for robbery. Come in. Don't stand there in the fog.
Hello, Spencer.
Hello. This is my wife. This is my wife, Deborah.
Hello, Harry. So nice of you to come over for Edward's birthday.
I wanted to get a bottle of champagne to help celebrate, but the liquor store was open.
That's hardly cricket.
Quite.
You may think it strange that I would go into partnership with a criminal. But during the next few years, Harry and I made lots of money, and we were able to pass most of it without getting caught. Then one day, I tipped off Scotland Yard about Harry, and they came and took him to jail. I know I was a rat. But in that way, I got rid of Harry Simpkins and Mel Blanc at the same time. And I did it all for Edward, my son. I soon became rich due to some shrewd business deals, well-placed investments, and a short hitch as a cigarette girl at Ciro's. Eventually, I was made Sir Spencer Bolt, and it was a happy little group that gathered to celebrate Edward's 5th birthday.
There, Deborah, 5 candles. Isn't that a beautiful birthday cake?
Yeah, but it's 5 years old. We're rich now. Can't we afford a new cake?
No, we can't.
Why can't we?
Because we can't. That's why we can't. Why spend money foolishly? Spend money foolishly. I'm saving every penny I make for Edward. By the way, Deborah, where's the little blighter?
There he is in his crib.
He shouldn't be in his crib. Today's his 5th birthday. Come to Daddy, Edward. Coochie, coochie, coo. Coochie, coochie, coo. Say Daddy, Edward. Say Daddy.
Gloop.
He said Daddy. He said Daddy. Now say Daddy again.
Gloop.
There, he said it again. He said it again. By the time he's 10, he'll be talking.
Not unless you buy him Edgar Bergen.
I I tried to buy him Edgar Bergen, but CBS beat me to it. Several years later, I was given the title of Lord Holt. I was proud of the title because it would be inherited by Edward, my son. I said by Edward, my son. They must be playing poker again. Anyway, by now, my son was 14 years old. Deborah and I were proud parents as we watched him count the candles on his birthday cake.
Come on, Edward. Count the candles on your cake.
Count on your fingers, Edward. It'll be easier.
1, 2, 3, 4,
5.
5.
Go ahead, son.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Bully.
Bully, 10.
No, Edward. 9, 10, 11.
9, 10, 11, 12.
Now, go on. Keep counting.
I can't. That's all the fingers I've got.
Well, take off your shoes. You're loaded down there.
He took off his shoes, and toes ran in all directions. He looked like he was standing in 2 plates of spaghetti.
Oh, Deborah, this is Edward's 14th birthday. Don't you think it's time we sent him to school?
Well, I'm not sure.
Perhaps we should consult his nurse. I'll call her and see what she thinks. Oh, Constance. Constance.
Here I am, your lordship.
Spencer.
What is it, Deborah?
We're so rich now. Don't you think we'd get the nurse a white dress instead of the Western Union outfit?
Wait a minute. Now, Constance, I wanted to ask you if you think Edward is ready to start school.
Well, I don't know, your lordship. You see, he can't take care of himself. I still have to give him his bath every day.
Which reminds me, Constance, is it true that last night when you were giving Edward a bath, you held his head under the water 10 times?
Yeah.
You make... I know, Jack, I made a mistake. You may go, Constance. Better luck next time.
Better luck to you.
Now, Edward, we're thinking of putting you in school.
Well, if I go to school, can I take my frog along?
Yes, you can take your frog.
The next day, we went to school. We took the entrance examinations. Edward didn't pass, but the frog did. But that didn't stop me. I bought the school, grabbed Edward by the head, and stuck him in the 2nd grade. With Edward in school, my incentive to work was greater than ever. I made millions and millions. I had to. My wife was one of the 10 best-dressed women in England. I even gave her a charge account at Eastern Columbia, Piccadilly at night. 3 years went by and it was lonely for me and Deborah. With Edward in school, it wasn't quite the same.
Spencer, with Edward in school, it isn't quite the same.
I just said that.
I thought I heard it.
You'll hear it again at 9:30. But, Deborah, you can't imagine how much I've missed my boy since he's been away. Sometimes
Oh, there's someone at the door.
I'll get it. Wonder who it is.
It's me, Edward, my son.
Edward, it's you. It's you, my boy. The apple of my eye. The pride of my life. The one I've dedicated my whole existence to. I've worked, struggled, and fought my way to the top so that you can have the better things of life. And now you've come back to me. You've come back to me.
I didn't have much on last week's show, but this week I'm loaded.
Edward, what are you doing home from school?
I had to come home, Mother. I missed you and Gloop.
He never did learn how to say daddy.
Well, come in, Edward. Make yourself comfortable. Take off your hat and coat.
We couldn't ask him to take off his shoes. We were living in a smaller place. But we were happy because with us back again was Edward, my son. And so Edward grew to young manhood. Nothing could stop him. But then came the war. First the men were drafted, then the women, and finally they took Edward. It was terrible knowing that any day might be his lost. But there was no time for sentiment. And then it happened. A man from the War Department came to our house. We could tell by the look on his face that something terrible had happened to Edward. He was grinning from ear to ear. He looked at me and said,
Hey, Lord Bowles?
Yes?
Are you the father of Edward, my son?
Yes, I am.
It's my unpleasant duty to inform you that your
Never
son...
mind that. How did it happen?
We're not quite clear on the details, sir. All we know is that Edward bailed out.
Bailed out? What happened to his plane?
Oh, he wasn't in a plane. He was in a submarine.
I understand.
You do?
Quite. So my son Edward was drowned.
Yes, but we saved the piano player.
Good.
well, that's my story. I'm an old man now. And all I have left is an old wife and an old piano player. But there's one thing I know. I, Lord Spencer Bolt, will always treasure the memory of...
Edward, my son, oh, Edward, my son. We changed it, arranged it, and now that it's done. Our Mary was so cute as Deborah Carr. But Spencer Tracy showed up Benny by far. What can you expect from a 4-minute star? Oh, Edward, my son.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's go back an hour. Jack and Mary are on their way to the studio, and Rochester is driving.
Gosh, it's certainly a warm day, isn't it, Jack?
Yeah.
You know, it was hot yesterday, too, and Friday the temperature reached 105.
Yeah.
Say, Jack, wasn't it thrilling the Hollywood baseball team won the Pacific Coast pennant this year?
Uh-huh.
And the National League pennant race is tighter than it's been in years.
Yeah.
For heaven's sake, Jack, put down that knitting and talk to me.
I'm sorry, Mary. I'm trying to finish these socks for Phil. It's only 90 days till Christmas, you know.
Jack, Phil has been with you 12 years, and you're giving him socks for a present?
There ain't no present. Mr. Harris ordered them.
That's right. You know, Mary, it is warm today. I wonder if we could try... Rochester, how'd you know I wanted the top down?
I didn't. We just went under a low tree.
What?
Who needs push buttons?
Well, leave it. It's nice this way. And, Rochester, you better slow down.
I can't, boss. We haven't got any brakes.
No brakes? What do you do when you come to a railroad crossing?
We get out and pick up coal.
Rochester.
Those diesels are ruining us.
Rochester, don't be funny. Just drive. Say, Mary, do you think... Rochester, you're not making a turn. Why have you got your hand out?
I'm feeling for the studio.
You're feeling for the studio?
Yeah, and it's small. We'll never see it.
I know what you mean. Say, Mary, I was just thinking of something. It's been a long time since you sang a song on the program. How about doing one today?
Oh, not today, Jack. I was at the Navy-USC football game yesterday, and I cheered so much I'm hoarse.
Oh.
Boss, if you want more music on the program, why don't you play your violin?
I think I will. I just put 4 new strings on it.
You did?
Yes. You'll hear them all on CBS this fall.
I can hardly wait.
Thanks.
Oh, Rochester. Rochester, we're only a block from the studio. You better start looking for a parking space.
Look for a space? Are you kidding, Mary? Rochester, drive it right into the studio lot. Mr. Paley, the head of CBS, assigned a reserved parking space especially for me.
Gee, they sure treat you nice, don't they, Jack?
Mary, all the networks are nice. And it's about time people realize that there's no animosity between them.
There isn't?
Of course not. Now, take CBS. They even put Johnson's wax on the floors.
Jack, CBS didn't put it there. So many stars have come over, they've tracked it in on their heads.
On their heads? On their shoes? They must be acrobats coming in. How do you like them? We got acrobats now. Walk in on their head. Shoes.
So many stars come over, they tracked it in.
Oh, we don't have to go through it again. Doesn't matter how it got there. The fact that it's not there proves that. Rochester, here's the studio lot. Turn right in. My parking space is third on the left.
I know.
Rochester, what'd you stop here for?
There's another car in there.
Well, how do you like that? Imagine anyone leaving his car in my parking space. What a nerve. When I came to CBS, this space was assigned to me. And if anyone else thinks they can use it, they're crazy. Oh, boy, who does that car belong to?
Mr. Paley.
Well, don't just stand there. Dust it off. Here.
Come on, Jack.
Just a minute. He's using Phil's socks. Rochester, you don't have to wait for me. You can have the rest of the day off.
Thanks. Say, boys, I'm going out tonight. Would you mind giving me my salary today instead of tomorrow?
Yes, I can do that. As a matter of fact, Rochester, I have your pay already. Here's your envelope.
Thanks.
Now, come on, Mary. Let's hurry into the...
Say, boys.
What is it, Rochester?
You always pay me in dollars. How come it's pounds this week?
I'll explain it to you later. Come on, Mary.
Oh, brother, you don't miss a trick, do you?
Never mind. Just walk in on your head. Come on, Mary. We got to get in the studio. I feel good today. Again. This couldn't happen again. Da-da-da-da. Oh, darn it. I forgot to get my violin out of my car.
Again. I hope it happens again.
It's not funny. Now, let's go in.
Hello, Mr. Benny. I've been waiting for you.
Oh, Mel Blanc, waiting for me?
Yeah, you got a part that I can do on your show today?
Mel, I gave you a part on my show last week.
Yeah, but I didn't get a chance to do my imitations. I imitate Mickey Rooney, Lionel Barrymore, and Al Jolson.
Mel, look, there's no room on my program for imitations of Mickey Rooney, Lionel Barrymore, or Al Jolson. Now cut that out! Now look, Mel, when I have a part for you, I'll let you know. Come on in, Mary. On your head. Guys, that Mel Blanc is such a pest. Well, here's my dressing room.
Jack, the door's open.
Open? I wonder... Well, what do you know? I've got a visitor. Edgar Bergen.
Hello, Edgar.
Hello, Mary. Hello, Jack.
Well, Edgar, welcome to CBS.
Well, thank you. You know, I don't do my first program until next Sunday night.
Oh, still rehearsing, eh?
Yeah.
Well, I've already started my season. I did my first show on the 11th. Did you hear it?
No. But on the 12th, CBS sent for me.
What?
Yeah, Bergen, will you get me out of this football uniform? USC doesn't need me anymore. No, I see. Yeah. I'll mow them down. Yes, I know you will. Charlie, we've got company now. Oh, have we?
Hello, Charlie.
Well, you beautiful doll, you.
Oh. Pucker up your lips. I'm coming in for a landing. Charlie, you should be ashamed of yourself. Such disgraceful behavior, kissing Miss Livingston before you've been properly introduced. I'm sorry. When a gentleman meets a lady, first he should tip his hat. Uh-huh. And then says, how do you do? Then he should inquire as to her well-being. And then he should gently take her hand and respectfully bow from the waist. Bergen, those are the kind of details that slow down a man's life. Is Come to my arms, you luscious little hungry... All right, Charlie, please. Now, don't be so rude. There's someone else here. Yeah? Yes, that's Mr. Benny.
Hello, Charlie. Welcome to CBS. Shake.
Put it away, bub. I'll pick my friends.
What?
You can stop. You can stop fluttering those big blue eyes, too. They don't do a thing to me. Now, where were we, Mary? Oh, yes, you luscious little tomato. Let me put my arms around you.
Oh, no, Charlie, please don't kiss me again. When your late lips meet mine, my blood goes to my head, a cold iciness goes to my feet, and a wild wave of emotion rushes to my fingertips.
I got this dame going in all directions.
Mary, stop teasing him. You're blistering his enamel. Well, Edgar, if you don't mind, I got a lot of things to do now.
Well, thanks, Jack, for dropping into my dressing room.
No, Edgar, this is my dressing room.
No, this was your dressing room.
What do you mean, was? This is my dressing room. When I came over here, Mr. Paley gave it to me.
I'm sorry, Jack, but they've switched you to dressing room 4. All my things are here, and they're going to stay here.
Well, I'll throw them out.
You lay one hand on those clothes.
Oh, yeah? Put up your two.
Boys.
Let them fight, Lizzie. Let them fight. The most they can do is lean on each other.
Oh, shut up. As for you, Edgar Bergen, if you think you're going to use this dressing room, there's only one thing I can say to you. I'll dress somewhere else. Goodbye. Thought he put one over on me there. Dressing room 4. It's all the way down the hall.
Jack, here comes Dennis.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
I've come to say goodbye. I've been drafted.
Drafted?
Don't stand there. Salute me.
What?
Dennis, do you mean
No,
that...
Mary, you stay out of it. Let me handle him. Now, Dennis, look at me. I just want to ask you one thing. The war has been over 4 years now. How come you got a draft notice?
I won it on a quiz program.
A quiz program?
Yeah, I got a bicycle, a refrigerator, and 2 glorious years in the Army.
Mary, I beg you to stay out of it. Now, Dennis, forget this silly talk and get into the studio.
Oh, I can't. I got to report to my regiment. We're being sent overseas.
You mean
Mary, you won't listen to me, will you? Now, for your own good, let me ask him. I'm gray anyway. You and your regiment are going to be sent overseas, Dennis?
Uh-huh.
To Germany to take over supplies?
No, to Stromboli to bring back Ingrid.
Do me a favor, will you? Now, stop talking and rehearse your song.
Okay.
Come on, Mary.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
What is it?
Good Yontif.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you very much. Now, let's see. Where's that dressing room they changed me to? Can't understand why I'm being pushed around here. They take my parking space, my dressing room. What next?
Oh, Jack.
Oh, hello, Don.
Oh, Jack, I've been looking all over for you. Boy, am I excited.
Why, Don? What happened?
Well, you know how hard I've been trying to reduce?
Yes?
Well, I finally made it. I'm down to 165.
Down to 165? How did that happen?
I weighed myself on an English scale, and they cut the pound in half.
Don, Bubbling Brook. Look at me, Don, if you're going to tell jokes, why don't you get one that we can use on the program?
Jack, I thought it was very funny.
Don, I'm not questioning the value of that little gem. It has its points. I mean, it's not only topical, but it stinks. Believe me. See you later, Donzie. I'd tear up his contract if it wasn't tattooed on his back.
Jack, where have you been?
I just left Don Wilson. Come on, let's go. Mary, look at when we...
Hey, how about it, Mr. Benny? Can't you find a part for me on your program?
Mel, will you stop following me around and go home?
Some home. My wife is never there. She's always out playing bridge.
Bridge?
Yeah, she plays with Mrs. Bob Hope, Mrs. Ray Milan, and Mrs. Al Jolson.
Mel, will you please go away and leave me alone? Come on, Mary, let's get into our studio. I wish Mel would stop bothering me. Well, look who's here.
Hi, Jack.
Red Skelton. Well, I'm running into everybody today. How have you been, Red?
Oh, fine, Jack. Gee, I haven't seen you since that night at Claudette Cobert's party.
Oh, yes, what a party. You know, Red, I haven't danced that much in all my life.
Yeah, imagine Claudette trying to cut in on it.
Well, I waltzed into that. Look, Red, I know you have to rehearse for your opening program next Sunday, but don't use
Oh, Jack, wait a minute. Red, aren't you going to say hello to me?
Well, dee.
Look, Red, if you don't mind...
I'll be with you in a minute, Jack. I want to run through a scene.
Look, Red, if you don't mind,
All right, Mr. Skelton, let's run through that western scene. Oh, yeah, well, I'm ready. Okay.
Ready.
Come here, you varmint. This is Deadeye you're messing with. Are you the dirty hombre that's been stealing the cattle off my pappy's ranch?
Yeah.
Look, Red.
Are you the hombre that broke into my house and stole the pigs right out of my living room?
Yeah.
The same hombre that blew the steel right out of Grandpa's mouth?
Yeah.
Well, we're both going to fight a duel. I'll count 3 and we'll both draw. You ready?
Ready.
1, 2, 3. How do you like that? They fall for it on this network, too.
That's pretty good, eh, Jack?
Yeah.
I thought it was very exciting.
Say, wait a minute, Red. Now, Red, that actor you shot, why doesn't he get up?
Oh, well, we use real bullets. we don't believe in fooling the audience, you know. Okay, Joe, sweep them out, will you?
Red, you really shoot the actor?
Well, you see, once I didn't, I had to pay him.
Oh.
Say, Joe, should we run through that scene again?
Well, we ain't got no more actors. You shot 4 of them already.
Red, you mean every time you go through that scene, you shoot an actor?
Sure.
Oh, Mel! Mel!
Jack, you wouldn't dare.
I wouldn't, eh? Lucky he's not around.
Now, let's try that scene again on the other mic, Mr. Skelton.
Okay, now this time let's... What? Oh.
Red, how'd you happen to slip?
Well, you see, I just came over and I still got wax on my head.
On your shoes! On your shoes!
Oh, yeah.
Red, did you hurt yourself?
No, it was just a little... Oh.
What's the matter?
I broke me with a arm. Grandma, put down your pool cue and call the doctor. I broke the arm.
All right, Red, you've rehearsed all your characters. Now, how about getting out of my studio so I can do my broadcast?
Your studio? Didn't they tell you?
Tell me what?
Well, you've been moved to the widow studio down the hall.
The Whittle Studio? How do you like that? First they take my parking space, then my dressing room, now my studio. If they think they can kick me around, they got another thing coming.
Jack, don't stand around here grumbling. You better hurry to the Widow Studio. It's time for your show to go on the air.
Oh, it is, eh? Time for me to go on the air. Well, I'll fix them. Let them start the show.
Jack, look what time it is.
I know what time it is, but I'm going to teach them a lesson. Mary, there's a radio. Turn it on. Let's see how they're going to get along without me.
Okay.
And now here he is, the star of the Lucky Strike program, Mel Blanc.
Mel Blanc? Oh, nuts. I'm going home and finish Phil's song. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Edgar, Bergen, or Red Skelton for being with us tonight. Good night, folks.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, around this time of year, Jack Benny goes through a rather peculiar annual routine. He takes inventory of all the commodities in his pantry. As we look in, Rochester and Jack are checking off the items.
2 cans of corned beef hash.
2 cans of corned beef hash.
4 bottles of olives.
Rochester, slow down. I can't write that fast.
Mr. Benny, I can't understand why you take inventory every fall. You run this house just like a grocery store.
I do not. Uh-oh. I broke the point of this pencil. Where's the pencil sharpener?
In the cash register.
Oh, yeah. Darn it, I hit the 60-cent key instead of no sale. Now my books won't balance. Well, let's get on with the inventory, Rochester.
Yes, sir. 6 cans of peas.
6 cans of peas.
5 cans of corn.
5 cans of corn.
436 cans of pork and beans.
430. Rochester, how come we got so many cans of pork and beans?
Don't you remember Mr. Paley threw those in to clinch the deal?
Oh, yes, one for each station. Now, continue, Rochester.
2 bottles of vanilla extract.
2 bottles of vanilla extract.
1 bottle of Lydia Pinkham's.
1 bottle of Lydia Pinkham's.
12 slices of white bread.
12 slices of white bread.
7 slices of whole wheat bread.
7 slices of whole wheat bread.
Oh, say, boys.
What is it, Rochester?
When we come to the toothpicks, let's just estimate.
Okay for the plain ones, but the colored ones we'll count. Now, let's finish this.
Yes, sir. 6 bottles of ketchup.
6 bottles of ketchup.
6 bottles of chili sauce.
6 bottles of chili sauce.
3 cans of Strong Heart.
3 cans of Strong Heart.
Boss, why have we got that?
I borrowed it from the Colmans.
Well, we haven't got a dog. Why'd you borrow it?
Well, they were out of butter, and I didn't want to leave empty-handed. We'll use it someday. Continue.
1 sack of Idaho potatoes.
1 sack of Idaho potatoes. Rochester, answer the door. I'll finish the inventory.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Rochester.
Oh, hello, Miss Livingston. Welcome to Ralph's Supermarket.
What?
Come right in.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What are you doing up on that stool?
Oh, I'll be finished in a minute. I'm just putting some stuff back on the top shelf. Would you please hand me those 2 jars of caviar?
Oh, fine. Fish eggs from a frightened mackerel, and he calls it caviar.
Mary, I've got a cold. Why do you have to come over here and...
Jack, look out, the stool! The cats are
Ooh.
Jack, are you hurt?
No, I'm all right. What are you laughing at?
With those fish eggs in your ear, you look like you're going upstreet to spawn.
Upstreet is four. Upstreet is four. Man nearly kills himself, and you talk about romance. Now, Mary, look it. I got a cold. Will you not bother me? Answer that, will you, please?
Okay. Hello, Mr. Benny's residence.
Hey, Livy. Hey, how come you're answering the phone? New clause in your contract?
No, Phil. Jack would have answered it, but he can't. He's lying on the floor.
Holy smoke, he's getting as bad as Remley.
It isn't that at all. Would you like to speak to Jack?
Talk to that old man when I got you, Livy. Why, you gorgeous bundle of loveliness. You beautiful streamlined doll. You gorgeous hunk of... Let me speak to Jackson.
Phil, what happened?
Alice just walked into the room.
Oh. Say, Phil, I'd like to talk to Alice. Put her on the phone.
If I do, it'll count as a guest spot.
Well, wait a minute. I'll put Jack on. Jack, Phil wants to talk to you.
Okay. Hello, Phil.
Well, how's Paley's comic today?
I'm all right. What do you want, Phil?
Look, Jackson, I know it's kind of late notice, but I wonder if you could give me a couple of tickets for today's broadcast.
Well, I might be able to scrape up two. Who are they for?
Well, my nephew who lives in Kentucky just got married, and he and his wife are visiting us. He's a swell kid, 19 years old.
19 is married? How old is his wife?
10.
Wait a minute, Phil. You mean to say your nephew married a 10-year-old girl?
He felt sorry for her. First husband was a louse.
Phil, stop making things up. Now, who do you want the tickets for?
Well, to tell you the truth, it's for Remley, but he was afraid to ask.
Well, he should be ashamed after what happened last time. He gave that ticket to his girl. She almost started a riot in the studio. Imagine her walking up and down the aisle doing a thing like that.
That wasn't her fault, Jackson. The band never should have played A Pretty Girl Is Like a Melon.
All right, but where did she get the balloons? Where did she get the balloons?
Where did you get the pin?
Oh, quiet! All right, Phil, I'll give you the tickets at rehearsal.
Thanks, Jackson. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hey, Jackson.
What?
You're old, but you're cute.
Yeah, I'm cute. Goodbye. Phil always has to call me when I'm busy. Oh, Rochester.
What is it, boy?
I knocked over all these cans when I fell off the stool. Will you pick them up while I go on with the inventory?
Yes, sir.
Mary, will you please help me? I'll call off the items and you write them down.
Sure, Jack.
5 bottles of vinegar.
5 bottles of vinegar.
3 boxes of rye crisp.
3 boxes of rye crisp.
11 cans of Johnson's wax.
11 cans of Jack, why do you need all that wax?
It's for the program, Mary. You put it on your head and the jokes slip your mind.
All right, Jack. I made a mistake last week. You deducted it from my salary. Now let's forget it.
All right, now let's keep going, Mary. 1 leg of lamb.
1 leg of lamb.
2 packages of bacon.
2 packages of bacon.
1 side of beef. Now, what did I do with my pencil? I want to finish this. I'll get it.
Hello? Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Mel Blank.
Oh.
Hey, can you use me on your program Sunday?
No, I can't. And Mel, why do you keep bothering me? I told you I can't use your imitations on my program.
But I don't just imitate actors. I imitate world-famous politicians like Winston Churchill, Anthony Eden, General de Gaulle, and that fellow who just visited President Truman.
Who's that?
Al Jolson.
And I can't use you on my show, Sunday. Goodbye. I can't understand that guy. He knows if I had a job, I'd give it to him. I'm his agent.
Oh, Mary.
Just a minute, Jack. Go ahead, Rochester.
12 cans of crushed pineapple.
12 cans of crushed pineapple.
19 cans of condensed milk.
19 cans of condensed milk.
2,456 cans.
Cans? Cans of what?
Just cans, Mr. Benny. Don't throw nothing away.
Certainly. I paint them and hang them on my Christmas tree.
Jack, we're almost finished with the inventory.
That's good. Say, Mary, I certainly appreciate your helping me, and I'll tell you what. If you'd like to stay for dinner, I'll take you out later. We'll go to a nightclub.
A nightclub? Oh, I'd love to, Jack, but I already have a date.
Oh.
I hope it doesn't spoil your evening.
No. I'll take my pen. Now, Mary, if you want to... Oh, there's the door again. Come in.
Oh, Mr. Benny, I just came over to ask you if you...
Hello, Dennis.
Hello. Mr. Benny, I just came over to ask you if you
How do you
would
feel, kid?
Fine. Mr. Benny, I just came over to ask you...
Close the door, will you, Dennis?
Okay.
Now, Dennis, what did you... Dennis! How do you like that? He locked himself out. Oh, well, it's just a... Come in.
Oh, Mr. Benny, I just came over to ask you if it'd be all right if I could...
Dennis, when I told you to close the door, I bet you should come in first.
Oh.
Now, what do you want to ask me?
If I could use your phone, my house is on fire.
Now, Dennis, don't be silly. If your house is on fire, why would you come all the way to Beverly Hills to use the phone?
I want the firemen to think I'm a big shot.
Dennis, close the door, will you? Just my luck. This time he stayed on the inside. Now, look, I'm busy, so don't bother me with all those silly things you make up. Come on, Mary, let's finish this inventory.
Okay.
Oh, is that what you're doing?
Yes.
I thought you were cleaning house like my mother did the other day.
I'm not cleaning house.
Boy, did she get rid of a lot of stuff. She threw some old curtains out of the living room, a broken rocking chair out of the bedroom, and she even took the moose head out of the shower.
Now, Mary, Dennis, she took the what out of the shower?
The moose head.
You're going to ignore that, eh, Mary?
I certainly am.
My father put it in there.
Wait a
but
minute,
my mother
Dennis. Wait a minute. Hold it a minute. I know I'll regret asking you. But why would your father put a moose head in the shower?
The other end would look silly.
Well, that I can understand. Now, Dennis... Dennis, besides your house being on fire and your father being in a shower with a moose, what else is new?
Well, I've been rehearsing my song all week. Would you like to hear it?
I'd love to. Anything. Go ahead.
Okay.
Dennis, that was very good. Now, just sit down for a few minutes. I want to finish my inventory.
We've got everything listed, boss. All we have to do is put the last few things back on the shelves.
Good.
Rochester, I'll get up on the stool, and you can hand the stuff to me.
No, Mary, I'll get up there.
Oh, Jack, you've had enough trouble. I'll get up on the stool. Help me.
Okay. Up. Don't let your skirt catch on the stool.
I'll lift it a little.
Dennis! You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Oh, I wasn't whistling at Mary.
Now, Dennis, so denied. You were looking at Mary's limbs and you were whistling at her. Now, weren't you?
Well, yes.
Good.
Mary! You get down off the stool and I'll get up there. I got to get this job finished. Help me up, Rochester.
Here you are, boys. Up.
Dennis! Now, stop it.
That was me.
Good. Now, Rochester, if I push these cans on the top of the shelf back a little, I think we can squeeze in a couple of more.
Jack, the stool, look out!
Jack. 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 Oh, my goodness, he's unconscious. Jack!
Boss, speak to me. Speak to me.
Gee, he's really out cold. Rochester, help me. Put a pillow under his head. Dennis, go get a glass of water.
I'd rather have a Coke.
It's not for you. Go get it. Jack. Jack. Gee, Rochester, look at that big bump on his head.
Yeah, hope he isn't hurt too bad.
Here's the water, Mary.
Oh, don't stand there. Throw it. In his face, not mine.
He's coming to, Miss Livingston.
Where am I? What happened?
Well, after you fell, a big can of tomato juice hit you on the head.
Oh.
Are you all right, Jack?
Yes, I feel all right, Mary. It's just that... Oh, Mary, you were worried about me, weren't you? You've been crying.
Dennis threw water in my face.
Rochester, help me up, will you, please?
Yeah, here you are, boss.
Jack, you better sit down. You were hit pretty hard. You got a big bump on your head.
But, Mary, I feel perfectly all right.
There's somebody at the door.
I'll get it.
Jack, let Rochester...
Mary, don't worry. Little hit on the head. They make such a big thing out of it.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
I'm Jack Benny.
Here you are, sir.
Thank you. Oh, just a minute, boy. Here's a tip for you.
Gee, I'm sorry, sir, but I haven't got change for $1 bill.
I don't want any change. Keep it. It's yours.
Oh, boy, $1 tip. Thank you.
Jack.
Gee, I wonder who could be sending me a telegram.
Jack.
Well, there's only one way to find out.
Jack.
What is it, Mary?
You just gave that Western Union boy $1 tip.
Yes, wasn't that enough? If you don't think so, I'll call him back.
No, Jack. No.
Mary, what's the matter with you?
Jack, are you sure you feel all right?
I'm fine. What's the matter with you, kid? Look, and excuse me, kid, while I read my telegram.
Dennis, did you see what happened?
Yeah, maybe it's that bump on his head.
He's never given a Western Union boy $1 before, has he, Rochester?
Only once, and that time he kept the kid's bicycle.
Well, hey, kids, I'm certainly glad I got this wire.
Who's it from, Jack?
The boys at Phil's band. They're giving Sammy the drummer a surprise birthday party tonight, and they want me to be there. Excuse me a minute. I want to make a telephone call. Da-da-dee-da-da, da-dee-da-da, da-da, da-dee-da-da-da, da-da, da-dee-da-da. Hello? Beverly Hills Liquor Store? This is Jack Benny talking. That's right. Listen, I'd like to order a little gift for a birthday party. Do you have some very fine imported champagne? What? I said Benny. Jack Benny. No, not one bottle of champagne. I want to order a whole case. Huh? Yes, Benny. B-E-N-N-Y. Yes. Now, send this case of champagne to Sam Weiss, 4720 Mary Ellen Avenue, Van Nuys. No, don't send the bill to him. Send it to me. Yes, B-E-N-N-Y. Thank you. Goodbye.
Rochester, this is serious.
Well, kids, I'm going upstairs and get dressed for the party. See you tomorrow, Mary. So long, Dennis.
Bye, Mr. Benny.
This ought to be a lot of fun tonight. I wonder what suit I should wear. I think I'll wear the brown one. Yada-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dum, dum-dee-da-da-dum, da-dum, dum-dee-da-da-dum.
Yes, Doctor. Mr. Benny is acting very strangely. Well, Doctor, first he gave a Western Union boy $1 tip, and then he ordered a case of champagne as a birthday gift for a... What? Yes, Benny.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, last week, while Jack was taking inventory in his pantry, a big can of tomato juice fell off the shelf and hit him on the head. Since then, Jack hasn't been himself, and Mary is terribly worried. So now we take you to Mary's home in Beverly Hills.
Oh, Miss Livingston, I just called Dennis Day, and he'll be right over.
Good. Did you call Don Wilson?
Uh-huh.
And did you call Phil Harris?
Oh, yeah. I called him twice.
Twice? Pauline, why didn't you give him the message the first time?
I couldn't. He picked up the phone and went right into That's What I Like About the South.
He would.
Oh, I think Mr. Harris is wonderful. I wish there was some subtle way I could get him to kiss me.
Well, I can help you, Pauline. When Mr. Harris is here, come into the room with a cork in your mouth. He'll pull it out and have you up to his lips before he knows what he's doing.
Gee, Miss Livingston, do you think it'll work?
Are you kidding? It'd even work with my sister Babe. Now, Pauline, you better go in the kitchen and... Oh, I'll get that.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Mary.
Hiya, Livy.
Hello, boys. Come on in.
Oh, say, Mary, that call sounded quite urgent. What happened?
Yeah, what's up, Liv?
Well, I'm worried about Jack. Last week, while he was taking inventory in his pantry, a big can of tomato juice hit him on the head. And since then, he's been spending money like mad.
Wait just a minute. Hold. Look, Mary, the acoustics ain't so good in here. Would you mind throwing that again?
I said since Jack got hit on the head, he's been spending money.
Jackson?
Yes.
Whose?
His.
No.
Yes.
Well, heavens, the max factor. That old man has blown his top.
Phil, this is no laughing matter. Will you please sit down?
Well, the chairs are taken.
He can sit on my lap.
Pauline, you're not supposed to be in here. Now, boys, the question is, what are we going to do about Jack?
Nothing. Why tamper with a slot machine when it's paying off?
Phil, this is nothing to joke about. I'm really worried.
I'm worried, too. I didn't sleep a wink. I walked the streets all night.
You did?
Yeah, my folks moved and didn't tell me where.
Well, I wouldn't worry about it, Dennis. I'm sure it was just an oversight.
Some oversight. It's the 5th time they did it this month.
Dennis, keep quiet.
Am I heavy, Pauline?
Phil, get off her lap. Now, kids, I talked to the doctor, and he said the reason Jack is spending money is because when the can hit him on the head, it caused a quilobum cerebri compressor.
Quilobum cerebri compressor? What's that?
That's Latin for hand me the jug, Brimley. It's cold outside.
Well, there's no use talking to you, Phil.
Well, you can talk to me, Mary. I know how serious it can be. My mother once hit my father over the head, and he was unconscious for 2 days.
For 2 days? What'd she hit him with?
Me.
With you?
She kept hitting him and hitting him.
Dennis.
Oh, boy, could the Dodgers have used her.
Dennis, please. Now, come on, kids. I think it's time we got started for Jack's house.
Okay, Mary, let's go.
Oh, Rochester.
Hello, boss. I let you sleep late because I thought it would help your cold. And besides that, well, where'd you get that bathrobe? That's a beauty.
Oh, I bought it yesterday. Of course, it's nothing fancy, but what could you expect for $250?
$250 for a bathrobe.
Rochester, send my old one to Fred Allen. You better put a sandwich in each pocket. He's out of work. Well, I think I'll go back to my room and get dressed. I want to do a little shopping before the gang gets here for rehearsal.
But, boss, you've been shopping every day this week.
Oh, that was just to pick up a few antiques.
Antiques? You mean that spin wheel in the living room is only for ornamental purposes?
Yes, why?
When you came home with it, I ran to the backyard and planted cotton.
Now, Rochester, stop being silly. You have enough work to do around here.
I have?
Certainly. Now that I think of it, you can have the evening off.
Gee, thanks, boss. I think I'll call my girl Susie and take her out.
Well, that's a good idea. Rochester, here's $20. Show her a good time. Here, take it.
$20? But...
No, Rochester, I want you to have it. Now, you take that money and go out and have a... Oh, Rochester, you've got tears in your eyes.
I can't help it, boss. You haven't been so nice to me since I was in bed with pneumonia.
Rochester.
You felt so sorry for me, you only made me work half days.
What are you talking about?
Don't you remember, boss? You used to pick me up at the hospital every day at noon.
I don't remember that. Well, I'm going to put my clothes on. See you later. Da-da-dee-da-da, da-dee-da-da, da-da, da-dee-da-da-da.
$20. Wait till I tell Susie about this. I'm going to call her right now.
Hello?
Hello, Susie. This is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester. I was hoping you'd call.
Well, honey, I got tonight off, and we'll really do the town.
What?
I'll pick you up in a taxi. We'll go to a restaurant for champagne cocktails and a big steak dinner, and then we'll go dancing.
Rochester, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. It ain't me, it's the boss.
Mr. Benny? Well, what's the matter with him?
I don't know, but it's lovely. Lovely!
Rochester, what are you talking about?
Well, it's a long story, but I just got $20 from Mr. Benny.
Rochester, now you untie that man and give it right back to him.
No, honey, he gave it to me. He gave it to me. Now, look, Susie, I haven't seen you all week, and I feel kind of romantic today, so after dinner, I'll take you to Mulholland Drive, and we'll watch the sunset.
What's the sunset? Oh, Rochester, by the time we have dinner, we won't get to Mulholland Drive until it's pitch dark.
Yeah. Now, look, honey. Uh-oh. Here comes Mr. Benny. I'll see you tonight.
Okay, Rochester. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, Rochester, I'm ready to leave.
What'll I tell you, Cass, when they come here for rehearsal?
Oh, I'll be back before they get here. I'm only going down. I'll answer that. Hello?
The April showers, making the voice,
Bell.
They bring the flowers,
Bell.
Now, don't get mad, Mr. Benny. I didn't want to call you up for a job again, but my wife made me do it.
Don't be such an apologetic schnook, Melvin. Tell him how important you are.
Well, look, Desdemona. Maybe I better not aggravate him.
Well, if you won't tell him, I will. Give me that phone. Hello, Benny?
Who are you?
I'm Mrs. Blank, Melvin's wife, and my Mel is doing you a favor by wanting to appear on your program.
Look, Mrs. Blank.
My Melvin is very talented, and he almost got a big part in a very important picture.
What picture?
Joseph sings again. Now, cut that.
Now, look, Mel, I've got a part for you on my program. You'll just stop with those silly imitations. Now, come to rehearsal at my house in an hour.
Oh, gee, thanks. I can use that $30.
$30? Is that all you're getting? Well, Mel, from now on, I'm going to give you $100. Is that all right, Mel? Mel?
I don't know what you said to my husband, but he just swallowed his upper plate.
Oh, I'm sorry. Goodbye. Now, Rochester, you better have some food for the gang when they come for rehearsal.
Yes, sir.
I'm going out now, do a little more shopping. I'll be back soon.
That does over that man. It's hard to believe that being hit on the head with a can of tomato juice could cause quail lobum cerebri compressive. I don't know what that means, but you gotta live in Beverly Hills to have it. Well, I better get some food ready for the... Now, who can that be? Well, all right. Oh, hello, everybody. Come on in. Come on in.
Rochester, we came over a little early so we could all... Say, wait a minute. What's that can of tomato juice doing on the piano?
That's the one that hit Mr. Benny on the head. The newsreels want to take pictures of it.
Take pictures of that?
Yeah, that little old can put more money into speculation than the Marshall Plan.
Rochester, is Mr. Benny here?
No, he went to do some more shopping. He'll be back soon, though.
Shopping again today? I wonder what he's buying this time.
Well, what do you think of this one, sir? Well, it doesn't look bad, but I'd like something a little larger. Well, I'm sorry, sir, but this is the largest yacht we have. Well, it is the best-looking one I've seen. I'm sure you'll find it most satisfactory. Yes. It's 48 feet long and has a cruising speed of 18 knots an hour. Good, good. It sure looks nice. Tell me, mister, what are these? They're diesels. Oh. And what are dozels? I mean, what are diesels? Diesels are engines. And you'll find this type very reliable on long voyages. Oh, I'm glad you mentioned that. Would this boat be able to go to Hawaii? Oh, certainly, sir. A trip to Hawaii would be nothing for a yacht like this. Well, that's fine. See, I'll be sending it over there quite often. Oh, business? No, but there may be another strike, and I love fresh pineapple. But why worry about another strike now? We'll cross that bridges when we come to it. Now, Mister, why are you leaning over the rail? I dropped my fountain pen. Oh. Well, tell me, what's the price of this yacht? $50,000. That sounds reasonable. I think I'll take it. Well, you're certainly in for a lot of happy, carefree days on this yacht, Mr. Benny. Benny? Yes, Jack Benny. Jack Benny? Jackbenny. All right, sir, you've had your little joke. Now, what's your name? Barney D. I told you it's Jack Benny. See, I've signed it on this check for $1,000 as a deposit. Well, Now, here's my address. If you come over to my house this afternoon with the bill of sale for the yacht, I'll give you the rest of the money. Oh, very good, sir. And by the way, I wish you'd paint the name on the bow. I want to call it the Mary L. after Miss Livingston. Yes, sir. Oh, and one more thing. I intend to anchor my yacht in the San Pedro harbor. Oh, very good, sir. Shall we truck it down to San Pedro, or will you wait for the rainy season? Oh, send it down immediately. Yes, sir. I'll be over at your house as soon as I get the papers drawn up. Good day, sir. Goodbye. I have to hurry now. I want to stop at the corner drugstore.
Here you are, sir. A tube of toothpaste and a package of razor blades. Will there be anything else?
Well, yes, I have a cold that's been bothering me for a couple of weeks. I don't know what to do about it.
Well, why not try a 4-way cold tablet?
Oh, give me an 8-way cold tablet. Money is no object at all. Thank you very, very much.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Nice seeing you in the bank again.
Thank you.
How much do you want to deposit today?
I don't want to make a deposit. I want to withdraw $50,000. All I said was I want to withdraw $50,000. Where did everybody go? Oh, well.
Here you are, sir. 360 North Camden Drive.
Thank you, cabby.
That'll be 45 cents, sir.
45 cents, eh? Well, here's $1. Keep the change.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
Oh, mister. Mister.
What is it, driver?
Didn't Jack Benny used to live here?
Yes. You can't understand people. I've been a big star for 18 years. Nobody recognizes me. Oh, darn it, I forgot my keys. Hope we finish rehearsal quickly today. There's a little more shopping I want to do.
Oh, hello, boss. Everyone's waiting for you in the den.
Well, I'll go right in. There's no business. Oh, hello, kids.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hiya, Dennis.
Rochester told us you were out shopping again.
Yes, Mary. I just bought a yacht, and I'm going to call it the Mary L. after you.
You bought what?
A yacht. And here's a box of candy for you, too, Mary.
Thanks.
I think you'll like this assortment, Mary. The candy, caramels, fruits, and nuts.
Speaking of nuts, Mr. Benny, how are you feeling?
Dennis!
What was that you said, kid?
Oh, it was nothing, Jack, nothing.
Oh. Well, kids, as long as you're all here, we'll start rehearsing. Now, Dennis, do your song while I hand out the script.
Okay.
Dennis, what are you staring at?
I still can't figure it out.
Can't figure out what?
Why my folks keep moving all the time.
Well, that I don't understand at all. Now, let's get on with the rehearsal so we can... Oh, for heaven's sake, what's that can of tomato juice doing on the piano?
Rochester put it there.
Yeah, the newsreels will be here any minute.
What?
Dennis, be quiet.
Now, why should a can of tomato juice be here? Oh, Rochester! Rochester! Oh, I'll put it away myself. Excuse me. Can't understand what's the matter with everybody. Very whispering. Oh, well. See, the pantry is full. Well, there's a little space on this top shelf. If I stand on my tiptoes, I could just...
What? Did you call me?
Yes, Rochester. Why did you...
Bob, look out! Look out! The cans are falling!
Rochester, this is all your fault.
Now, there's another one! How do you like that? It happened again.
Rochester, what's going on in here?
Jack, what happened?
Jack, are you hurt?
Huh? What? What'd you say, Mary?
I asked if you were hurt.
No, I'm all right. Now, come on, Rochester, let's finish taking this inventory.
Inventory? Jack, you finished that last week.
Yeah, we're here for rehearsal.
Rehearsal? I don't know what you're all... Rochester, what are you standing around all dressed up for?
I got a date. You said I could have the night off.
When did I give you the night off?
About an hour ago, you even gave me $20 spending money.
I gave you $20?
Sure. Here. I'll show it to you. See? I should have never taken it out of my pocket.
John, he's back to his old self.
Yeah, hit him again. Harder.
Dennis, you keep quiet. Now, look, kids, I don't know what this is all about. But come in.
Well, here I am, Mr. Benny. I hope I didn't keep you waiting.
Waited? What do you want, mister?
I've come for the $49,000 you owe me on the yacht.
What? What did you say?
I said I've come for the $49,000 you owe me on the yacht.
All right, mister, you've had your little joke. Now, what do you want?
I'm not joking. You bought a yacht, put a $1,000 deposit on it, and still owe me $49,000.
I gave you $1,000. Let me see it.
I will not. I'm keeping it right in my pocket.
Now I know why I'm a butler and he's a yacht salesman.
Quiet, Rochester. This man has cranked some swindle game saying I bought a yacht.
But, Jack, you yourself told us you bought it, and I think you'll get a lot of pleasure out of it.
Don, you keep your big fat mouth out of it.
Oh, he's right, Jack. You ought to keep the yacht.
Mary.
You even named it after me.
Never mind. And get your hands out of that candy. Now, look, mister, if you think you can swindle me...
I'm not swindling you. You ordered the yacht. You paid a deposit, and I'll get the rest of that money if I have to sue you.
Well, let me tell you something. You're not going to get...
Here I am, Mr. Benny. I hope I ain't late for rehearsal.
Now, Blake, what are you doing here? I don't need you on my show.
Oh, but you hired me over the phone. You even raised my salary to $100.
I gave you... What's going on here, anyway? Do you think I'd pay $100 just to hear you imitate Al Jolson?
Nah.
Oh, shut up!
Now, how about it, Benny? Am I going to get my $49,000 or do I call my lawyer?
I don't care how many lawyers you call. You're not going to get any money out of me.
But, Jack, it's only money. It's not as though he's taking your life's blood.
Let me be the judge of that. Now, mister, you better return my deposit. I must have been out of my mind when I gave it to you. I wouldn't pay $50,000 for any crummy boat.
Crummy? I'll have you know that some of the best men in this country own our yachts. Men like Humphrey Bogart, Robert Taylor, and Al Jolson. Now, stop that! Hey, get out! Out, both of you! Get out, get out, get out!
Mary, what's going on around here anyway? Is everybody crazy?
No, Jack, I don't blame you for being confused. Come on in the other room and I'll explain it to you.
I wish you would.
Hello?
Hello, Susie. Our date is off tonight. I'm broke.
Broke? Rochester, I thought you said you had $20.
Have you ever heard that expression, easy come, easy go?
Uh-huh.
Well, I've just had a personal demonstration. Goodbye.
Mary, you mean I bought all those things just because I was hit on the head?
Yes, Jack, but it's over now, so why don't you...
I'll get her. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is the Beverly Hills Supermarket.
Yes?
And we were checking over our accounts, and we find that you've neglected to pay a small bill of 69 cents.
69 cents? What was that for?
A large can of tomato juice.
Well, wait a minute. You sold me that can of tomato juice?
Yes.
I am suing you for $50,000. What? Goodbye. How did I ever get like this?
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, last week, while temporarily deranged from a blow on the head by a can of tomato juice, Jack Benny put a $1,000 deposit on a yacht. He's recovered from his injury, but the loss of his money plus the bad cold have kept him in bed.
Shall I fluff up your pillow a little, Mr. Benny?
No, it's all right.
How do you feel?
How do you expect a man to feel who's thrown away $1,000? I won't buy the yacht, so I'll lose my deposit.
Oh, boss, cheer up. It's only money.
Cheer up. Roger, what would you do if you lost $1,000?
I'd kill myself.
You see?
But, boss, we're so different.
What do you mean different?
Well, it would take me a lifetime to save that much money. You make it every fall from the cushion concession at the Coliseum.
Well, it is doing a little better this year.
Yeah, that new slogan of yours is dynamite. Be kind to your spine on the 50-yard line.
Look, Rochester, I'm in no mood to...
Gesundheit.
Thank you. To discuss business. I'm too upset.
Boss, why don't you try to get your mind off that $1,000? It's not helping your cold any.
Okay, tune in the radio. I'll listen to the World Series.
World Series? That's over. It was played last week while you were suffering from amnesia. The Yanks took the series 4-1.
They did?
Yeah, if you were in Brooklyn now, the whole town would be in bed with you.
I guess so. Well, maybe you better...
Gesundheit.
Thank you. Maybe you better read to me some more. That'll take my mind off of things. Huh?
Shall I continue with that same book?
Yeah.
Now, let's see. Where did I leave off?
$1,000 just thrown away.
Oh, here's the place. It was at this point in her life that she decided that Liverpool was too small for her. So Amber left for London. But she couldn't leave without saying goodbye to Earl of Gloucester, who was so much a part of her life. Their farewell was brief but tender. As she held him in his arms, Amber whispered and kissed him on the ear and whispered,
$1,000 thrown away.
Oh, boss, you're not even listening.
I am, too. Now go on reading.
Amber kissed him on the ear and whispered, Darling, if you ever come to London...
Rochester.
I'll be waiting for you with all my...
Rochester.
I'm sorry, boss. Gesundheit.
Well, watch it next time. Rochester, why are you closing the book?
It's time to take your medicine. I'll get the spoon.
You needn't bother. I'm not going to take any more of that nasty tasting medicine.
Boss, the doctor said...
I don't care what the doctor said. I'm not going to take any more of that medicine.
Well, I guess I'll have to do it again. Here goes.
Rochester, I'm not going to take it even if you do take it first.
But, boss, you've got to take your medicine.
I'm not going to take it. You can't force me.
Come on now, boss. Here's the medicine. Open your mouth. Now, come on now. Open your mouth. What's your hooper?
19 points. You tricked me! I wouldn't mind if it didn't taste so bad.
All right, boss. But when the nurse gets here, you'll have to do everything she says. And that may be the nurse now. I'll go see.
Hello, Rochester. How's Mr. Benny's cold today?
Oh, just about the same, Miss Livingston.
Is he still upset about that $1,000?
He sure is. I don't know why he worries about it with all the money he's got in his mattress.
I know. With him sleeping on a sealy is like sleeping on a bank. I'll go in and see him.
Rochester, was that the nurse?
No, boss, it's Miss Livingston.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Did you bring any fruit?
No.
Well, come on in and have some of mine.
I'm going in the kitchen, boss. If you want me, just sneeze. Just call.
I will.
Well, how do you feel, Jack?
Okay, I guess, but it's boring being in bed, just listening to the radio and reading.
Is this the book you've been reading? Forever Amber?
Yeah.
But this book is 6 years old. How come you're reading it now?
I didn't trust myself when I was younger.
Jack, believe me, you could have read it when it first came out.
I guess so. Mary, what have you got?
Mr. Benny, the nurse is here.
Oh, have her come right in.
Right this way, nurse.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You the nurse?
Yes, I am. Are you the patient?
Yes.
Why do they always send for me at the last minute?
Now, just a second, nurse.
Stop talking. You're blowing germs all over the room.
Nurse.
Jack, do as she says.
Oh, all right.
Oh, this bed is a mess. I'll straighten out the sheets. Well, of all the... Don't you know it's unsanitary to have a cat in bed with you?
A cat?
Jack, it slipped off. Put it back on your head.
Oh, yeah.
Now, take off your pajama top and turn over. I'm going to give you a sponging and massage.
Look, nurse, I don't want...
Don't argue. Just take off your top.
Oh, all right. There.
He your husband?
No.
Your boyfriend?
No.
A relative?
No.
Well, it's certainly nice of you to visit a lonely old man.
Old man. Now, just a minute, nurse. For your information, I happen to be 39.
Years?
What do you think, minutes?
It would sound just as ridiculous.
What?
I'm going down to the kitchen now and prepare some food.
All right, go. Why do they have to send me a nurse like that? Everybody else gets a bathing duty. I get a lifeguard.
Jack, don't let her upset you.
Well, what kind of a nurse is... Answer that, will you, Mary?
Okay. Hello?
Oh, hiya, Livy.
Oh, hello, Phil. Want to talk to Jack?
Yeah, but first I want to talk to you. Hey, what's the idea of giving me the cold shoulder this morning?
This morning?
Yeah, I yelled to you. You were just leaving the beauty parlor as Alice and I drove up.
Oh, was Alice going to the beauty parlor?
No, I was. She goes on Thursday.
Well, Phil, I'm sorry I didn't say hello, but I really didn't see you.
Well, I'm glad you didn't. My hair was a mess.
Would you like to talk to Jack?
Yeah, put him on.
Jack, it's Phil. Can you talk to him?
I guess so. Hello, Phil.
Well, how's nasal rathbone today?
Oh, just the same, I guess.
Hey, Jack, did you get that basket of fruit I sent you?
Yeah, thanks, Phil. What kind of a card was that you sent with it?
Well, I thought it was very appropriate. I picked it out myself. It said, congratulations will come when you're out of danger.
Phil, why don't you learn to read? The card said, congratulations, welcome to the little stranger. Imagine, welcome to the little stranger.
Well, keep it. Some enchanted evening you may meet one.
Look, Phil, I'm in bed. The phone is on the wall. My neck is hurting me. Now, what did you call for, anyway?
Yeah, look, Jackson, I want to talk to you again.
What?
I want to talk to you again about the plans for that music on next Sunday's program.
Phil, my mind is made up.
Oh, wait a minute, Jackson. I know you're trying to get your $1,000 back as soon as possible, but...
But what?
Well, I'm going to look silly on that big stage just leading a harmonica player.
I can't help it, Phil. I want to get my money back, so we'll save it on the orchestra. You tell your musicians they're laid off for a week?
Yeah, I told them, and some of them put up a pretty big beef.
Oh, yeah? Who?
Well, Remley, for one. Frankie said he ain't going to take just laying down.
Really? Who's going to prop him up? Who else objected?
Sammy the drummer. You can't blame him. He suffered a terrific financial setback.
How?
He bet on UCLA.
Well, it serves him right. He never buys one of my cushions. I gotta hang up. The nurse will be back any minute.
Hey, Jackson. Hey. You got a nurse taking care of you?
Yeah.
Oh, you sly old dog. Hey, Jackson, I'd like to see the nurse sometime. You would? Yeah.
Well, go to the Olympic Wednesday night. She's wrestling in the semifinal. Goodbye. I don't have enough trouble. Phil has to call up. I wish the doctor would get here. I feel awful.
Come on, hang up that phone. It's time for your medicine.
Look, nurse, I'm not going to take any more of that.
Hang up that phone.
Nurse, look, I can't stand the taste of that stuff.
Never mind. Here it is. Now, open your mouth.
Oh, Jack, don't be such a baby. Open your mouth.
Mr. Benny, what's your hooper?
His hooper is 6.3.
It is not. It's 19... Barry, that's your fault. You don't have to be so smart.
Come on, Mr. Benny, open your mouth.
I took the medicine.
I know. I want my ring back.
Look, I took my medicine. Now let me alone.
All right. Call me if you need me.
Need you? Yeah, I wish I could get over this cold.
Jack, it isn't the cold that's bothering you. If you got your $1,000 back, you'd be up in no time.
Mary, believe me, losing $1,000 isn't what's keeping me in bed. I've reached the point where my health is more important than money.
Oh, boss, come now.
Look, Mary, you don't have to...
I'm in that room. You'll find him in bed.
What's the nurse yelling about?
Oh, it's Dennis.
Oh, Dennis, I was hoping you'd come over. I wanted to try...
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello. Dennis, I was hoping you'd come over. I wanted to tell
How do
you...
you feel, kid?
Pretty good. Dennis, I was hoping you'd come over. I wanted to
How's
tell
your
you...
cold?
Not bad. Dennis, I was hoping...
Hello, Mary.
Hello, Dennis.
What'd you want to say? What was it you wanted to say, Mr. Benny?
Nothing. I'm too tired now.
Oh, Mary, who was that who just let me in?
That was Mr. Benny's nurse.
Oh, I thought it was Mighty Joe Young.
I know what you mean.
Say, Dennis, is that a new suit you're wearing?
Yeah, do you like it?
Yeah, but, Dennis, a light gray suit doesn't go with those purple socks.
But, Mary,
Don't argue, Dennis. Mary's right. Your light gray suit does not go with those purple socks.
But I'm not wearing socks.
What?
We made wine yesterday. You should have been there, Mr. Benny. We put 5 baskets of grapes in the bathtub and then took our shoes off and crushed them.
I should make wine in a bathtub. How many gallons did you get?
I don't know. I forgot to put in the plug.
Look, Dennis, I've got a cold. I don't want to get into a routine with you.
When my mother has a cold, she ties an aspirin on a string and swallows it 4 times.
Dennis, you don't have to finish. Believe me. I know what you're building up to. I know. That's the way your mother takes a 4-way cold tablet, huh?
No, she likes to dunk.
Now stop it! Can't you see I don't feel good?
Janice, instead of annoying Mr. Benny, why don't you sing a song for him? Maybe it'll cheer him up.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah, it was very good, Dennis. Thanks.
Oh, you're welcome. Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny, that bowl I put on the table when I came in, that's for you.
For me? What is it?
Bowl of clam chowder.
Oh, thanks. Did your mother make it?
She made the chowder. I don't know who made the bowl.
It doesn't matter, believe me. But I'm surprised that your mother likes me well enough. I can reach it, Mary. My neck is longer now.
Hello? Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Mr. Kearns, the man who sold you the yacht.
Mr. Kearns, I didn't buy the yacht. And I'm glad you called, because if you think that you can keep my money...
Now, Mr. Benny, let's not get excited. I've been in business for 20 years here, and I have a reputation I'm proud of. And rather than incur any ill feelings, I'm coming over to return your $1,000 deposit.
You...
Yes, I'll bring the check over in 15 minutes.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kearns. Thank you very much. Mary, I'm going to get my deposit back. Yeah, I'm so happy about...
Jack, while you were on the phone, Dr. Nelson arrived.
Dr. Nelson?
How do you do? Now, just leave everything to me and
Wait a minute. You're not my regular doctor. Where's Dr. Langley?
Oh, he had to go to a funeral, so he asked me to take care of you.
A funeral? One of his patients?
No, one of mine. And now, if you'll just... where did he go?
Jack, come out from under the bed.
I'm out. Look, doctor, examine me and go already.
In a moment. Oh, nurse.
Yes, doctor?
Nurse, when did you come on this case?
3 hours ago.
3 hours, Well, I'd like you to brief me on the situation since you got here. Appetite?
Well, not very good. Only 3 lamb chops, a baked potato, and for dessert, a big, juicy apple.
Well, that sounds like a lot.
No, I usually eat more.
No, nurse, I didn't mean you. I meant the patient.
Oh, him.
Yes, him. What did Mr. Benny get?
3 lamb chop bones, a potato skin, and an apple core.
The apple core she threw at me.
And perhaps she was over-anxious. You know, feed a cold and starve a fever.
Well, I have both. I have a cold and a fever.
I have 2 shows, too.
Stop being silly. And take that thermometer out of your mouth.
I put it there. I thought it would keep him quiet.
Oh, thanks, Mary.
And now, Mr. Benny, the first thing I want to do is give you an injection. Pull up your sleeve.
All right, doctor. Wait a minute, doctor. Why are you standing there in the corner tying those feathers to the hypodermic needle?
Well, I can't stand the look of pain on your face, so I'll throw it from here.
You're not going to throw that... Ow!
That's 10 points for you, Doctor. Now I go.
Cut that out. Look, doctor, my cold isn't getting any better. Is there anything you can give me?
I'll know what to prescribe as soon as I complete the examination. Now, open your mouth while I adjust this reflector on my forehead. Now, I'll move it down over my eye and... Well, I never knew that before.
Do what?
This little hole. It's in the reflector. Oh, this is terrible.
Why?
Well, yesterday I sent a patient to the hospital. I thought the hole was in his head. Open your mouth, please. Wider. Oh, this is interesting. I see tongues with coats on them, but yours has a jacket.
That's the
That's from the baked potato. I had to eat something. Oh. Doctor, I'm sick. Will you stop fooling around? Do something, will you?
I'll have you up in no time. Just swallow these little round pills. There are 15 of them.
15 pills?
Yes. Then take some water and swallow this little triangle.
Wait a minute. What's that for?
Well, we can't have those pills rolling all over your stomach. This triangle will rack 'em up.
Doctor, I'm not a pool table.
With your complexion, I'm not so sure.
Well, I've had enough. You're the craziest doctor I ever saw. Now get out of here.
Temper.
Now get out before I throw...
Jack, put down that bowl of soup.
Out of my way, Mary.
Jack, don't throw it.
I will throw it. Here I am, Mr. Benny, to return the deposit you made on... Oh, my goodness, the man who sold me the yacht. Well, I didn't think you'd recognize me with this chowder in my face.
I ducked, you know.
Shut up, Doctor. Mr. Kearns, it was an accident. I wouldn't do that to you. You came over to return my $1,000 deposit. Well, now I'm not returning it. But, Mr. Kearns, honest, believe me, I didn't need to hit you with the chowder. Give me the money. I'm not giving you the money. If you can stop licking the clams off my lapel, it'll do you no good. Mr. Kearns, you said... I know what I said, but now I'm not only going to keep your $1,000, but I'm suing you for a new suit. Goodbye. But, Mr. Kearns. Mr. Kearns.
Shall we proceed with our examination? Mr. Benny. Well, what do you know? He's sound asleep.
He isn't asleep. He fainted.
Oh, good. Hand me the hypodermic needle. Nurse, you keep score.
Rochester, hand me my bathrobe. Maybe I'll feel better if I sit up for a while.
Here you are, boys.
Jack, that's your old bathrobe. What happened to that beautiful new $250 silk embroidered one you bought last week while you had amnesia?
He sold it yesterday to Gorgeous George.
Well, dear, who sees it when I wear it, anyway? Good night, folks.
Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Tennessee, and yours truly, Don Wood. After suffering from a bad cold for several weeks, Jack Benny went to the hospital for a nasal operation. Today, he's home again, recuperating. As we look in, Rochester is tidying up the house.
Gee, it's good to have the boss home again. He put off this operation for a long time, but when we got to the hospital, he sure was brave. I'll always remember the smile he gave me as those 4 nurses dragged him up the stairs. Well, I better finish unpacking his things. Say, what's this? Well, the boss's diary. He must have taken it to the hospital with him. I wonder if I ought to read it. Oh, why not? Who am I kidding? After all, I read his diary, he reads mine, I pity him, he envies me. Now, let's see what he has to say. Here's the first entry.
October 17th. Dear Diary, I am now in the hospital. I entered this morning for a minor operation. I'm not sure, but I think they put me in the wrong ward because the patient in the bed next to me just had a baby. The nurse corrected her mistake and moved me from the ward to a semi-private room. It's cozy here, but one of the men in bed with me has cold feet.
Doggone, I can't understand why the boss didn't get a private room. After all, he owns the hospital.
October 18th. Early this morning, I was operated on. They gave me some ether and put me to sleep. I had the most wonderful dream. I dreamed that I was the maid in Ciro's powder room. When I came to, the operation was over. The nurse was standing behind me, stroking my hair. I'm so glad I remembered to bring it.
That's my boss who wears that.
October 19th. This morning I had my first visitor. It was Rochester. He told me that since I've been in the hospital, my phone has been ringing constantly at home. He said there have been calls from Lana Turner, Ann Sheridan, and Paulette Goddard. And they all told Rochester to send me their love.
The way I lie to keep that old man happy.
After Rochester left, the nurse brought me dinner, my first meal since the operation. However, I was still sick from the ether and couldn't eat a thing. But the man in the next bed was very hungry, and fortunately I had change for a $5 bill.
What does he mean, fortunately? He's got the only pajamas I ever saw with a hip pocket.
October 21st, the doctor told me I could leave the hospital. I felt so good, and with such a beautiful day, I decided to walk home. As I started up Santa Monica Boulevard, people kept looking at me and smiling. I smiled back till I realized I was still wearing my nightie. Rather than go back and get my clothes, I lit a candle, and in the next 3 blocks, I sold 28 Fisk tires. Those hospital nightgowns are all right, providing the wind is against you.
Well, that's the last entry. Mr. Benny's diary is always the same, dull but clean. I better go in the living room and see if he wants anything. Well, Mr. Benny, how are you feeling?
Oh, fine, Rochester. It's amazing how much better I am since I had that obstruction removed from my nose.
How long were you in the operating room?
28 minutes and 41 seconds. My producer timed it. Anyway, I sure feel a lot. Come in. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Gee, you look great. How are you feeling?
Wonderful, Mary. Come here and give me a great big kiss.
Okay. Wow! Jack, you've never kissed me that long before.
I can breathe through my nose now. Hey, that was some kiss, wasn't it, Mary? Mary, what are you staring at me for?
Are you sure the only thing they gave you at the hospital was ether?
That's all. It was just the operation made a new man out of me. Honestly, Mary, that Dr. Langley's a miracle worker. You know that for 4 weeks I could hardly breathe or talk. And to think he took me when I felt so low and miserable, and by his great surgical skill made me feel absolutely wonderful.
How much did he charge you for the operation?
$100, dirty crook.
But, Jack, that doesn't sound like too much money for an operation.
The whole operation only took 28 minutes and 41 seconds. You realize that at that rate he's being paid over $200 an hour.
But, Jack, he probably doesn't do more than one of those operations a month.
Well, it's my fault if he can't get steady work. Why charge me?
Oh, Jack, take it easy. Calm down.
Yeah.
Boss, look what time it is.
Oh, yes. Get the bottle, will you, Rochester?
Bottle?
Yes, Mary. The doctor thought I ought to take a little brandy every 3 hours as a stimulant. Hand it to me, Rochester. I'll open it myself. Thanks. Hello?
Hey, Jackson, did you just open a bottle of brandy?
Why, yes. Yes, Phil, I did. But how...
That's all I want to know.
Well, how did he smell it all the way over in Encino? You know, Mary, sometimes I... Come in.
Here I am, Jackson. Brought my own glass.
Phil, how'd you get over here from your house so fast?
Well, I would have been here sooner, but I was in my underwear when I phoned. Hi, you little...
Hello, Phil.
Well, come on, Jackson. Lift that glass. Tilt that bottle.
Just a minute, Phil. Here, there's some trick here someplace. Now, explain to me how you could possibly
I'll
get
explain it to you later. Look, while I'm here, I want to ask you something. Will it be all right if I miss rehearsal? I'd like to fly home to Mississippi and see my alma mater play football.
Football?
Yeah, it's their traditional game. Do-wah-diddy Tech against Ham Hock High.
Oh, Do-wah-diddy Tech and Ham Hock High. Tell me, Philip, in which of these great institutions of learning did you matriculate?
Jackson, please, Mary's here.
Well, I mean, which one of those high schools did you attend?
Well, I went to Do-wah-diddy Tech, but I didn't graduate.
No. Phil, I was always under the impression that you were a Phi Beta Kappa man.
Yeah, but don't bandy it about. Let it be our little secret.
Phil, every time you open your mouth, your secret is safe.
Ain't it the truth?
Yeah.
Anyway, Jackson, it's good to see you looking so long, kids. See you later.
Where are you going? What's your hurry?
Remley just opened a bottle of bourbon in Glendale.
I can't understand how he got here from Encino, and if that's Phil calling from Glendale, I'm going to... Hello?
Hello, Jack. This is Don. How you feeling?
Oh, fine, Don. I haven't felt so good in years. Although, as a result of the operation, I did lose about 8 pounds.
Well, I wouldn't worry about it, Jack. You'll gain it back.
I guess so.
You know, once when I was in the hospital, I lost 46 pounds.
Well, Don, 46 pounds off you is nothing.
Nothing? I was 3 weeks old at the time. See you later.
Don, what was that?
The phone booth. My girdle broke.
Oh, very good to let yourself go once in a while like that. So long, Don. Gee, I hope I feel well enough to go to the Copeland Grove Tuesday night.
Oh, Jack, you sit down. I'll get it.
Okay.
Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mary.
Come on in and... Wait a minute. It isn't cold today. What are you wearing that muffler and heavy overcoat?
I rode over on my bicycle, and I don't want to catch pneumonia.
Now, Dennis, what has riding in your bicycle got to do with pneumonia?
There's a leak in the front tire, and every time it comes around, it blows on me.
Well, from you, that sounds logical. Come on in.
Who is it, Mary?
You'll be sorry.
Oh, come on in, Dennis. Hi, kid.
Hello, Mr. Benny. I'm glad you're out of the hospital and feeling better.
Thanks.
When my mother heard you were home again, she told me to bring this package over.
Oh, from your mother?
Yeah, and this card goes with it.
Card? What does it say?
No starch.
Dennis, why don't you sit down? Mary and I...
I am sitting.
I couldn't tell with that long overcoat you're wearing.
He's wearing a muffler, too.
And 3 sweaters.
That's nice. Anyway, if it's about...
Jack?
Huh?
Aren't you going to ask Dennis why he's wearing a muffler, 3 sweaters, and an overcoat?
Mary, if he came in here wearing hip boots, a grass skirt, and had clawed reins on a leash, I wouldn't ask him why.
Oh, you're just mad because one of my eyes is blue, too.
Yeah, one of your eyes. Now, look, Dennis, if you came over...
Oh, Jack, you told me to remind you...
I better turn on the radio and find that station.
And now a word to ladies who are overweight. Do you have careless hips? Well, you can reduce immediately. No drugs, no exercise, no diet. Just come to our salon and back into our buzzsaw.
It's a ladies' program. I don't want that.
Lady fellas, I didn't squeal. I didn't tell the cops. Don't pin a rap on me.
That isn't it either. What program is this? Can't get that program. This may be it. Oh, my goodness. That's not it either.
But fellas, believe me, I'm no school pigeon. Why would I squeal at you?
Oh, that's the same thing. I want to get the station with the quartet. Oh, Donna, why can't I get the quartet?
Superintendente de la División del Panamericano de...
Don, I wonder if Don meant today.
Fellas, please put down those guns. You gotta believe me. You gotta.
guess the stranger saw her first. I wonder what station.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we have another number,
This is it, Mary. This is it.
I'd like to repeat the prizes we're giving away in our giant jackpot. 1 package of Lifesavers, a box of Rye Crisp, and a real, genuine, imported $3,000 Cranapack.
What did he say?
I don't know. I didn't get it either.
We are also giving away a Dr. Scholl's foot pad, 1 free dancing lesson at Arthur Murray's, and a $15,000 Kraken suit.
What was that?
I don't know. It sounded like Crockensoon.
And in addition to these, a can of strong hard dog food, a complete set of shoelaces, and a lifetime supply of that new miracle drug, Sulfataya Papagaya.
A wonderful drug. I hope the person who wins it is sick.
And now for the announcement you've been waiting for. The winner of all those grand prizes is I have it right here on a slip of paper. The winner is Frank Nelson of 1427 North. Frank Nelson? That's me! Oh, lucky me!
Gee, he is lucky. Imagine winning a $15,000 Crockensoon. Mary, turn it off. There's nothing else on the radio tonight. Well, if there's anything good on television. Rochester, call up Sears Roebuck Television Department and
But,
see...
boss, you called them last week.
Oh, yes. There must be some company that hasn't given us a demonstration yet. Maybe I ought to...
I'll get it.
You know, Mary, I'm glad Don called me about the quartet.
Jack, I think I'll run along, too.
Me too, Mr. Benny.
Okay, I'm glad you came over, kid. So long, Mary. Goodbye, Dennis.
Bye, Jack.
It's nice to be home again, Rochester. And you know, it isn't bad being sick once in a while, either. People are so nice to you.
Yeah. Now, come on, boss. Let me help you upstairs.
No, Rochester. I'll go in the other room and stretch out on the couch. If I fall asleep, wake me in time for dinner.
Yes, sir. Now, take it easy and don't exert yourself.
I won't. Now, let's see. Where's the... Oh, here it is.
Dear Diary, it's my first day back from the hospital, and I feel wonderful. I had a lot of visitors, and they were awfully nice. There are 2 things I can't figure out. How Phil got here so fast from Encino, and what in the world is a Crockensoon? Oh, well, I'll figure it out when I'm stronger.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, last Friday, October 21st, was Halloween. And people young and old all over the nation were bobbing for apples.
Yes, sir.
So now we bring you a man whose gums are so tender, he had to bob for applesauce, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and Don... Don, that was a very funny introduction, bobbing for applesauce. You know, it's certainly clever. I mean, the way you expose all my faults and defects. Yeah.
People enjoy it, too.
Yes, they do. You know, Don, there's a man in Pomona who gets up at 4 o'clock in the morning, looks at a thermometer, and then broadcasts frost warnings.
I know.
Well, one more introduction like that, and you'll be his master of ceremony. And incidentally, Halloween is on the 31st, not the 21st. In other words...
Oh, Jack, Don didn't mean any harm. He was just trying to get a little laugh, that's all.
Mary, we want big laughs on this show. If Don has any little laugh, let him ship them east to Fred Allen. And speaking of Halloween, Allen looks like he went bobbing for oranges and got a smudge pot caught under each eye.
He uses them to warm up the audience, you know.
Say, Jack, is Fred Allen older than you are?
Is he older? Mary. This is cruel, but I've got to tell it. Well, this is awful, but I must. Ask me again, Mary. Go ahead.
All right. Is Fred Allen older than you are?
Is he older? Mary, Allen died in 1896. What you hear on Sundays are transcriptions. I wonder how he gets those transcriptions up here. But getting back to Halloween, Don, what did you do last Friday night? Did you have any fun?
Oh, I had a wonderful time, Jack. I went to a masquerade party.
Really? What did you go as?
I let a chain drag from the back of my belt and went as a gasoline truck.
Well, that's logical. Don always thinks of something unique, doesn't he, Mary?
Yeah, I remember last Halloween he painted lines across his back and went as a football field.
It was a good illusion, except that the field spread out too much around the 10-yard line. But everybody has fun on Halloween, especially the kids.
Say, Jack, did you find out who put that sign up in front of your house?
No, I didn't.
What was that, Mary?
Somebody took a chop suey sign off a Chinese restaurant and nailed it over Jack's front door.
Mary.
The chop suey sign, huh? Was Jack mad?
No, he just put a kimono on Rochester and went into business.
Oh, I just did that for a gag. But I had a lot of fun Friday night, too, Don. You know, I went to a Halloween party in Beverly Hills, and I met the most wonderful girl. And she was so cute. You know, she came dressed as Little Bo Peep.
Little Bo Peep. That's a cute costume.
What did you wear, Jack?
Well, I didn't know I was going till the last minute, so I just wore an old costume I found up in the attic. But, kids, I got to tell you about this girl. She wore a little black mask that seemed to... Oh, I don't know. She was just wonderful. Now, I really went nuts about her.
Well, I never heard you talk like this before.
I can't help it. When she came through the door, I looked at her, and she looked at me, and I could just feel something run up and down my spine. Mary, you know what that means.
Your costume was up in the attic longer than you thought it was.
I'm serious, Mary. No, I'm serious. This girl didn't say much, but as we were dancing, she would look into my eyes and call me Pumpkins.
Pumpkins?
Yeah. And I called her Little Bo Peep. She was really the
Mr. Benny, after the program is over, do you mind if I...
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello. Mr. Benny, after the program is over, do you mind if I...
Did you just get in?
Yeah. Mr. Benny, after the program is over, do you mind if I...
How do you feel, kid?
Fine.
That's good.
I had double pneumonia this morning, but I'm all right now.
Dennis, stop being silly. If you had double pneumonia this morning, how could you come to the studio? Did you take penicillin?
No, I took the Sunset bus.
Now, cut that out. Look, kid, all you had was a slight cold, that's all. How did you catch it?
Well, on Halloween, I wanted to play a trick on my father, so I put a pail of ice water over the door so when he opened it, the water would fall on his head.
But you put the ice water up there for your father. How did you catch the cold?
Testing.
Oh.
It worked every time.
Well, look, Dennis. Look, Dennis, if I'd have known you were going to stay at home on Halloween, I would have taken you to a masquerade party at the Beverly Hills Club.
Oh, I was supposed to go to that party with Phil, but my folks wouldn't let me, so Phil went alone.
Phil was there? Gee, that's funny. I didn't see him. What was he dressed as?
Little Bo Peep.
Little Bo Peep. Phil!
Kiss me, Pumpkin.
No wonder he wouldn't take off his mask.
Phil, you mean Jack danced with you all evening?
Not only that, Livy, he even asked me if he could drive me home.
No.
Yeah. Say, Livy, have you ever seen the lights of the city from Mulholland Drive?
I can't understand it. How could he shave so close?
Phil, I think you carried it too far. Why didn't you tell Jack who you were?
What, and spoil an old man's evening?
All right, Phil, look, you fooled me. You had your little joke. Now let's forget it.
Forget it nothing. I want them nylons you promised me. Alice can use them.
you're not getting those nylons. And I'm not putting you in pictures either. Now, look, we've got a show to do, so...
Hey, Jackson. Hey, Jackson.
What?
Come here a minute.
Phil, we've got to get on with the show.
I know, all right, but come here just a minute. I want to ask you something.
Oh, all right. What is it?
Look at me.
Huh?
Do my eyes still twinkle like two stars in the summer sky?
Oh, boy, do you fall for everything you hear.
I really put one over on you, Bud. Now, go ahead, Phil. Pick up that stick and let's have a band number.
Okay, Tompkins.
Never mind. But I still can't understand how he could shave so close. That was the lady from 29 Palms, played by Little Schmo Pete and his orchestra. Well, as long as we're happy, that's all. But I still can't get over how he fooled me. You know, I should have known it was Phil when he stopped at every house, knocked on the door, and said, trick or drink.
Well, Jack, it's your own fault. You fall in love with every girl you meet, and then you do the silliest thing.
I do not.
Tell the fellas what happened when I introduced you to that girl in New York.
Mary.
What happened, Mary?
Well, Jack went up to her apartment, turned the lights down low, put one arm around her waist, and whispered, "Darling, I want you to have something to remember me by."
Mary.
Then he took off his toupee, pulled out 3 hairs, and stuck them in her locket.
Well, that just shows how much I thought of her. Anybody else could grow them back. Me, it cost $30. Now, look, kids, we've got an important play to do tonight. It's very important, so let's get on with it. Go ahead, Don, with the introduction.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, we're going to present our version of that stirring, thrilling Warner Brothers production, Dark Passage. The story concerns an unfortunate man who is serving a life term in the state penitentiary for murder. But wait, why should I tell his story? Let him tell it.
My name is Humphrey Benny. I was serving a life sentence for the murder of my wife. It wasn't intentional murder. One night when she went to bed, I turned the electric blanket up too high. They never would have caught me if I hadn't put that apple in her mouth. The next thing I knew, I was in cell 13 in the state prison. I remember my first meeting with my cellmate. I asked him how long he'd been there. And he said,
I've been in this prison for nigh on to 20 years.
What are you in for, Curly?
Arson.
Arson?
Yeah, I signed some other guy's name to a check.
Wait a minute, that's not arson.
Sure it is. I signed it Arson Wells. Oh, Curly, you may not have a spoon, but you're sure stir crazy. Say, what are you in for?
Murder.
Murder?
Yes, my wife. I was married to her for 1 year, and then I killed her. Here's her picture.
What took you so long?
I couldn't face it. Tell me, Curly, what kind of clink is this anyway?
It's not too bad as long as you don't break the rules. But last year they threw me in solitary confinement.
Solitary?
Yes. For 2 long months they kept me in a cell all by myself. 60 days I was in there all alone. Alone.
Gee, that must have been awful.
No, I'm crazy about myself.
What?
If I hadn't had a mirror, I would have gone nuts.
Well, this jail could be worse. Hey, wait a minute. Why did the lights turn dim?
They're testing the electric chair. Slugger Wilson goes in there in a few minutes. Look, here comes the guards with him now. So long, Slugger.
So long, Curly.
Now, hold still, Wilson, while we strap you in. There. Now, guard, get ready to throw the switch.
No. Please don't. Please.
Throw the switch.
Cut it out.
Oh, that tickles. Yeah. Oh, that tickles, I tell you.
Wilson, it'll be easier for you if you stop squirming. Now stop squirming. Oh, darn it, that's the third chair he broke this week.
Gee, Curly, I thought Slugger Wilson was supposed to go to the chair in June. Here it is November.
Took him 4 months to eat his last meal.
Ah. You know, Say, who's that guy coming down the corridor?
Huh? Oh, him?
Yeah.
He's a playwright trying to get some atmosphere for a prison play.
Let me see. See, I know him. That's Norman Krasner. He'll be heartbroken to see me here in prison. Hey, Norman! Norman! Look where I am! Gee, what a sense of humor. Well, I better shave. Hey, Curly, where's the hot water?
Are you kidding? Ain't no hot water in this cell.
What? No hot water? Well, I ain't going to stay in a jail like this. Hey, guard! Guard, take me to the wharf! Take me to the wharf!
So the guard took me to the wharf. I'll never forget that harrowing walk down the long, long corridor. As I passed the condemned cells, the guard said,
Poor devils, they're doomed.
as I passed the solitary cells, the guard said,
Poor devils, they'll go crazy.
as I passed the women's cells, the guard said, as I passed the work cells, I stopped and went back for the guard. Finally, we reached the warden's office. The guard told me to go in myself. I opened the door, and I faced the kindly old gentleman sitting behind the big desk, and said,
A warden? Warden?
Yeah?
What kind of a prison is this, anyway? What kind of cells have you got here? No hot water, no mattresses on the bunks. And our television set doesn't work either. And the food is bad, too.
Really? What did you have for dinner last night?
Well, let me see. We started with soup.
Your entree?
Hash.
Your dessert?
Pudding.
Your age?
38. Now, look, Warden, I ain't going to stand for this kind of treatment, see?
You'll stand for it and like it. Now go back to your cell.
I won't go back to my cell. Either let me out of here or send me to the electric chair. Do you hear me? Send me to the electric chair.
I'd love to, but our light bill's too high now.
What?
Now get back to your cell and stay there.
I went back to my cell determined to escape. I planned, I schemed, and after 7 long years, I got my chance. A parole came through for number 60734. That was Curly's number. So that night, I knocked him on the head and changed numbers with him. It worked. They took me to the gate, gave me a new suit of clothes and a $5 bill. Then they handed me a tube of bubaloon and told me to blow. When I left, I was frightened, confused. Things on the outside were in terrible shape. Financial instability, political unrest, and worst of all, they were wearing them long. There was nowhere to go, nothing to see. I was trudging the lonesome road from the jail towards the city when a car stopped beside me, and a voice said,
Want a lift to the town, big boy?
I stood there staring for a minute. I couldn't speak. I just couldn't speak. Suddenly it happened. My bubaloon busted.
That's better. I can see your face now. Hop in the car, Blue Eyes, and I'll take you to town.
Okay, Miss...
Bacall, but you can call me Lauren.
Lauren?
If you don't feel like calling, just whistle. Hop in. You've been in prison, haven't you?
Yeah. How did you know?
I saw the picture.
Oh.
You know, it's swell driving along, sitting next to you. I've been in prison so long I've forgotten what girls look like. That glorious fragrance. That lovely odor. What is it?
Gasoline, my tag flakes. Now, where would you like me to take you?
I don't know. This time of the night. It's too late for the Palladium and too early for breakfast at Brenneman's. I don't know where to go.
Well, I'll tell you what. You can ride up to the top of Mulholland Drive and park.
No, thanks. I was up there on Halloween. Now, look, Lauren, I'm in trouble, see? I just broke out of prison, and they'll be looking for me in a few hours.
Well, if that's your problem, I know a plastic surgeon who can change your face so nobody will recognize you.
Say, that's... No, why should I go to the trouble of having my face changed? They might catch me anyway.
You'll still be ahead.
Okay, I'll try it. Then I'll pull a couple of jobs that'll make me rich. Yeah, that's what I'll do.
I don't get your angle, big boy. Have you ever thought of going straight? You know, I kind of like you. You ever thought of getting married?
Yeah. Sometimes I think I'd like to get married. Settle down in a vine-covered cottage with a wife and have 10 or 12 children.
Get out, mister. This is as far as we go.
Huh? What?
Well, this is where that plastic surgeon has his office.
Good. Let's go in.
The doctor's office was on the second floor. I followed her up the stairs. She was wearing them long, too. As we walked down the hall, I began to feel frightened, nervous, afraid. Lauren sensed how I felt and walked over to encourage me. She kissed me. When I came to, I was in the doctor's office. He was feeling my pulse with one hand and my wallet with the other. Finally, he said,
Mr. Benny, as long as I'm going to change your face, who do you want to look like?
I don't know. I just don't want to be recognized.
Well, I can make you look like a young man or an old man. Or if you really want to disguise yourself, I can put some glass in the back of your head and make you look like a Studebaker.
No, the windshield wipers would drive me nuts. But then, if you think looking like a Studebaker would do the trick, go ahead.
Very well, I'll call my assistant. Oh, Dr. McNulty.
Here I am, Doctor. Shall I... Gosh, you sure loused up this guy's face.
He hasn't started yet. Now, look, I'm in a hurry. Let's get on with the operation.
Very well, I'll go in the next room and put on my gown.
Say, Dr. McNulty, will it hurt much?
Oh, no, he's the best plastic surgeon in town.
Really?
Uh-huh. 10 years ago, a man came in to have his nose straightened out, so the doctor sat him down in a chair, stood behind the man, reached down and grabbed the patient's nose in both hands and began pulling up. He pulled and pulled and pulled, and all of a sudden, boing!
Gee, didn't the guy sue?
Why should he? Today, that man is Bob Hope.
Well, I hope my operation turns out okay.
The doctor came back. He was carrying his surgical instruments, and he had slipped into his operating gown. He was wearing them long, too. He adjusted the ether cone to my nose. I began inhaling. My head began to whirl. I began to hear voices. The light bill's too high now, too high now, too high now, too high now. Then I caught a blurred vision of Lauren looking down at me. She was so beautiful. I wanted to marry her. I cried, Lauren, Lauren. She looked at me tenderly and said, Her voice was so beautiful. Suddenly things got dimmer and dimmer. My head whirled faster and faster. And then I passed out. When I came to, the operation was over. They removed the bandages. I looked in the mirror. It was even better than I expected. I looked like a Cadillac. I had white sidewall ears. The doctor was pleased, too. He was smiling, and he said,
How do you feel, Mr. Benny?
I mean, fine, thank you.
I was so happy that I ran out of the doctor's office. But my happiness didn't last long. People recognized me. So I went back to the doctor and had my face changed again. This time I looked like a Buick. But people still recognized me. So I had my face changed again. Now I look like an Oldsmobile. But I still wasn't safe. Not only were people recognizing me, but I was going broke buying license plates. It was no use. Finally, in desperation, I sold myself to the Smiling Irishman. They put a new top on me and made me into a bus. I am now running between Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga. All aboard!
The program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's go out to Beverly Hills to the Benny household. It's morning, and Rochester is bringing Jack his breakfast.
Now, let's see if I have everything on the tray. Silverware, napkin, the morning paper, and his favorite magazine, True Confessions. They printed Mr. Benny's story in it. What a title. I was ruined by Hollywood nightlife. He wrote that under his pen name, Tallulah Hemingway. Ruined by Hollywood nightlife. He must have been ruined in the afternoon. He's sleeping at 10 o'clock. Well, I better bring him his tray and wake him up. Look at him sleep there. Not a care in the world. Look at that smile on his face. He must be having the same dream he has every night. He thinks he's just finished a violin concert at Carnegie Hall, and the whole audience is applauding and yelling, bravo. Yep, that was it. He took a bow and fell out of bed.
Where am I? What happened?
You must have been dreaming, boss. Here, I brought you your breakfast.
Oh, good. Oh, boy, I'm hungry this morning. Let's see. Orange juice, oatmeal, bacon, and toast.
What do you want to drink with your toast?
Same as I've been having all week, just plain water.
Boss, I don't think this one-man campaign of yours is going to bring the price of coffee back down.
I can't understand why it keeps going up in price.
Well, Mr. Benny, it's simple. In school, I studied international economics.
In school?
Yep.
In school, I learned to pronounce economics.
Well, let me explain this to you here. Let me explain it to you.
Well, here we go. Go ahead, explain it to me, Roger.
Now, most of the coffee comes from Brazil. In fact, Brazil's main exports are bananas, coffee, and tin.
So what?
Well, Brazil starts off the international trade by sending us bananas, for which we send them mining equipment. Then they mine the tin and send the tin to us, and we make tin cans. Then we send them the cans, they fill them with coffee, and send them back to us. And there you are.
Well, how does that affect the price of coffee?
I don't know. I quit school that day.
Rochester, I don't think you know what you're talking about. I'll answer it. Hello? Hiya, Tallulah. Tallulah?
I read it, Dad. You dog.
Well, I'm just about to have breakfast. Now, what do you want?
Look, Jackson, I may have to miss rehearsal Saturday. I've got to go over to 20th Century Fox for retakes on the picture.
Wabash Avenue.
Well, you finished that in July. You've been doing retakes on it for the past 3 months.
Well, it ain't exactly retakes. You see, there's a scene in the picture of me singing That's What I Like About the South.
Uh-huh.
And because of the foreign market, I've been down to the studio dubbing in the lyrics in French, German, Spanish, Greek, Portuguese, and Italian.
Portuguese?
Yes.
You went to school with Rochester.
Same place.
Portuguese and Italian.
Portuguese and Italian.
I see.
Now, you know something?
What?
Jackson, you've been right all these years.
About what?
That song stinks in 6 different languages.
Well, don't tell me you're getting sick of it, too.
Yeah. Hey, Jackson, get a load of this in French. Vetrez-vous avec ma jalabona, la coup reconnaît ma chère moma. You see, Jackson, in French, you can't understand it.
I never understood it in English. But anyway, Phil, there's been a lot of publicity about Wabash Avenue. Isn't Victor Mature in that picture with you?
Uh-huh.
And Betty Grable?
Yeah. Hey, Jackson, listen. There's one scene in the picture of just me and Betty at the beach, and those new French bathing suits. Wow! They had to shoot that scene over again.
Too daring?
No, they want Betty to wear one, too.
Well, that would be a shame, Phil. She's liable to steal the scene from you.
Yeah, but it's the last time I ever make a picture with Grable and Mature.
Why?
With her legs and his chest, I ain't worth a turnip green. What? Or as we say in French, turnip green eye.
Well, don't worry about it, Phil. You can miss rehearsal if you want to.
Thanks a lot, Jackson. It's awfully nice of you to... Oh, excuse me.
Phil, didn't you tell me last week you were on the water wagon?
Yeah.
How come you just hiccuped?
I transcribed that one for release at this more convenient time. Goodbye, Cholo.
Oh, what a guy. Say, Rochester, were there any other phone calls for me before I woke up?
Yes, sir, your barber.
My barber? What did he want?
He said if you didn't call for it in 30 days, he's going to sell it. Coming!
Oh, hello, Rochester.
Well, hello, Miss Livingston. Come on in.
Mr. Benny up?
Yeah, he's getting dressed. Oh, by the way, Miss Livingston, we haven't seen you all week. Where have you been?
Well, right after last Sunday's broadcast, I drove down to Palm Springs.
Oh, you've been out in the desert.
Yeah, I went there to cool off.
I know what you mean. Miss Livingston, but you didn't have to go all the way to Palm Springs. Why didn't you come over here and use Mr. Benny's swimming pool?
My season ticket expired on Labor Day.
Well, for you, he'd have made an adjustment.
Maybe.
Oh, hello, Mary. Glad to be back in Palm Springs?
Well, frankly, no, Jack. It's too hot here.
Oh, everybody's worried about the heat. It's not hot.
It isn't, eh?
No.
As I drove over, I saw a tongue coming down the street with a dog hanging out.
Mary, you've been watching Milton Berle again. Hey, it's kind of early. Have you had your breakfast?
Yeah, but I could stand a cup of coffee.
Okay. Oh, Rochester, bring Miss Livingston a cup of... Mary, how about some tea?
No, thanks.
Milk?
No, I just want a cup of... Oh, I get it. The price of coffee's gone up so high you're drinking water.
Yeah. How'd you know?
Figures.
Hey, Mary, what's that magazine you got there?
A copy of True Confessions.
Oh.
Jack, there's a story in here by Tallulah Hemingway that will break your heart.
Yes, I read it.
How all those things could happen to one girl in 39 years, I'll never know.
Well, some people live exciting lives. There are some other
Oh,
stories...
boss, the mail just came.
Good. Many letters?
2 for you, 1 for me, and 10 for Tallulah.
Oh, well, just put them on the table. Mary, speaking about the heat...
Jack.
What?
If you didn't have that operation, I'd punch you right in the nose.
Look, Mary, the Warner Brothers bought the story for Joan Crawford. That's all that counts. Rochester, hand me my letters.
Here you are.
Thanks. Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
It's from Mr. Kearns of the Colonial Yacht Company. Trying to frighten me into buying that yacht for $50,000.
Well, Jack, this is liable to be more serious than you think. They can make you pay or drag you into court.
No, Mary, they wouldn't. See, I don't know. See, maybe they would.
I think they would, boss. Mr. Kern called yesterday and said if he didn't receive the money by today, he was going to send a lawyer over to see you.
Lawyer. I got frightened every time. Well, I might as well answer. That's funny. There's nobody here.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Dennis.
Well, nobody answered the door. I came in through the window.
Oh. Well, good to see you, kid.
What's wrong with him?
Nothing, Dennis. Just he was expecting a lawyer.
A lawyer? Who's he suing?
Nobody. I'm being sued.
Gee, that's a switch.
To hear you talk, you think I'm always suing somebody.
Well, you sued me once.
When did I ever sue you?
That Sunday night when I went to the movies and didn't listen to your repeat broadcast.
I didn't sue you. I warned you.
Dennis, this is serious. Jack is going to be sued for $50,000.
Oh, I can lend you $50,000, Mr. Benny.
Oh, stop being silly. You and your... You haven't got that kind of money.
Oh, yes, I have. My uncle died and left it to me.
Your uncle left you $50,000?
He left me his printing press, too.
Dennis, your uncle must have been a counterfeiter. Let me see some of that money.
Okay, here's a $5 bill.
I can do it. Mary, look. Instead of Lincoln, he's got a picture of a log cabin. Dennis.
Lincoln's in the cabin.
What?
It's cold outside.
Jack, look who's coming up the walk.
Where? Oh, my goodness, Mr. Kearns from the yacht company.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. Rochester, you answer the door. I'll hide in the closet.
Okay, Rochester, he's in the closet. Answer the door.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you do? I'm Mr. Kearns of the Colonial Yacht Company. May I see Mr. Benny?
Mr. Who?
Mr. Benny.
Benny?
Yes. Jack Benny, star of stage, screen, and radio.
Ooh.
Jack, what happened?
When he said star of stage, screen, and radio, I took a bow and bumped my head on the ground.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Benny.
Yes. Look here, Mr. Kearns. I told you before I'm not going to buy that yacht. And you're wasting your time trying to sell it to me. So you might as well return my $1,000 deposit.
Wait a minute, Jack.
Huh?
How do you know you wouldn't like owning a yacht? A lot of stars in Hollywood have them.
Oh, Mary.
Gary Cooper has a yacht.
Oh, he's richer than I am.
Humphrey Bogart has a yacht.
Well, he's richer than I am, too.
Well, Errol Flynn isn't richer.
No, but he's younger. Now, Mr. Kearns, I don't think there's any use...
Just a minute, Mr. Benny. Miss Livingston gave me an excellent idea. Now, perhaps if you took a little cruise on this yacht, it might help you make up your mind. You know, sort of a demonstration. We'll go to Catalina.
Well...
This will place you under no obligation at all.
Well, good.
Yes. But we'll have to hurry. I told the captain to take her out in an hour.
Oh, that's fine. Come on, Mary. Hey, Dennis, you can go with us. Let's go, Mr. Kearns. We'll have a wonderful, no-obligation time. Dennis, get your hat. Come on, Mr. Kearns. Let's get out on that yacht.
Well, we'll be out on the yacht in just a minute. Oh, I hope you don't mind riding in this tender. The sea's kind of rough.
Well, it can't get too rough for me. You know, during the First World War, I used to be on the Navy.
Really? Mm-hmm. On our side?
Yes, I was at Great Lakes.
Mr. Kearns, can't we go a little faster?
No, we have to take it a little slow here in the inner harbor because of all these little boats. Mr. Benny, you better sit down. We're going out of the breakwater now.
Oh, Mr. Kearns, is that the yacht out there?
Yes, that's it. Oh, just look at those beautiful lines.
Yeah.
Now, folks, when we pull up to the landing platform, please follow my instructions.
I know, Mr. Kearns, I know. When transferring from one ship to another, you have to go along with the swell of the wave and jump when both vessels have spent their thrust to port and are just starting their return to starboard.
Well, thank you, Admiral Yamamoto.
I told you I was on our side. And you can stop being funny. That's the way we used to do it in the Navy.
All right, folks, here we are at the landing platform. Get in line, and when I say 3, jump. All right, Miss Livingston. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
Mr. Day. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Mr. Benny. 1, 2, 3.
Mary, help me.
Who helped you when you were in the Navy?
I didn't fall. I jumped in on purpose. When I buy a yacht, I want to see what it looks like underneath.
Well, how does it look?
I don't know. I lost my glasses.
Well, here, Jack, take my hand. I'll help you up.
Thanks. These wet clothes, I'm liable to catch cold here.
Well, now here we are all aboard. I guess we can proceed to Catalina. Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny, I'd like you to meet our captain.
The captain?
Yes. Captain, this is Mr. Benny.
How do you do?
Captain, your face looks familiar. Haven't I seen you before?
You might have. I used to be an usher at NBC.
Oh, yes, yes.
Did they fired us both the same day, remember?
Wait a minute, Captain. I wasn't...
Get underway. All right, Captain. Full speed ahead.
Yeah, aye, sir.
Well, we're on our way.
Jack, isn't it wonderful out here on the ocean?
Yes, Don, there's nothing I love better than a no-obligation cruise. Just look how blue the water is. Say, Dennis, isn't this... Dennis? Mary, where'd that kid go?
I don't know. He was here just... Oh, for heaven's sake, look, Jack, he's way up on top of the mast.
On top of the mast? Dennis! Dennis, come down here!
Mr. Christian, I see you swinging from the highest yardarm in the
Dennis, come down off that mast!
Jack?
Huh?
The engines are going at full speed, but we're not even moving.
Gee, that's right.
Hey, Mr. Wilson, you're standing too far forward. The propellers are out of the water.
Now, step back to the middle of the ship.
Now we're going.
Dennis!
Avast there, you landlubbers! Swab the decker, I'll sail you to the airport.
Dennis, come down!
It's pretty dangerous for him to be up there on the mast.
I know. See, I got on to you how to get him down. Don, you run from side to side and rock the boat. That'll make Dennis seasick. He'll be glad to come down.
Oh, but Jack...
Now, we've got to get that kid down before he hurts himself. Now, go ahead. Run from side to side.
Okay.
Faster, Don. Faster. Now you got it rocking. Keep it up, Don. Keep it rocking. He'll have to come down.
Ooh-wee, this is fun!
Keep it up, Don. Keep rocking the boat. Keep it rocking until he... Don, stop rocking. Don, stop rocking. Somebody slow down. Captain.
Don't look at me. I'm sick as a dog.
What?
Whee! I'm caught by the sailor man. I'm caught by the sailor man. I've got to the finish.
Captain, turn this thing around. I want to go home.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, on last week's program, everybody made so many mistakes in reading their lines that Jack felt it was necessary to call a special meeting. At the moment, we find the cast assembled in Jack's living room.
Now, look, kid, I want you to take what I'm going to say in the spirit in which it's given. I'm not angry. I'm not upset. But I did feel it was necessary to call this meeting.
All right, Jack. What's the meeting about?
Yeah, let's get it over with, huh?
Well, Phil, as I said before, I'm not angry. But on last week's program, I never heard so... Dennis, you're not paying attention. Get away from that fishbowl.
The last time I looked in this bowl, there were only 2 goldfish.
I know. Now, kid...
How come there are 3 of them now?
Because the first 2 fell in love and got married. That's why. Now, kid...
If they just got married, why'd they take in a boarder?
Look, if they didn't take in a boarder, the little one is a baby.
Oh, yeah, the one on the right is the mother.
No, Dennis, the one on the right is the father.
You could have fooled me.
Dennis, will you do me a favor?
Oh, for heaven's sake, Jack. You called us over here for a meeting, so let's get on with it.
Yes, Jack. Tell us what's on your mind.
I'm trying to. I called this meeting to find out why there were so many mistakes made on last week's broadcast.
All right, so we made a few mistakes. Is that a reason for you to get mad?
I told you I'm not mad.
Livy's right, Jackson. You're burned up and you know it.
I'm not burned up.
Jack, there's no reason for you to get so upset.
Upset? What makes you think I'm upset?
You look like a football coach whose team has to play Notre Dame.
All right, you kids can have your little joke. And one couldn't be a star of my magnitude without being able to take a few jibes from his underlings. But, as I said before, I'm not mad. All I want to do...
Benny.
What do you want now?
Are you sure the one on the left is the mother?
Yes, Dennis, the one on the left is the mother.
The one on the right is prettier.
All right, so the father is prettier than the mother.
Well, that doesn't make sense.
Sure it does, kid. Take me and Alice.
Phil, be quiet.
Okay, Jackson, okay. I'd like to get this meeting over anyway. What kind of mistakes did we make last week?
Well, for one thing, Phil, you don't even know how to speak the English language. If a word has over 2 syllables, you don't even know what it means.
I may not know what it means, Jackson, but when I speak, I have perfect diction.
Phil, as long as you brought that up, I've got news for you. I've heard better diction coming out of the exhaust pipe of a Greyhound bus. Believe me, Phil, the only thing that sounds worse than Harris the speaker is Harris the musician.
Hold it, Jackson. Hold it. It may interest you to know that I just got an offer to make a guest appearance with Arturo Toscanini.
You got an offer from Toscanini?
Yes, he wants me to be first whip snapper when he plays mule train.
Well, that you can do, I know.
Jack, if you're just going to ball out Phil, why did you call the rest of us?
Because you all made mistakes last week.
Wait a minute, Jackson. I didn't make no mistake.
Oh, you didn't, eh? Rochester.
Yes, boss.
Open the phonograph and play that record of last week's program.
Okay.
Now put the needle where I told you to put...
Coo, baby. Coochie-coochie-coo.
Dennis, get your hand out of that fishbowl. Anyway, you're tickling the father. Now go ahead, Rochester. Start the record where I've got that little chalk mark. You say you didn't make any mistakes, eh, Phil? Just listen. This is the part where we were talking about your picture, Wabash Avenue. Now listen.
Well, it ain't exactly retakes. You see, there's a scene in the picture of me singing That's What I Like About the South.
Uh-huh.
And because of the foreign market, I've been down to the studio dubbing in the lyrics in French, German, Spanish, Greek, Portuguese, and Italian. Portuguese?
That's all, Rochester. Did you hear that, Phil? Did you hear that? Portuguese.
I thought it sounded cute. Play it again, Roch.
Never mind.
Jack, I don't think it's fair of you to ball Phil out.
I've been waiting for you to speak up. Rochester, put that other record on, the one marked Mary.
Jack, if you're trying to tell me that I make a mistake now and then, you needn't bother because I know it.
Mary, I don't mind the little fluffs you've made, like the time you ordered a Chiswee sandwich. You make little mistakes like that every now and then. But, Mary, what do you think was your biggest mistake?
Leaving the May Company.
Well, I won't argue that point. If you want to eat and get fat, that's your business. Now, I have a record here.
Well, Mr. Benny, are you sure the one on the left is the mother?
I'm sure. And Dennis, stop interrupting. I want to get this meeting over with because I have to go to see Ronald Colman on some very important business. Now, look, Mary, you say you didn't make any mistake last week. Look, I want you to hear a recording of a program we did a few weeks ago. Rochester, put it on where I've got that little chalk mark.
Yes, sir.
Now, listen, Mary.
Mary, all the networks are nice. And it's about time people realize that there's no animosity between them.
There isn't?
Of course not. Now, take CBS. They even put Johnson's wax on the floors.
Jack, CBS didn't put it there. So many stars have come over, they tracked it in on their heads.
On their shoes. They must be acrobats.
That's enough, Rochester. That's enough. You hear that, Mary? The word was supposed to be shoes. Now, how in the world did you possibly arrive at the word head?
Jack, that happened 4 weeks ago. I didn't deny it. I said I was guilty. You sentenced me to 3 days at hard labor. I painted your house. Now, let's forget it.
You won't forget it until you finish the windowsills. I want them green.
Jack, is the meeting over?
No, Don, not yet. I want to show Mary a fluff that she made on last week's program. Rochester, play that first record again.
Yes, sir.
The place I'm looking for is somewhere around the middle. Go ahead, play it.
Isn't it wonderful out here on the ocean?
Yes, Don, there's nothing I love better than a no-obligation cruise.
Oh, that's not it, Rochester. Move the needle further down.
Yes, sir. Okay.
It's a little rough.
Well, it can't get too rough for me. You know, during the First World War, I used to be on the Navy.
A little further down.
Wait a minute. Play that last part again.
What's the matter?
Jack, you said you were on the Navy instead of in the Navy.
I did not.
Oh, you didn't, eh? Rochester, play that part again.
Okay.
Jack, you better sit down. The ocean's a little rough.
Well, it can't get too rough for me. You know, during the First World War, I used to be on the Navy.
Well, Dad, shall we dance?
Phil.
Jack, how could you make a mistake like that?
Yeah, the one on the right is the mother.
Dennis, be quiet.
Oh, on the Navy. You know, Jackson, your face is the color of my eyes.
Okay, Jack. What have you got to say now?
I got this to say. I did not make a mistake.
What?
I said I did not make a mistake.
But, Jack, we heard it distinctly. You said you were on the Navy.
I said it because it's correct. When I became a sailor during the First World War, they put me on board a ship called the USS Navy. Therefore, I was on the Navy. Shut up and meeting adjourned. Now, Phil, you and Mary can leave, but Don, I want you to stay. And you too, Dennis. I want to hear your song.
So long, Jackson.
Bye, Jack.
Tell me I made mistakes. All right, Dennis, what are you going to sing?
Well, this is an old song, Mr. Benny. It was written by Ben Oakland and Herb Magnuson, and Georgie Jessel wrote the lyrics.
Oh, Georgie Jessel. What's the name of it, kid?
Roses in December.
Good. Let's hear it. Dennis! Dennis, that was beautiful. I don't know, it seems that lately your voice is getting better and better. He didn't even say goodbye. Say, Rochester, I got to run over and see Mr. Colman now on some business. When I get back, have a little lunch for me. I'd like scrambled eggs.
Sorry, boss, we're all out of eggs.
Oh. Well, as long as I'm going next door to the Colmans, I'll borrow a couple. I'll be right back. I hope their butler doesn't answer the door. I don't think he likes me. Well, hello, Bonita.
Oh, hello, Jack.
Ah, gee, Bonita, you look wonderful.
Thank you, Jack. Here are the eggs.
Bonita, how did you know I wanted to borrow eggs?
Well, I saw you coming up the walk, and since it was butter yesterday and sugar the day before, it had to be eggs today.
Oh, yes.
So we've completed the cycle, haven't we?
Yes, we have.
Now, is there anything else you might want? Bread, cream, flour, lettuce, turnips?
Well...
We're pushing turnips today.
No, just the eggs will do.
Well, now, maybe you could use some cookies. Cinnamon, jam, jelly beans. Oh, no. I gave you plenty of jelly beans.
You gave me jelly beans? You gave me jelly... When?
2 weeks ago, that night when you rang my bell and said trick or treat.
Oh, yeah. Gosh, Minnie, I took such pains disguising myself as Little Bo Peep. How'd you recognize me?
Because little Bo Peep had lost her hair.
Yes, I didn't know where to find it. Well, thanks for the egg.
You're quite all right, Jack. Goodbye.
Oh, just a minute, Benita. The main reason I came over was to see Ronnie. To have some very important business to discuss with him.
Oh, I'm sorry, but Ronnie's at the studio. He's doing the final scenes on his picture, Champagne for Caesar.
Oh.
And if you'll excuse me, I was just getting ready to drive out there to see him.
Well, that's swell. I'll go out with you, Benita.
Oh, Jack, no, I have to make several stops on the way.
I don't mind waiting.
Oh, well, for goodness sakes, we won't be able to go after all. I've just remembered my car has a flat tire.
Oh, well, don't worry. We'll drive out in my car.
Your car?
Sure. I'll go and get it.
You win, Jack. We'll drive out in mine.
Good. Let's go.
Here we are, Jack. Stage 5. Now, you've got to be very quiet in there because...
I know, Benita, I know. I've made a lot of pictures myself.
Oh, yes, I forgot.
Thank you. Come on, let's go in.
The director says it'll be a few minutes before the next scene. They have to change the lights, Mr. Colman.
Thank you. Call me when he's ready, will you?
Gee, they've got a lot of extras on the set today, haven't they, Benita?
Yes. Oh, there he is. Hello, Ronnie.
Oh, hello, darling. Only 3 more scenes and I...
Hello, Ronnie. Ronnie, how are you?
Oh. Why, Jack, what are you doing here?
He came out with me. He wants to see you on business, darling.
Yes. Gee, it's good to see you again, Ronnie. Shake. I forgot to take the egg out of my hand. I'm sorry.
Ronnie, it isn't my fault. Stop wiping it off on my dress.
Jack, normally I am not a curious man, and I don't pry into other people's affairs. But how in the name of heaven did you happen to have an egg in your hand?
Well, Benita loaned me a couple of them, yes?
Oh, I'm glad you didn't borrow any Vigoro.
Yes. Now, Ronnie, I have some business I want to see you about.
Jack, please, I don't know what it is, but you'll have to wait. This is our last day of shooting. We're behind schedule, and we still have to do the most important scene in the picture.
But, Ronnie, this business will
Everybody on stage.
All right, Ronnie. We're all ready to shoot the scene.
I'm ready.
Oh, hello, Dick.
Benita, it's good to see you.
By the way, this is Jack Benny. Jack, this is Ronnie's director, Richard Wolfe.
Well, it's nice meeting you, Mr. Worf.
It's a pleasure meeting you, too, Mr. Benny.
Just nod to him, Dick. Don't shake hands. Don't shake hands. I'll explain it to you later.
All right. Now, Ronnie, this is the one we rehearsed this morning. Remember, the main feeling is that you're expressing contempt, not hatred. Merely contempt for your business associates.
Very good. And, Dick, don't you think it would be better if instead of sitting, I stood behind the desk?
Yeah, let's try it that way. Quiet, everybody.
Quiet on the set.
Action.
Gentlemen, at last I find courage to speak. I can't let this go on without a word of warning. You men are the forerunners of intellectual destruction in America. And I, for one, refuse to see the educational system of this country ruined by silly, simpering...
Whoops! Dropped my other egg. I'm so sorry. Goodness sake.
Cut! Mr. Benny, would you please...
No, let me handle this. Jack, how many eggs did you borrow?
2.
Good. He's out of them, Dick. We can go ahead.
Yes. Go right ahead.
Okay. Quiet on the set. Roll them. Take it, Ronnie.
Gentlemen, at last I find courage to speak. I can't let this go on without a word of warning. You men are the forerunners.
Cut! Sorry, Ronnie, it isn't your fault, but I noticed too many shadows in the background.
Hey, Joe, turn up the arcs on the right platform.
That's better. Now, Ronnie, go through the speech once more with the new lighting. This will be just a rehearsal.
Okay. Gentlemen, I have finally found courage to speak. I can't let this go on without a word of warning. You men are the forerunners of intellectual destruction in America.
Cut! That was perfect. Now, this one we'll take. Ronnie, try to get a shade more contempt into your voice.
All right, Dick, I'm ready.
All right, good. Everybody quiet.
Quiet, everybody. This is a take.
All right, Ronnie. Camera. Action.
Gentlemen, at last I find courage to speak. I can't let this go on without a word of warning. You men are the forerunners of intellectual destruction in America. And I, for one...
Cut!
Ronnie, I thought you had a little too much contempt in your voice. You see, I think that you should have done...
You think?
Mr. Benny, I happen to be the director of this picture.
I know, but I'm trying to give you the benefit of my experience, what was your name again?
Worf, Richard Worf.
Say, that sounds familiar. Worf. I've heard that name before.
Very likely. I have a brother in San Francisco named Fisherman.
Dick, how could you?
I wanted to beat him to it.
What?
I've heard you on the radio. You pick on anything.
Look, Mr. Worf, I'm only trying to help you.
I don't need your help.
Mr. Worf, for your information, making moving pictures is not a cut-and-dried business. There's no sure way to produce a good picture. The only way we can learn is by mistakes.
You better listen to him, Dick. He's made some buttes.
Thank you.
Now, look, Benny, if you're going to stay here, you'll have to keep quiet.
Now, hold it just a second, Dick. I'd like to talk to my wife, privately. Benita, will you come with me for a moment?
Yes, Ronnie?
Benita, why in the world did you bring Benny out here?
But, darling, I couldn't help it.
Couldn't help it. Look, we've been married a good many years, haven't we?
Yes, dear.
And in all those years, we've never had any serious arguments, have we?
No, dear.
Well, Benita, I'm warning you. If a thing like this happens again, I'm going to pack my Oscar and move back to the YMCA. Now, do you hear?
Ronnie, stop waving your finger in my face. You're getting egg on my nose.
That's your fault, too.
Ronnie, I hate to interrupt, but we're way behind on schedule. Let's finish this scene.
Well, I'm sorry, Dick. I'm ready.
Okay, quiet, everybody. This is a take.
Quiet on the set.
Lights, camera,
Gentlemen, at last I find courage to speak. I can't let this go on without a word of warning.
Jack!
You men are the forerunners of intellectual destruction in America.
Jack!
And I, for one, refuse to see the educational system of this country ruined.
Benny, will you shut up and get out from behind that desk?
I was only trying to show Ronnie how that speech should be...
We don't need your help. For heaven's sake, Ronnie, can't you get rid of this...
Schlemiel?
Thank you.
Look, Jack, I don't mind too much. I'm used to you. But you're new to Mr. Worf. Please leave the set.
But, Ronnie, I can't leave now. I came out here to see you on business that's important to you.
All right, Jack, all right. You've delayed the picture for an hour. You've ruined 3 takes. You've upset my director and caused me to argue with my wife. Now, what is this important business you want to talk to me about?
Ronnie, do you realize that here it is, the middle of November, and you haven't ordered your Christmas cards yet? Now, Ronnie, I have some cards with beautiful winter scenes and
Oh.
Oh, my goodness, what happened?
An arc light fell down and hit him on the head.
Is he badly hurt?
I don't know, but we better work fast. Lights, camera, action.
At last I find courage to speak. I can't let this go down without a word of warning. You men are the forerunners of intellectual...
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman and Richard Wharf for being with us tonight. And be sure to listen in next week when we will have, as our guest, Sammy the drummer. Good night.
Program starring Jack Benny with Larry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, usually at this time we take you out to Jack Benny's house. But right now, Jack isn't home. He's on his way to the studio, and Rochester is driving him.
Gee, it's a beautiful day, isn't it, Rochester?
It sure is, boss.
The sun is so nice and warm. Maybe you ought to stop the car and put the top down.
Oh, boss, let's not put the top down.
Why not?
There's so much trouble taking down the center pole and pulling out the peg.
Oh, yes, I forgot. This is the new one I bought at the Army surplus store.
Yeah, the flap still says Field Headquarters, General Bradley.
Yeah. You know, Rochester, I was thinking that now might be the time to trade this car in. I read where the price of the Maxwell is going up.
Boss, that's coffee. Coffee!
Oh, yes. Well, in that case, I'll keep the car.
But, boss...
Never mind, there's still plenty of mileage in this motor.
Well, if we're going to keep it, let's at least convert it to gasoline.
If they keep having these coal strikes, we'll have to. Anyway, Rochester, I don't want... Oh, stop the car. There's a red light. See, look at the big crowd on the corner waiting for the bus. All those people at 10 cents apiece. I could get 3 or 4 of them in here and... No. The last time I did that, I had to hold a baby on my lap. The mother didn't have any change either. Well, Rochester, why don't you drive on? The light turned green.
So did the motor. It died.
Well, start it.
I will. I'll pull out the choke, turn on the ignition, then get out and kick it right in the transmission.
Rochester, just step on the starter.
Okay.
Stop laughing. It's not funny. Go ahead, Rochester. Step on the starter again.
Just a second. I'm connecting this loose wire.
Okay.
Say, Mommy, what is it? Is that car one of those new Buicks? No, son. The Buick has holes in the hood, not in the tires. Then, Mommy, what kind of a car is it? I don't know. It must be a foreign make.
Madam, it's not a foreign make. This is an American car.
Not so loud. I want my boy to be proud of his country.
Look, madam.
Now, come on, Whitney. We've got to go. Mommy, I think you made him mad. He's throwing coal at us. My, that's a strange way for General Bradley to act.
Rochester, what's taking you so long? Get the car started.
Yes, General.
Stop saluting and let's go.
Yes, I've got the wire fixed now. I'll step on the starter again.
Rochester. Now start the car. I don't want to be late for rehearsal.
She's sorry, boss. Once more, man triumph over machine.
All right. Now, Rochester, when we get to the studio, I want you to wait for me. After rehearsal, we're going out shopping for a Thanksgiving turkey.
Yes, sir. What's the matter, boss?
I'm just thinking, with my luck, if I go out and buy a turkey, I'll win one on Crosley's $2 million giveaway. Well, here we are at CBS. Drive right into the parking lot. Wait here, Rochester. I won't be long. Yada-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dum, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Well, look who's standing over there. Ed Wynn.
Jack. Gee whiz. That's a beautiful new Cadillac you've got.
Ed, that's not a Cadillac. It's my Maxwell.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Well, I've been in television so long, everything is out of focus.
No. Oh, yeah. Anyway, Ed, I'm glad I ran into you because I want to tell you your show is certainly one of the finest things on television.
Oh, thank you, Jack. I don't know. I hardly think it's that good.
Oh, Ed, stop being so modest.
I don't know.
Gosh, television. It certainly is a far cry from the first time you and I played the Palace Theater in New York many years ago.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that bill. There were you, me, and Al Jolson.
Al Jolson? Whatever became of him anyway?
Oh, he's doing all right. He changed his name to Larry Parks, and he's in pictures. He just finished a picture called Jolson Sings Again.
Oh, is that so? Well, I wouldn't know about that, Jack.
No?
The only pictures I ever see are the ones with my son Keenan. What's his last name again?
Wynn.
Oh, Wynn. Wynn, that's the one.
Yeah.
Keenan Wynn. Isn't that silly? I know that name just as well as I know my own.
Yeah, well, I got to run along, Ed. See you again.
Oh, just a minute, Jack. How would you like to be a guest star sometime on my Spidell television show?
Me on your television show?
Mm-hmm.
Gee, I'd love it, Ed. Any time at all.
Oh, thank you, Jack. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Ed. He's a wonderful fella. Such a great comedian, too. I don't know, when you compliment him, he's so modest. Well, I better hurry into the studio. Da-da-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dum, bum-dee-da-da-dum, da-dum. Oh, hello, Mel.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Can you use me on your show this week?
Oh, for heaven's sake. Haven't you got work yet?
Well, I was supposed to be on with Ed Wynn last Thursday, but he's so absent-minded he forgot about it.
I know what you mean. I was just talking to him about our old days at the Palace, and would you believe it, Mel, he didn't even remember Al Jolson.
Ah.
Oh, quiet! Wish that Mel would get a new routine. It's amazing how a guy can support a wife and 14 kids on just... Oh, well. Oh, hello, Don. I'm, Don. I'm looking at you. No, I didn't say hello, Don. I'm sorry I'm late, but I ran into Ed Wynn outside and stopped to talk to him.
Ed Wynn. Oh, geez, a wonderful fellow, isn't he, Jack?
Yes, Don. I'm proud to say he's one of my dearest friends.
Well, I don't blame you for being crazy about him. Did you see his television show last Thursday?
No, I didn't, Don.
Oh, what a shame.
Everything Ed said was a scream. He's a terrific comedian.
Yes, Don. Wynn is quite funny. Now, Don, let's...
Jack.
What?
Jack, there's certain things Wynn does better than anybody else. In fact, he gets the biggest laughs I've ever heard anywhere.
Don, let's get on with the
Jack, last week he had the audience roaring during his entire show.
So what? Anybody can get laughs in television if he has a funny cameraman. Now let's get on with the rehearsal.
Well, Jack, don't get mad at me. I wasn't the one who started talking about Ed Wynn. You were.
All right. Now let's forget it.
Okay, Jack, but I just thought you'd be proud since you're such a good friend of America's greatest comedian.
Oh. So now Ed Wynn is America's greatest comedian.
Yes, Jack, I think he is. That's my honest opinion.
Don, I don't know how much the Frank Sinatra show is paying you, but save it, fat boy. Save it. Understand?
I agree with Donzie. I think Ed Wynn is terrific.
Do I hear a voice from the shallow end of the La Brea tar pit?
You heard me, Dad. I ain't speaking Portuguese.
So you also think that Ed Wynn is the funniest comedian in the world?
Yes, he is the funniest. Present company accepted, of course.
Well, thank you.
I meant me.
Phil, I don't know how much Alice is paying you, but save it, kid. Save it. Now, look, in order to avoid arguments, let's get on with the rehearsal.
Well, that's just what we were doing before you came in. I'm going to have my boys run through their number right now.
Good. Now, hope it's not one of those corn pone tunes you always play.
Oh, no, don't worry about that, Jackson. This week I'm playing a tune from South Pacific.
Well, from South Pacific. Well, I'd like to hear it.
All right, give it to it, fellas. So 1, 2, 3.
Phil, that's from South Pacific?
It ain't from Stromboli, Roberto.
All right, Phil, all right. I won't argue with you. To you, that's from South Pacific. You want to play it on the program, play it. But at least do me this favor. Just for a change, have the boys in your orchestra look presentable.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. What's wrong with my ensembling?
All right, we'll start off with Sammy, your drummer. Look at him sitting there way up above all the other boys with his big bald head shining out in the audience. Now, I know he has a toupee. Why doesn't he wear it?
He thinks one to a show is enough. Any more complaints, Quigley?
Yes, but I haven't time for it now. We'll hear your band number later.
Oh, hello, Jack. Sorry I'm late.
Oh, that's all right, Mary.
You know, I'm always on time. I really feel awful when I'm late like this.
Mary, I told you it's nothing. Forget it.
I would have been here sooner, but I ran into Ed Wynn. He's funny.
Look, Mary, either be here on time or don't come at all.
What's the matter with him?
Oh, he's mad because a lot of people think Ed Wynn is funny.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Jack, are you jealous again?
What do you mean again? I never get jealous of another comedian's success.
Go on. You're still sending poison pen letters to Buster Keaton.
Mary, please.
And once Margaret O'Brien got a laugh on the Lux show, and you went around telling people she was a 60-year-old midget.
Now, this has gone too far.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Let's get this straight. Just because we work for you, do we have to think you're the greatest comedian in the world?
No. No, Mary, no, you don't. This is a free country. And one more crack like that, and you'll be the freest gal. Now, let's drop the subject and get on with the rehearsal. Dennis, what song are you going to sing?
Well, Jack, Dennis isn't here. Remember, you gave him permission to go to Philadelphia to play a benefit.
Oh, yes, I forgot. I wonder how he's doing.
Well, I got a letter from him this morning. Would you like me to read it?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Dear Mary, I arrived this morning in Philadelphia after a wonderful trip on the Super T. My luggage is coming in this afternoon on the El Capitan. And tomorrow, my music is coming in on the Constellation. Boy, did I get mixed up in Kansas City.
You know, Mary, it's a funny thing about that kid, Dennis. When he's here, I wish he were someplace else. And yet, when he's someplace else, I'm happy. Now, what else does he have to say?
Philadelphia is noted for a lot of things. It's the birthplace of the Declaration of Independence. It's the birthplace of Benjamin Franklin. And it's also the birthplace of America's greatest comedian, Ed Wynn. Mary, I thought I'd just mention that because it would burn Mr. Benny up. He's always been jealous of Benjamin Franklin.
Read me that part again where Dennis says he's in Philadelphia. It makes me feel good.
Wait, Jack, there's more to the letter. Tell Mr. Benny that since I can't be on the program this week, I'm sending over Larry Stevens.
Larry Stevens? Well, where is he?
Go open the door.
Mary, why tell me to open the door?
I'm not telling you. That's what's written in the letter.
What?
See? Tell Mr. Benny that since I can't be on the program this week, I'm sending over Larry Stevens. Go open the door.
Well, that I can't understand. But...
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Larry! Larry, the most peculiar thing happened. Dennis wrote in his letter that he was sending you over for me to open the door. How did he time it that well?
He's had me standing here for 5 days.
Oh, well, come on in.
Thank you.
Well, hello, Larry.
Hello, Mary. Hiya, Don.
Well, Larry, it's been 2 years since we've seen each other, hasn't it?
Yes, sir.
In fact, the last time I saw you, you were headlining the bill at Lowe State, New York.
Yes, sir.
Are you here on a vaudeville tour now?
No, sir.
Jack, right now, Larry's the star of the show at the Oasis Club here in Los Angeles. Isn't that right, Larry?
Yes, sir.
Some dialogue. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, sir. Is that all you can say?
No, sir. But Dennis warned me not to get any laughs.
Wait a minute. Dennis warned you not to get any laughs?
Yes, sir. Who warned you, Mr. Benny?
Look, Larry, Dennis sent you over here to sing, so let's have it.
Okay.
That was very good, Larry. It'll be fine on the program. Larry, have you been doing much radio lately?
Well, no, I haven't, Mr. Benny, but I have a little television show.
You have? Well, that's wonderful.
Oh, thank you. Someday I hope I'll be as big a star as Ed Wynn.
Larry?
He's the funniest comedian.
Nobody acts. If you think that he's such
Jack, let's finish the rehearsal so we can all go home.
Yes, I like to get over with, too. I got to go downtown, buy a turkey.
Buy a turkey?
Yes, I'm going to buy a Thanksgiving turkey. What's so surprising about that?
You haven't paid for a turkey since you chipped in with the Pilgrims.
Chip in with the Pilgrims. Chip in with the Pilgrims. Mary, I don't know how much they're paying you at the Burbank Theater, but save it, gypsy. Now, let's get on with the rehearsal. Don, where are the scripts?
They haven't come down yet, Jack.
Haven't come down yet? Oh, for heaven's sake, give me that phone.
Oh, Mabel, what does the date say? Mr. Benny's line is flashing. Yeah, I wonder what all the king's money wants now. I'll find out. Hello? Yes, Mr. Benny, your wish is my command. What does he want, I says? He wants I should call the mimeograph department. Seems they forgot to bring down the script. Script? Well, how do you like that? And Mr. Benny told me that when he's on the air, all his jokes are ad-libs. Ad-libs? That's a hot one. One Sunday it was time to go on the air. He couldn't find his script. And for a half hour, all that came out of him was What? 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 And whip! And for an encore, he ad-libbed another what?
Oh, you're just jealous because the last time I was out with him, he kissed me.
Well, if you want to have careless lips, that's yours. But it's my duty to warn you that kissing breeds germs.
Well, you don't have to worry about me. Mr. Benny ain't kissing anybody with germs on their lips.
How would he know?
With his bifocals, he can see them. Anyway, I'm surprised that...
Operator. Gertrude.
I'm sorry, Mr. Benny. The mimeograph department doesn't answer.
Well, I'm waiting for my script. The least you could have done was to call me back and tell me.
Don't yell at me. Who do you think you are, Edwin?
What?
Hey, Mabel, he's ad-libbing again.
Oh, goodbye.
Jack, what happened?
Edwin. That's all I've been hearing all day.
Jack.
You, Phil, Don, Gertrude. All you know is Edwin.
Jack, don't get excited. I'll run up to the mimeograph department and get the script.
Well, you can get the script if you want to. Pass them out and rehearse them by yourselves. I'm going home. Edwin. You think there was nobody else in show business? Everybody has to make a big thing out of it.
Hello, Jack. Say, Jack, don't forget you're going to be on my television show soon.
Listen, Wynn, I wouldn't be on your show for $1 million. You big ham. What? Look at him trying to ad-lib. He's the world's greatest comedian. I'm Buster Keaton.
Go ahead, Jack.
I don't want to.
Jack, don't be childish. You've got to.
I don't care. I'm not going to do it.
Now, Jack, you're being ridiculous. You simply have to do it. Now, go ahead.
Oh, all right. I want to thank Edwin for being on my show today. There, I said it. Goodbye.
Good night, folks.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, the Sportsman Quartet, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we take you out to Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills. It's evening, and Jack has just finished his dinner.
Ah, Rochester, that certainly was a good dinner. I haven't eaten so much since Thanksgiving. I really stuffed myself. He sure prepared a wonderful meal.
Thanks, boy. Can I stop patting your stomach now?
Yeah. Anyway, it's your own fault. Next time, mash the potatoes first. Gosh, I'm full. See, Thanksgiving is such a nice holiday, and I've got so much to be thankful for. I got my health. I've got a nice home. I live in California, and Fred Allen lives in New York. It's a great, wide, wonderful world we live in. I'll get it, Rochester. It's 7:30. Who in the world could be calling at this hour of the night? Oh, well.
Hiya, Jackson.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, this is a surprise. What are you fellas doing around here?
Well, I was over at the studio making a record, and I ran into Dennis, and we thought we'd drop over and see you.
Oh. What record did you make, Phil?
Drink to Me Only with Thine Eyes.
Well, Phil, from the looks of thine eyes, thou hast been drinking.
True. Wouldst thou happen to have an aspirin about thee?
Verily, thou canst get one in yon machine.
Thanks and good health to ye all from Rexall.
I wondered when you'd get that in. Come on in. Now, who can that be?
Thou hast forgotten me.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Dennis. Come on in. We'll go in the library. Gee, kids, I'm certainly glad you dropped over. You know, I didn't know what I was going to do. Oh, hello, Polly.
Hello. Hello, Polly.
Hello. Hello, Polly.
Hello.
Phil, don't stand so close. Well, kids, now that you're here, what do we do to kill the evening? Say, how about a game of bridge?
Bridge?
Yeah, we'll get out the card table and... Oh, gee, we can't play.
Why not?
Well, to play bridge, you have to have 4 people. Oh, Rochester!
Yes, boss?
How'd you like to join the 3 of us in a friendly little game?
Okay, I'll move the couch so we can throw it against the wall, and then I'll slide.
Bridge!
No, thanks. I don't gamble.
Rochester, will you please bring in the bridge table and some cards?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Rochester. All right, fellas, let's go.
1-note trump.
Dennis, we haven't dealt the cards yet. He has to be my partner yet. Go ahead, Phil, you deal.
Okay.
Rochester, getting a little warm in here. Open the window, will you, please?
Yes, sir.
Rochester, did you feed the cat?
Oh, yes, boss. She just finished a plate of turkey.
Well, what's she mad about?
She's not mad. She just ain't got a toothpick.
Well, close the window. She's making me nervous.
Okay, Jackson, pick up your cards, huh?
All right. Let me see. Let's see. I bid 2 spades. Dennis, I bid 2 spades. What do you do?
Which one's a spade?
The black one.
I've got 2 kinds of black ones.
Those are spades and clubs. Now, what do you do?
I pass.
Dennis, you can't pass. You're my partner.
Some partner. I'm off the show 1 week and he gets Larry Stevens.
Look, you're my partner in the game. I bid 2 spades. That's a forcing bid. I'm trying to find out what you've got in your hand.
Oh, I've got a 7 of diamonds, a 9 of hearts.
Not that! Oh, for heaven's sake. What do you do, Phil?
I'll open for $2.
Look, Phil, this is bridge.
I don't care what it is. I got a full house of straight and 4 aces.
Phil.
And if deuces were wild, I could buy CBS and give you back to NBC.
Stop, will you? Now, come on, Rochester, will you answer that?
Yes, sir.
Now, come on, Phil, it's up to you. What do you do?
Hello? The check is in the mail.
Rochester, how can you answer the phone that way when you don't know who it is?
It may not apply to you, Miss Livingston, but it fits the butcher, the baker, and 100 other trusting souls.
Is Mr. Benny there?
Yes, ma'am. But before I get him for you, I wonder if you'd do me a favor, Miss Livingston.
Well, certainly, Rochester. What is it?
Well, Christmas is coming, and I don't know what to get the boss for a present, so I thought you might help me.
Well, it always is a problem getting the gift from Mr. Benny. You got to think it's something that he wants very badly, and he won't buy for himself.
Like what?
Like a pound of coffee.
Oh, yeah. Hold the line. I'll put him on. It's for you, boss. It's Miss Livingston.
Oh, excuse me a minute, fellas. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. I hate to bother you, but I have some visitors here from Plainfield, and they'd love to go through a movie studio.
Uh-huh.
And I thought you might be able to help me get me into one.
Want to get them into one? Why, certainly, Mary. I'll play you this week's record next week. Now, let's see. Maybe I can help you, Mary. Let me see what studio owes me a favor. Let's see. No. Yeah, I wonder if, no. Maybe No.
Oh, keep thinking, Jack. There must be one studio you haven't made a picture for.
Mary, that has nothing to do with it. I can get them in any studio in town, whether I made a picture for them or not.
Good. How about Warner's?
Well...
Paramount?
Hmm.
MGM?
Well...
20th Century Fox? Universal International?
Universal? Would they like to go through Universal?
Yes.
Now, let's...
How about Columbia Pictures?
Well, during the week, it's awfully...
RKO?
RKO.
Oh, well, I guess I'll have to do it again.
Do what?
Take him through the May Company.
Oh, that's swell, Mary. They'll love those escalators.
I know. Well, thanks for helping me.
You're welcome any time at all. Goodbye, Mary.
Goodbye, Mr. Goldwyn.
Goldwyn? Well, here I am, fella. Sorry it took so long.
Hey, Jackson, we got all balled up, so I dealt a new hand.
Okay. Now, let's see. What a hand. I pass.
I pass.
I bet 12 hearts.
12 hearts?
I'd have had the other one, too, if you'd have stayed on that phone a little longer.
Oh, give me those cards. I'll deal them myself. Dennis, stop singing and concentrate on the game.
Oh, I was just humming the song I'm going to do on the program.
Look, kid, are we going to play cards or are we going to
Well,
play...
you always like to hear the song before I do it on the show.
All right, let me hear it now. Sing it while I'm dealing the cards.
Well, you better deal them slow. It's a ballad.
Okay. Come on. That'll be very good, Dennis. Very good. Now, come on, kid. It's getting late. Let's finish the game. Oh, Rochester, you can put away the card table now. They've all gone home.
Okay.
I'm going to read a while. Meanwhile, you go upstairs and make my bed, will you, please?
Yes, sir.
And, Rochester, the evenings are getting chilly, so don't forget to plug in my General Electric blanket.
Boss, we haven't got a General Electric blanket.
We've got one now. Oh, brother, will my house be full of General Electric blankets? I'm going to the den and read now.
Are you going to walk or shall I drive you in a Cadillac?
Let's not overdo it. I'll see you later. Oh, gee, I'm glad the gang dropped over. I haven't played bridge in a long time. Why did I have to get stuck with Dennis for a partner? All the dumb, stupid kids. Imagine him bidding 7-no trump on that last hand. I'll never understand how he made it. Well, let me see. There's so many books here I haven't read. Here's one, Let 'Em Eat Cheesecake by Earl Wilson. I Married a Communist by Joe Stalin. Here's another one, I've Never Been Home by Bob Hope. Here's a book by Eugene O'Neill. Morning Becomes Electric Blanket. Hey, here's a book I haven't read. The Farmer's Son. Well, that's a switch. Farmer's Son. I think I'll read it. What's this inscription here? Well, for goodness sake. Happy birthday from Andy Devine. Oh, yes. Andy gave this book to me last year for a birthday present. I'll never forget when he came over to my house, he handed it to me and said,
Hiya, Buck. Happy birthday!
Hello, Andy. Good to see you.
Good to see you too, Buck. And here's a present for you.
Gee, a book. Thanks very much.
Tell me, Buck, how old are you today?
39. What are you laughing at, Andy?
Well, I'm 43, and you used to be my babysitter.
Now, wait a minute. Come on now. Well, Andy, I appreciate the book very much. Won't you stay a while?
Oh, thanks, Buck, but I have to hurry home and fix the roof on my house.
Oh, is the roof leak?
Yeah, I think so. Last night while I was having dinner, it started to rain, and I finished the same bowl of soup 7 times.
Well, then I won't keep you. Thanks again for the book, Andy.
You're welcome, Buck. So long!
So long, Andy. Gee, Andy gave me this book for my birthday, and I haven't read it yet. Well, might as well read it now. Move this chair a little closer to the light. There. The Farmer's Son by Bertram Scott. Chapter 1.
My name is Lemuel Jones. I live on a farm with my wife, Emma, and my son, Clem. Just an ordinary farm. Have a few chickens. Pigs. Cows. Turkeys. A horse. And a jackass.
How do you do?
My wife, Emma, and I were awfully worried about our wayward son, Clem. I remember one evening when we were waiting for our boy to come home. Emma came up to me and said,
Oh, Lamb.
What is it, Em?
Tell me, Lamb, have you seen Clem?
Ain't seen Clem since 3 p.m. Em, I'm getting worried about our boys.
Me too. You ought to talk to Clem about the facts of life. He's going on 28.
Guess you're right, Ma. One night I took him to a burlesque show. He just sat there eating Cracker Jack. I sat so close to the runway, I got my nose stepped on twice. Look what time it is. Clem ain't home yet.
Yeah.
Throw her a toothpick, Ma. Darn that cat.
Well, that ain't a cat. That's the dog. He does imitations.
Does? Wonder if he can imitate that comedian feller, Eddie Cantor. That sounds so... Stupid dog! Looks like that jackass was here a little while. Get away from here, Fido.
Oh, Lamb!
That's Uncle Sam.
Come on in.
Oh, Lamb!
What is it, Shem?
Got some news about your son, Clem.
You hear that, Em?
Sure did, Lamb.
Fido, get away from them drums! Sam, what's this news you got about Clem?
Well, you know that Thompson gal who wears high-heeled wedgies and puts ketchup on her fingernails?
You mean Lulabelle Thompson?
That's the filly.
Well, what about her?
Lamb, that son of yours has been writing her letters.
Be careful what you say, Sam.
I found one of them letters, and here it is.
You did, eh? Well, read it. Read it!
It says, Dear Lulabelle, your hair is gold, your eyes are blue, tomatoes are soft, and so are you.
No, Shem. I wouldn't mind that letter so much except for those last 4 words. And so are you. That's They're going too far.
Now, don't be too hasty, Lamb. Maybe he weren't himself when he wrote it.
I don't know what to think.
Lamb, here comes our boy now.
Hello, Dad.
You're late, my lad.
Well, tell me, Dad, did I make you mad?
You made Dad mad, you made me sad.
Now cut that out!
Now, listen, Clem. I know your little secret. Shem here found a love letter you wrote to Luna Bell Thompson.
Oh, darn it.
Watch your language, son. There's a jackass in this house. How do you do? Now, son, there's certain things Wait a minute. Did you have a drink before you came home?
Yes, Father, a malted milk.
A malted milk, eh? Was there an egg in it?
Well,
Answer me, son. Was there an egg in it?
Yes, Dad, there were two of them.
What?
Look, Ma, he's ad-libbing again.
Son, I'm ashamed of you. I can't understand you going out. Come in.
Yeah, I'm from the General Electric Company. Where do I plug it in?
Upstairs. What took you so long?
I got lost in the fog.
Oh, well, take it upstairs.
Thank you. We're delivering your Cadillac in the morning.
Thank you. Now, as I was saying, son, I'm ashamed of you carrying on with Luna Bell Thompson.
I can't help it, Pa. I'm in love with Lou.
Lou?
I call her that for short.
That's the beginning of the end, son. Start calling her a pet name. Then you want to buy her an engagement ring. You ain't got the money. You go out and steal it. And the first thing you know, you wind up in Folsom. I said Folsom! Stupid dog. Now, listen to me, son. I knew many gals when I was a young man. I know how you feel. Back when I first proposed to your ma, she turned me down. And I felt so bad, I drank a glass of iodine.
Was there an egg in it?
Huh?
Answer me! Was there an egg in it?
Three of them. I used to carry a chicken in my shirt.
Tell me, Pa, what makes a chicken lay an egg?
I've been waiting for that. Leave the room, Emma. I'm going to have a talk with Clem about the facts of life.
I hope you learn something.
Glad you didn't blow that line. Now sit down, son, while I tell you the facts of life.
Well, I got to run along, Lamb.
Okay, Shem.
Now, you listen to your pappy, Clem, and stay away from gals like Luna Bell Thompson. She ain't fit for a nice boy like you. Goodbye.
Shem is right, Clem. Luna Bell ain't your type.
But, Pa, I gotta marry her because if I don't, she's gonna commit suicide.
Suicide?
Yep, she said she's gonna throw herself in front of a mule train and clippity-clop herself to death.
I ain't going to be responsible for anything like that. I'm going to call Luna Bell and tell her she can marry you.
I'm glad, Pa, because she's such a nice, sweet girl.
Give me that phone. Don't worry, son. I'll arrange everything. I ain't going to stand in the way of your happiness or Luna Bell's either. Hello? Hello, is this Luna Bell Thompson's house?
Sure is. Hi, you lamb.
What's Jim? What are you doing at Luna Bell's house? She ain't your gal.
She ain't Clem's gal either.
Well, whose gal is she? Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Andy Devine, who was with us tonight. Next week, through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, we're going to have Tyrone Power. Good night, folks.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, the Sportsman Quartet, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and and gentlemen, this may come as a surprise to some of our listeners, but before this program goes on the air, it is rehearsed. Let us turn back the clock a couple of hours and sit in on today's rehearsal in Studio B.
Okay, kids, let's start. Mary?
Here.
Phil? Here. Don?
Here.
Dennis? Dennis. Darn, that kid always late. Well, I'll have to do it again.
You know, Jackson, I think you've got a lot of nerve finding us $50 each time we're late for rehearsal.
Phil, you have no complaints. Not only does it teach most of us promptness, but the fines I collect go to a worthy cause.
That's right, Phil. Jack donates all the money to the SFAA-TTA.
What's that?
Society for Aged and Tongue-Tied Tobacco Auctioneers.
My favorite charity. We have our country home at Goldsboro, North Carolina. The kid's still not here. Maybe my watch is slow. What time you got, Mary?
Well, I left my watch in my dressing room.
Has anyone here got a watch?
I have, Jackson.
Well, what time is it, Phil?
The little hand is on the 2 and the big hand's on the 4.
Phil, can't you tell time?
Oh, I'm sorry, Jackson. I answered that way from force of habit. I always tell my kids where the big hand is and the little hand is.
Well, why do you tell them that way?
So they can tell me what time it is.
Well, Mary, you asked him, he told you. Next time, you'll...
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Dennis.
Dennis, you're late.
I know. Here.
Thank you. Speedy will certainly appreciate this. Now, Dennis, why weren't you on time?
Well, I was out very late last night. I went to a drive-in movie.
Oh, drive-in? What picture did you see, Dennis?
I didn't see the picture.
Oh! You went with a girl, eh, kid?
No, I parked my car the wrong way.
Of all the stupid... Say, that reminds me, Dennis. 2 weeks ago, when you went east to play that benefit, you sent Mary a letter in which you said that you were in Philadelphia, the birthplace of Benjamin Franklin.
Yeah?
Well, since then, I've had hundreds of letters from people telling me that Benjamin Franklin was not born in Philadelphia. He was born in Boston.
Oh, no, Mr. Benny. He was born in Philadelphia.
Look, for your information, kid, Benjamin Franklin was born in Boston, Massachusetts. He flew his kite in Philadelphia. Now, what do you got to say to that?
Gee, what a long string.
Dennis, the next time you go away, don't write letters, will you? Now, come on, kids. I'd like to finish rehearsing because Rochester's waiting for me in my dressing room. I want to relax before the show, so everybody pay attention. We haven't too much time.
The boss sure has been rehearsing a long time. He may want to take a nap before the program. I got his couch ready. I got his new General Electric blanket plugged in, too. I didn't think they'd send him one. Now, let's see. I think I'd better...
Boy, am I tired.
Hello, boss. Tough rehearsal today?
Yeah, everybody complaining. Phil is sensitive if you mention his drinking. Mary doesn't want me to joke about her sister, Babe, and now Dennis doesn't like me to joke about his being dumb.
Gee, it'll be tough for you to get laughs at all.
No, it's not that bad. There are other topics. We can still talk about how cheap I am, That's always funny.
Not to me.
Rochester, you can stop with that. That's only something we kid about on the radio. I pay you a nice weekly salary.
I don't know. I'm the only man in the world who can cash his paycheck on a streetcar.
Look, Rochester.
When I walk to my seat, I don't jingle a bit.
Rochester, I'm in no mood for discussions now. I'd like to relax a while.
Well, if you're through with me, can I leave now? I've got a big evening planned with my girlfriend, Susie.
Susie, eh? Say, you've been going steady with her for a long time. You must really like her.
I do.
She must be very pretty, huh?
She is.
Are you going to marry her?
Oh, what?
Well, you can take the night off. What's the big evening you've got planned, Rochester?
Well, first I'm going to take her to dinner, and then to the movies, and then to a club for a little dancing, and then about midnight we're going to her apartment to watch some television programs.
Well, that sounds like a good time with Susie there. Hey, wait a minute, Rochester. There are no television programs on after midnight.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I'm going to lie down and rest a while.
Here's the paper if you want to read.
Thanks. So long, Rochester.
Goodbye.
Let's see. I wonder what's on the theatrical page. Get that picture of... Oh, brother. Is that a plunging neckline? Where are my glasses? It's Alan Ladd with his shirt off. Say, here's a New York review of Bob Hope's latest picture, The Great Lover. See, I played a part in that. Let's see what it says. Bob Hope's flip humor bubbles along through this bright comedy, which features beautiful Rhonda Fleming as his leading lady. Miss Fleming makes a suitable foil for Hope's side-splitting comedy. Jack Benny also makes a brief appearance in The Great Lover, and his performance is continued on page 11, column 3. One of the worst catastrophes that ever hit this country. Oh, that's column 5. That's 5. Here's column 3. It says refer to column 5. For this, I had to put on my glasses. Come in.
Jack, it's nothing important. I just want to tell you that I was going across the street for a package of Luckies. I'll be back soon.
Okay, Mary.
And my sweet little Alice flew down. Gee, it was nice of Alice to send it to me. I'm glad it didn't fit Phil. CBS is so busy on Sundays. The corridors are...
Hello, Mary.
Huh? Why, Tyrone Power! Well, Tyrone, what are you doing here?
Oh, I just came down to rehearse a show. You know, one of those dramatic things.
Gosh, I haven't seen you since Jack and I ran into you in Europe.
That's right, Mary. And say, wasn't it thrilling the way Jack went over at the London Palladium? How the people applauded and laughed at his jokes? The way they cheered and clamored for encore after encore.
But, Ty, you didn't arrive in London till the engagement was over. How did you know Jack was such a big hit?
Oh, he told me.
That's Jack, all right. He always gets around to us.
Gets around to it? Well, when he bumped into me on Trafalgar Square, the first words out of his mouth were what a sensation he was.
The first words? Didn't he even say, hello, Ty?
Oh, he didn't know it was me. He was stopping people at random.
I know what you mean. One day he ran into Danny Kaye and they both talked so fast they bit each other.
You know, on second thought, I don't blame Jack for being proud. After all, when the king and queen come to your opening night, you know, it's a...
King and queen? Jack told you the king and queen came to his opening?
Why, was he lying?
Was he lying? Well, that's the... Wait a minute. It could have been the king and queen. There were two people in the audience.
You know, I don't care what you say about Jack. I like him.
Well, I guess I do, too. Say, Ty, Jack is in his dressing room. Would you like
Oh,
to...
Mary.
Yeah, what is it, Don?
I decided to go out for a sandwich. Would you like to... Well, Tyrone, Ty, I didn't know you were back from Europe.
I got back 2 weeks ago, Don. In fact, we were just talking about it. You know, when I was in Europe, I ran into Mary and Jack.
I know, they told me.
Oh, say, Don, did Jack tell you about the time I met him in London?
No, he didn't.
Well, Don, this I've got to tell you.
Ty...
Mary, it's too good to keep. Now, Don, the first time I met Jack was at the Savoy Hotel. I came downstairs one morning, stepped into the lobby, and there was Jack talking to the man behind the desk.
Yes, sir, I'll be very happy to exchange your American money into pounds. Are you a guest at this hotel, sir?
Yes, I am. The name is Benny, Jack Benny.
Which suite do you occupy?
Well, I don't have a suite.
Oh, well, what's your room number?
Well, see, my room doesn't have one. You see...
Can you tell me what floor it's on?
Well, that's kind of hard to say. You see...
Oh, you're the eccentric chap who lives in the elevator.
Well, that's just for today. You see, they promised me a room. It's so crowded, you know. Anyway, all I want to do is exchange some American money for English pounds.
Very good, sir. How much money would you like to exchange?
Well, let me see. I may be here 2 more weeks. I've been here 11 days, and I spent $6. I mean, I've been here 6 days, and I spent $11. See, for a minute, I bet you thought I was cheap. And I wouldn't blame you. Really.
You know, sir, it's hard to believe that you and the Marshall Plan come from the same country.
Yes. Anyway, I think I ought to exchange enough money to last me until...
Jack! Jack!
Huh? Why, Tyrone Power. Say, you should have caught me at the Palladium. I was the greatest sensation that ever appeared at that theater.
The audience cheered and clamored for encore after encore.
You keep out of it. Ty, were you one of the people I talked to?
Talked to? The tailor's still trying to get the wrinkles out of my lapels.
Well, I was enthusiastic, but excuse me a minute, Ty. I want to exchange some money.
Oh, go right ahead, Jack. I'm tired anyway. I'll sit down.
Tired?
Yes, you see, I live on the 9th floor.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Well, your room was out of order, and I had to walk down.
Oh, God, I must have hung my pajamas on the lever again.
Have you made up your mind, sir? How much money would you like to exchange?
Well...
Jack, I've been looking all over for you. It's time... Well, Ty!
Hello, Mary.
Tyrone, what are you doing here? I thought you were in Italy making your picture, Prince of Foxes.
Oh, I finished that last week.
Oh, well, Ty, tell me something about it. Is it a costume picture or...
No, now, wait a minute, Mary. I've been on the Prince of Foxes for 6 months. It was hard work, and now that I've finally finished the picture, I'd like to get a little relaxation. But no. Whenever I meet people, that's all they want me to talk about. Oh, Mary, I hope you don't think I'm rude.
Why, Ty, you're not rude. You're modest. I wish more stars were like you and Jack.
Jack?
Yes, when he finished his last picture, he didn't want to talk about it either.
Say, Ty, will you step over here a minute and help me out?
Oh, sure, Jack.
Ty, I gave the man $150 in American money, and look what he gave me. Is this right?
That's quite right, sir. I gave you 36 pounds, 20 shillings, 4 half-crowns, 3 sixpence, a tuppence, a threepence, and a halfpenny.
But look, I figured it up, and I should have got 42 pounds, 20 shillings, 4 half-crowns, 3 sixpence, a tuppence, a threepence, and a fortnight. I mean, a halfpenny. Isn't that right, Ty?
Well, it would have been a few days ago, Jack, but the currency is fluctuating so that by waiting until today to make your exchange, you've lost 6 pounds.
8 pounds. He lost 2 worrying about it.
Yeah. Well, Jack, I've got to run upstairs and pack. I'm going to Paris tonight. But, well, say, why don't you two come along with me?
Oh, that'd be wonderful. Let's go, Jack.
Wait a minute, Mary. We can't leave London until we see the Arch of Triumph.
Jack, that's in Paris.
Oh. Well, then what are we waiting for? Come on, let's go.
Suivez-moi, monsieur. J'ai un excellent tableur pour vous.
Oh, merci beaucoup. Quand mes amis arrivent, apportez-moi ma table, s'il vous plaît.
Oui, monsieur.
You know, Mary, this is one of the finest nightclubs in Paris.
I know, and I love the atmosphere.
Say, this is wonderful champagne, you know, and you haven't touched a drop.
Ty, I'm still worried about Jack. How he could have missed the plane is beyond me.
Oh, he'll probably take the next one. Anyway, I left a note at the hotel so he'll know where we are.
Seulement, dites-moi, quelle surprise s'il n'est pas Tyrone Power.
Well, Michel, je suis enchanté de vous rencontrer ici. Comment allez-vous?
Oh, je suis magnifique, mon ami. Mais en Guéparé, comment autrement?
Oh, je suis enchanté de vous rencontrer.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary. Michel, permettez-moi présenter Miss Livingston. Mary, this is the girl I met the last time I was here. Her name is Michelle.
How do you do? Oh, it is a pleasure. Oh, you speak English. Have you been to America? Only for 2 weeks. I have won it on a French quiz program. Lend it or lease it. Oh, Tyrone, pardonnez-moi, mais je n'avais pas l'intention de déranger votre soirée. Je partirai.
No, Michelle, you're not intruding. In fact, we'd like you to stay. When Miss Livingston's escort arrives, we'll have a foursome. Will you join us?
Oh, oui, je suis seule.
Good.
Oh, Mary, Tyrone.
Hi, it's Jack.
I told you he'd get here.
I got your note at the hotel, Ty. Came right over. Gee, this is a beautiful nightclub. This is really gay Paris.
Oh, Jack, I want you to meet a friend of Tyrone's.
Oh, yes, Jack. Michelle, this is Jack Benny.
Oh, enchanté de faire votre connaissance.
Well, woo-woo. I mean, woo-woo. That is, I'm glad to meet me. You.
Well, sit down, Jack, and have a glass of champagne.
Thank you.
You know, Jack, Mary was worried about you. It only takes 40 minutes to fly across the channel. Did you miss the other plane, too?
No, I decided not to take a plane.
Oh, well, then the boat was delayed.
Well, you see, I didn't take the boat either.
All right, Jack, wipe off the grease and sit down.
Oh, Mary, stop making things up.
Pardon, monsieur.
Yes?
The floor show is about to commence. Perhaps you would like to order another bottle of champagne?
Oh, yes, please.
Just a minute, waiter. Is this champagne imported?
Jack, you never ask a question like that in France. It's insulting.
Well, I want to know what we're getting. Waiter, what kind of champagnes have you got?
Chardon 28.
Uh-huh.
Paperitzik 20. Notre Dame 27.
Gee, they won again.
Jack, any champagne they have here is good, so order one.
Okay. Waiter, how much is Chardon?
1,200 francs a bottle.
We'll take it.
Mary.
What?
It's too late. Darn it.
Well, what are you mad about now?
You see how that waiter shook the bottle when he opened it?
So what?
So what? That bottle's costing 1,200 francs. When you shake champagne, it makes bubbles. Bubbles are air. If you want air, I can open it.
Jack, quiet. They're getting ready to start the floor show.
Oh, yeah.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the floor show, the Club Monseigneur proudly presents a new act which is sweeping the country and is being held over by popular demand. Allons!
Let's have something to eat, Jack. I'm a little hungry.
So am I, Mary.
Michelle, are you hungry?
Oui.
What would you like to eat?
Oh, je ne sais pas. Je crois que j'aurais du saumon fumé sur un petit pain.
What's that?
Bagels and lox.
Oh.
It is very good.
I know. They serve that in Hollywood, too. At the Brown Chapeau. Say, wait a minute, kids. Why don't we eat someplace else? I'd like to see all the nightclubs in Paris. I really would, huh? Hey, what about it, Ty? Where shall we go?
Oh, there are lots of places.
Oh, Jack, before we leave here, let's at least have one dance.
Why not, mon chéri? Come on, Mary.
Michelle, partirons-nous à notre cabaret?
Oh, Tyrone, speak to me in English. That is the way I learn.
Oh, sure, Michelle. It's still early, and Mr. Benny would like to go to some other nightclub. Now, where would you suggest?
Tyrone, I would enjoy very much going to another nightclub with you, and I would enjoy very much taking with us the young lady, Miss Livingstone. Mais cet homme, Benny, rendrez-moi un petit service et lui donnez un coup de pied au pantalon.
But Michelle, I've known him for a long time. I can't kick him in the pants.
Si vous ne le ferez pas, je le ferai.
Oh, no. You, he would kick back. Quiet, Michelle. Here he comes.
Oh, oui, il est ici.
Well, Mitchell. Where do we go from here?
Jack, that's Michelle.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Well, there are a lot of good clubs in town, Jack. Let's get the check and go.
Okay. Oh, waiter. Garçon.
Hey, Bob!
Give me the check, please. Here you are, monsieur. It is 3,675 francs. Frank, how much is that in English pounds? Monsieur, I cannot accept English pounds, but you can exchange them with the manager. There he is by the desk. Thank you. I'll be right back here. See, that Michelle is pretty. She makes Tyrone look like nothing. Oh, pardon me. Are you the manager?
Oui, monsieur.
I'd like to change this English money into francs.
Oui, monsieur. How much English money have you got?
Well, in England, I got 36 pounds, 20 shillings, 4 half-crowns, 3 sixpence, a tuppence, a threepence, and a halfpenny. But I spent...
It does not matter what you spent. What have you got now?
Oh. 35 pounds, 25 shillings, 4 half-crowns, 3 sixpence, a tuppence, a threepence, and a half a can of grease. I mean, a halfpenny. Will you exchange it, please?
Oui, monsieur. Now, for each shilling, we give 45 francs. 20 francs for each sixpence, and 5 francs for the tuppence, the threepence, and the halfpenny. Which means you are getting the equivalent of 900 francs a pound. Here you are.
Not so fast. Oh, Ty!
Coming, Mother. Trouble again, Jack?
Yes, he wants to give me only 900 francs a pound. But you know how to speak French, Ty. Talk to him.
Okay, Jack. Monsieur, n'abusez pas cet homme. Il est un de mes bons amis.
Mais monsieur, j'en suis pas encore un pauvre cassier. Je ne sais pas le prix d'échange.
Jack, you better take the 900 francs.
No, Ty. Keep arguing with him.
Monsieur, je ne pense pas que vous êtes malhonnête.
Oh, mais ici, c'est un établissement honnête. Oh, faut pas être anxieux, monsieur.
Jack, take the 900 francs.
No, Ty. Argue some more. Go ahead.
Je suis fâché, monsieur. Mais mon ami croit qu'il recevra plus ailleurs.
Il est trop tard, monsieur. Maintenant, le plus que nous pouvons lui donner est 700 francs.
Jack,
keep talking, Ty. You're doing fine.
But, Jack, this isn't helping any. Take my advice and accept the 700 francs.
700?
While we were arguing, the rate went down.
All right, mister. I'll take the francs.
Here you are.
Jack, here's the waiter. Pay him.
Okay. Here you are, waiter. 3,675 francs. And here's a tip for you.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur. Thank you.
Come on, kid.
But, Jack, you gave him 500 francs. That's a very generous tip.
You want to know something, Ty? I was really only going to give him 5. But since we're here in France, I didn't have de Gaulle. Oh, boy, what a joke. Ooh.
Tyrone, did you kick him?
No.
I did, mademoiselle. I could not resist. Vive la France!
All right. Let's go. Who's that?
Can I come into your dressing room, Jack?
Sure, come on in, Mary.
Well, I ran into Tyrone Power in the hall, and we had a nice talk.
Oh, Mary, why didn't you tell me Tyrone was here? I would have asked him to be a guest on my program, and then we could... Nah, he'd probably want too much money. You remember how cheap he was over in France. Oh, well, excuse me a minute, will you, Mary?
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Tyrone Power for meeting me out in the hall through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox. Producers of Ty's latest picture, Prince of Foxes. Good night, folks.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Gentlemen, Jack is leaving tonight for Houston, Texas, where he's going to be the master of ceremonies at the big charity football game there next Saturday. As we look in at the Benny house, Rochester is finishing Jack's packing.
Let's see, I've got all his clothes back. His shaving cream, razor, toothbrush, and toothpaste. I better check and see if I've packed all his pills. I can't understand why Mr. Benny carries all these medicines. He never takes any, but he always wants them with him. I guess it's like his money. He never spends any, but it gives him comfort to know it's there. I wonder where
Rochester, have you finished my packing?
Just about, boss. You want to look in the suitcase before I close it?
Yeah, let's see. Suit, shirts, underwear.
Roger, why'd you pack all these thick woolen socks? It doesn't get that cold in Texas.
I know, but in case you're stepping down the oil, you want to sop up as much as you can.
Oh, yes.
Say, boss, isn't Phil Harris going down with you?
Yes, Rochester, and Dinah Shore, too. We're going to have quite a show. No, it's for the Damon Runyon Fund, the National Kids Foundation, and Holly Hall of Houston. It's going to be one of the biggest... I'll get it, Rochester. You finish packing. Hello? Hiya, Jackson. Well, if it isn't Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer. What do you want, Phil?
Well, I wanted to tell you I might be a little late getting down to that railroad station.
Well, Phil, you better not miss the train. It's important.
It's important that I have my hair done, too.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Phil, you have it done every 2 days. Why are you so proud of your hair?
Look, Jackson, it's the only nice thing I've got that Alice didn't give me.
Say, Phil, when we get down to Houston, what kind of a routine are you going to do on the show?
Oh, the usual thing. Stand up there, let them look at me. Then I'll tell a few jokes, and then I'll sing 28 courses, and that's what I like about the South.
28 choruses?
Well, there ain't no use in giving them the whole thing, Jackson. Let them tease them a little. Let's tease them.
Well, anyway, Phil, you couldn't possibly sing the whole song. We're only going to be there 5 days, you know. Now, look, Phil, here's something very important I want to tell you before we leave.
Yeah, what is it?
Well, first, I want you to... Phil. Oh, darn it, we were cut off. Well, he knows it's important. He'll probably call me right back. Now, Rochester... Hello, Phil. I'm glad you called back because...
Jack, this is Mary.
Oh, hello, Mary. I was expecting Phil.
Well, Jack, I'm calling from a bookstore, and I thought I'd get you something to read on the train.
Oh, good, Mary. That's sweet. What are you getting me?
A book of epigrams and witty sayings.
Epigrams and witty sayings? What do I need with that?
Well, you may get into a conversation with someone. You know how lost you are without your writers.
You needn't worry about that, Mary. I'm taking one of my writers with me.
Oh, good. You'll be the life of the club car. Which writer are you taking?
John Cackerberry.
Cackerberry?
Yes, you see, he came from Houston 10 years ago, and I thought it'd be nice if I took him home so he could change his clothes. Now, look, Barry, I'm expecting Phil to call me right back, so I better hang up. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Jack.
I wish Phil would hurry up and call back. It's important. Maybe I better call him.
Boss, I've got everything packed.
Good. And I've taken care of everything I had to do, too. Gee, I'm glad I went to the dentist this morning and had my teeth fixed.
You're going to strike oil even if you have to bite your way down.
Oh, Rochester, I must be sure to take my... Hello?
Jack, I forgot to ask you. Would you like me to pick you up and drive you down to the station?
Oh, fine, Mary. That's swell. And, gee, I wish you could go to Texas with me.
Well, you know, I'd love to, Jack, but my family's coming here for a visit from Plainfield.
Oh, yes, you mentioned that yesterday. When are you expecting them?
Well, that's hard to say. You see, my sister Babe is flying, and Mom is coming by train, and Papa's coming by bus.
Gee, that's peculiar. Why do they travel separately?
That way they don't have to explain each other to strangers.
Oh, well, that's logical.
Yeah. I hope the vacation out here does Babe some good. She's still heartbroken.
I know. She was awfully upset about Gargantua.
Jack, stop that.
What?
They hardly knew each other.
Oh.
Now, Jack, when I take you to the station, I won't be able to stay too long. I got to be back for Benita and Ronnie's party.
Oh, the Colmans are throwing a party, eh? Now, isn't that my luck? The night I go away, they have a party. What's the occasion?
You just said it.
All right. Goodbye.
Bye.
Well, I can't wait any longer. I got to call Phil. Let's see. His number is... Oh, that must be him. Hello?
Now, look, Charlie, I haven't got much time, so listen to me. I'm phoning you to warn you that my husband's wise to us, and he's on his way over to your house with a gun. So get out of town, Charlie. Get out quick!
I'm certainly glad my name isn't... Oh. Hello?
Hey, Jackson, I've been trying to get you back. Now, what was the important thing you want to talk to me about?
It's not important now. Phil, tell me something and tell me the truth. Is Phil your right first name?
Sure, Jackson, sure.
Are you positive?
Certainly I'm positive.
Well, Phil, did you ever tell anybody your name was Charlie? Huh?
No.
Good. Then you can take your time getting to the train.
What are you talking about?
I'll explain it later. It's a juicy tidbit. Now, Phil, are you all packed and ready to go?
Yep, everything's all corked up.
Good. Well, good. I'll see you later, then.
Boss, you want me to drive you to the station?
No, Rochester. Miss Livingston is going to pick me up. So close my bag. I'll answer the door, Rochester. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. I heard you were going away, so I came to say goodbye.
Well, that's nice, kid.
Goodbye.
Well, he came to say goodbye, and he said it. Now, Rochester. What is it now?
You didn't tell me where you're going.
Well, if you're interested, Dennis, I'm going to Houston, Texas.
What for?
For a benefit.
If you had 2 shows, you wouldn't need to go.
Look, Dennis.
Goodbye.
Now, there's the silliest kid Oh, no! Oh, no! You answer the door this time, Rochester.
Yes, sir. Yes?
Is Mr. Benny in?
Of course I'm in. Now, come on in here, Dennis.
Yes, sir.
Now, look, kid.
Yes, sir.
Why can't you act like a normal, sensible human? Now, who can that be?
You locked me out.
Oh, this is like a Marx Brother picture here. Dennis, what did you come over here for, anyway?
Well, I made an RCA Victor recording of Dear Hearts and Gentle People, and I thought you might like to hear it, and I brought the record with me.
All right, Dennis, I've got a few minutes. Put on the record and let me hear it. But if Mary comes by to pick me up, I'll have to leave.
Okay.
Okay. Gee, Mary, it was awfully nice of you to drive me down to the station.
Oh, that's all right, Jack. I wanted to see yours.
Yeah, well, let's go in.
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim. Azusa, Cucamonga.
You know, Jack, there's something fascinating about a railroad station. So many people going so many places.
Yeah. Poor Charlie didn't quite make it. Mary, I'm going over to the newsstand to get a magazine. You wait for me here.
Okay.
Attention, please. Attention. To facilitate the holiday rush, all passengers going to Cucamonga may have their choice of trains, local, express, or mule. Have your feed bags validated.
Well, I've still got time to get my magazine. He hasn't announced my train yet.
Attention, please. Attention. Train leaving on track 1 for Baltimore and Washington. It's leaving now, so you better run.
Let's see. I think the newsstand is over by...
Attention, please. Attention. Train leaving on track 3 all the way to Schenectady. Just one stop at Kansas City.
I got to get a newspaper, too. I want to see if they have anything in it about
Jack, what time does your train leave?
I don't know. It's not on the hit parade yet.
What?
Nothing.
Attention, please. Attention. Train leaving on track 2 for Asheville, Nashville, Kalamazoo. Takes on water at Waterloo.
Mary, I'm going to stop at the magazine.
Watch it, Sam.
Mind my suitcase, Mary. I'll be right back. Now, let's see. There's so many magazines here, I don't know which one to get. Oh, Mister. Why do I always have to run into him? Now, look, mister, all I want to do is buy a magazine.
Okay. Do you want to read it or tear it in half to show me how strong you are?
I want to read it, and I'll take this one here.
Well, house and garden, aren't you lucky?
What?
Today only, with every copy, we give away a pocket full of fertilizer.
Now, look, Clark, I can't stand here all day. I'll take this magazine here, this copy of the Saturday Evening Post.
Yes, sir. That'll be 15 cents.
Here you are.
You want it gift wrapped, I suppose.
Oh, quiet. You burn me up, you stupid jerk.
When you come round, I go berserk.
Train now leaving for Albuquerque.
For heaven's sake.
Passengers may now board train on track 9 for Phoenix, El Paso, and Houston. Train will depart in 15 minutes.
Gee, 15 minutes.
Jack, they just called your train.
I know, Mary.
Well, why don't you get on now? It'll give you time to relax.
Yeah, I think I will. Well, goodbye, Mary.
Bye, Jack.
Oh, Porter.
Yes, sir?
Which way to the lounge?
The next car back, sir.
Thank you. Yada-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dum, dee-da-da-dum, da-dum, dee-da-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, yada. It's a beautiful lounge car. Pardon me, sir. Is this seat next to you taken?
No, you may have it.
Thank you. Yada-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum. Nice day for traveling, isn't it?
Yes, certainly is.
Yeah. Yada-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dum. Comfortable seat.
By the way, you're Jack Benny, aren't you?
Yes, I am. I'm on my way to Texas. I'm putting on a show at that big charity football game in Houston.
Well, that's very nice.
Of course, I'm rather flattered they asked me to come down. But then, of course, at one time I was quite a football player myself. You see? You know, I used to play with the Waukegan Terrors.
Waukegan Terrors?
Sounds frightening, doesn't it? You know, I was famous for one particular play. It was a very tricky thing where I used to send the end out wide and... Oh, pardon me. Are you familiar with football? I mean, do you know the game at all? By that I mean, do you...
Yes, as a matter of
fact... Well, get this play. The ends went out wide. I sent both my halfbacks to the left and my 4 quarterbacks to the right.
4 quarterbacks?
Yes. Am I getting too technical?
Well, not yet.
Anyway, to make a long story short, we'd pull the opposing halfbacks out of position, and I'd send my fullback into the open and throw a long pass to him.
Why didn't you send the quarterback? You had plenty of them.
Well, we were having so much luck this way, I didn't want to change, you see. Do you see many football games during the season, Mr.
Leahy, Frank Leahy.
Oh, pleased to meet you, Mr. Leahy. Where are you from? I mean, where's your place of business?
South Bend, Indiana.
Oh, nice town. You know, I used to play it in vaudeville. What do you do there, Mr. Leahy? Are you a salesman or in the insurance business?
Well,
Oh, I'm sorry for being so nosy. Maybe you don't want to talk about it. Well, I think I'll go back to my compartment and read a while. Oh, darn it, I bought a magazine and left it in the station.
Well, if you feel like reading, Mr. Benny, I have a book here that might interest you.
Oh, well, thank you. Are you through with it?
Surely, take it along.
Well, that's awfully nice of you. Thanks very much. See you later, Mr. Leahy. Funny he was so reticent about telling me what business he was in. Well, I think I'll just stretch out here on the seat and read the book he gave me. Well, this is a coincidence. was it about football? Notre Dame football, the T formation, by Coach Frank Leahy. Chapter... Yes! Oh, my goodness. That's who I was talking to. Frank Leahy, the coach of Notre Dame. And I'm stuck on the train with him for 2 days. I'll never be able to face him. I know what I'll do. Darn these windows, you can never open them. Well, I'll just have to stay in my compartment for the entire trip. I can't bear to. Come in? Oh, Mr. Leahy. Mr. Leahy, it's you.
Yes, Jack. I thought you might like to have dinner with me this evening.
Well, that's very nice of you, Mr. Leahy, but first I must apologize for making such a fool of myself. Imagine me not knowing what business you were in.
Well, Jack, don't let it worry you. When we played SMU last week, up to the last quarter, I didn't know what business I was in either.
No! Well, come on, Frank. We'll go to dinner. And it's my treat. Mr. Leahy, this was a wonderful dinner, wasn't it?
It certainly was, Jack. Oh, waiter, the check?
No, Mr. Leahy, this is on me. Waiter, I'll take the check. Sure, thank you. Just a second while I...
What's the matter, Jack? Something wrong with the check?
No. Mr. Leahy, remember when I told you I forgot my magazine?
Yes.
Well, I forgot my wallet, too. Isn't that awful?
You know, Mr. Benny, what? I'd like to have just one halfback that's as slippery as you are.
Well, thank you.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, the Sportsman Quartet, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go out to Beverly Hills. It's morning, and hundreds of people, brimming with the Christmas spirit, are waiting for the local department store to open its doors.
Oh, Mary, where are you?
Here I am, Jack, right behind you.
Oh, yes. Say, Mary, how'd you like the way I wiggled myself through this crowd, right up to the front of the line?
Yeah, those rumble lessons you took from Arthur Murray really helped.
I'll say. When we started, we were way at the end, and now there's only one man ahead of me.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Mr. Murray. Oh, look, Mary, they're getting ready to open the store and let the crowd in. I can see the manager walking over to the floor walker.
Jasper.
What is it, Mr. Simpkins?
It's almost time to open the store. Are all the clerks at their stations?
Yes, sir.
Good. You will open the doors in 10 seconds. Are you ready for final inspection?
Yes, sir.
Hair?
Combed.
Chin?
Out.
Jacket?
Pressed.
Carnation?
Moist.
Good. It is now 9 o'clock. You may open the doors and guide our customers into the store.
Yes, sir. Mule train! Mule train! Get in there! Get in there! Get going! Come on! Mule train!
Mule train?
Jasper, how could you do a thing like that to our customers?
When I saw those faces, I couldn't control myself.
Wait here, Mary. I'll be right back.
Jack, don't get into it.
Never mind. Say, mister, are you the manager?
Yes, I am.
Well, as one of your steady customers, I resent being ushered into the store like a mule.
I apologize, sir.
I've never been
I said I apologize. Put your ears down.
Now, look, mister.
Jack, I told you not to get into it. Come on.
Oh, all right.
Jack, I'd like to go to a store with you just once where you don't get into an argument with everybody.
Look, Mary, I'll admit that sometimes it may be my fault, but not this time. Imagine driving customers into a store yelling mule train.
Well, don't stand there complaining. Go have your coat fixed.
My coat?
His whip tore your sleeve off.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll just pin it and then fix it when I get home. Come on. Mary, what do you think I ought to get for my sister Florence in Chicago?
Oh, I don't know.
It ought to be something nice. You know, Mary, I have no brothers and no other sister. Florence is my only close relative. I ought to get her something really nice.
What'd you get her last year?
A pencil sharpener.
Oh, how sweet, Jack. But then she is your only sister.
Yeah. After all, you know.
Jack, let's go outside and come in the store again.
Why?
I want that guy with the whip to get another crack at you.
Nothing doing. He had his chance. Anyway, I can't understand a store like this bringing customers in just the way
Hey, pardon me, mister. Did you see my wife?
Huh? Are you talking to me?
Yeah. Did you see my wife?
No, I haven't. As a matter of fact, I don't even know your wife.
Then how do you know you didn't see her?
Now, mister, how would I know...
I can't stand here jabbering. I better go look for her. Chloe!
Now, come on, Mary. Let's go.
Oh, Jack, look. There's Dennis.
Where? Oh, yes.
Hey, young man, what can I do for you?
Gee, I don't know what to get for my mother. She goes horseback riding a lot. Maybe she'd like it if I buy something for the horse. Well, say, mister.
Yes?
How much is that horse collar?
Horse collar?
Yes, that white one hanging up there on the wall.
Young man, this is the plumbing department. Just what is it you're looking for?
Oh, I don't know, but I'd like to get something for my mother.
Well, I can call the ladies' department and save you some time. Did you have anything in mind?
Well, yes, sir. I think a dress would be nice.
Oh, that's an excellent idea. What size dress does your mother wear?
36.
36?
Uh-huh. I think I ought to get her a nightgown, too. Size 58.
Now, wait a minute, son. If your mother wears a 36 dress, why would she wear a 58 nightgown?
She doesn't sleep in her girdle.
Young man, I think you're a little confused. However, I will admit there is a little variation in size, but very slight.
Gee, I hope that movie company doesn't find out.
Movie company?
Yeah, they want my mother to take off her girdle to advertise their new picture.
What picture?
Lost Boundaries.
Young man, would you do me a favor and shoplift something so I can have you arrested?
What?
Let it go. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Uh-huh. Those men's shirts in that case across the aisle, are they real silk?
Oh, yes, they are. They'd make a wonderful gift for your father.
Oh, they're not for my father. I'd like to buy them for Jack Benny.
Jack Benny? Do you know him?
Oh, sure. He's on one of my shows.
Dennis.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Dennis. Doing your Christmas shopping?
Yeah. Gee, I was just going to decide on Mr. Benny's gift, and he had to walk up and spoil the whole thing.
Oh, I'm sorry, kid. I didn't know you wanted to be a secret.
Yeah. Now you'll have to close your eyes.
Okay.
Got them closed?
Uh-huh.
Okay, mister, you can wrap it up now and put it in a shoebox so he won't know it's a shirt.
Can I open my eyes now?
Yeah.
Gee, that was a close one.
Yeah.
Well, say, Mr. Benny, while my packages are being gift wrapped, would you like to step over to the music counter and hear a record I just made?
Oh, sure, kid. Come on. Oh, miss?
Yes?
Do you have the latest record made by Dennis Day?
You mean I must have done something wonderful?
Yeah, that's the one.
Would you play it, miss?
I'm sorry, but our record player is broken.
Broken?
Yeah, all day yesterday, every 5 minutes, some curly-headed jerk kept requesting, "That's what I like about the South."
I think I know who you mean. Why didn't you tell him that you refuse to play it?
And get hit with a ham hock?
Oh, yes, he's never without one.
Gee, and I wanted you to hear my record.
Well, if it'll make you feel better, Dennis, you sing and I'll spin you around. Eh?
Okay.
Okay, come on. Well, that was very good, Dennis. I'll bet it's a swell record. Say, Mary, don't you think that song will be... Mary? Now, where did Mary go?
Well, she's way over there at the end of the counter.
Oh, yeah.
May I wait on you, miss?
Yes, I'd like to get something for a gentleman.
A gentleman? Your husband?
No, my boss. He's been nice to me, and I'd like to show my appreciation.
Oh, Here's something nice. A gold tie clasp.
A gold tie clasp? No.
How about a gold keychain?
No.
How about gold cufflinks?
Look, mister, I don't want to get him anything he can melt down. Gee, I wish I could think of something.
Well, miss, perhaps I could help you better if you told me how closely you two are associated. Are you engaged?
No, we're not.
Is he your boyfriend?
No, as a matter of fact, he treats me more like a sister.
How about a pencil sharpener?
A pencil sharpener?
Yes, we ship one to Chicago every year. It goes to a girl named Flossie.
You mean Florence?
Well, I feel like I know her.
Hey, Mary, let's not keep losing each other. Yeah, I spend more...
Oh, hello, Mr. Venny.
Oh, hello.
It's on the way to Chicago.
Wait a minute. This year I was going to get my sister something different. Come on, Mary, let's go. You know, it's amazing how everybody knows I'm a comedian. Mary, I'm going to get something else for my sister.
Now, is there anything else, sir?
Well, I don't know, baby. Let's see what I bought so far.
Well, there's one black negligee.
Yeah. That's for my ever-loving wife.
Oh, you're married?
Am I married? Why, I'm married to Alice Faye, the sweetest little gal who ever... Oh, come on now, baby. Stop crying. There ain't enough of me for everybody.
Yes, sir.
Happens every time. Now, let's see, honey. I've got everybody's present except one for Jackson. Oh, I know. I'll get him a pair of socks.
What size?
11 and a half.
These?
Yeah. Now I'll just take off my shoes, put the new ones on, and then I'll be all
Mr. Harris, I thought you were going to give socks to Mr. Benny.
I am. Here are my old ones. Gift wrap them.
Don't you want me to sew up the holes first?
No. Just throw in a needle and thread. And give the old man something to do when he gets home from his rumble lesson. Yeah, put plenty of ribbon on the box so the kid can play around.
Hey, Phil.
Well, dear hearts and gentle people.
It's funny running into you, Phil.
Yeah, how's Alice?
Now stop it.
Well, what's the matter with her?
Usual thing. She's upset because she found out I'm married.
Oh, now that's ridiculous.
You cried a little too, Dad.
All right, but that was during the ceremony. It had nothing to do with you.
Well, then why did you cry?
Because you wouldn't let him go on the honeymoon.
Mary, stop. I've seen
Now,
Niagara
Jackson,
Falls.
I got to finish my shopping, kids. Look, I've got to get some California pennants.
California pennants?
Yeah, you see, I'm going to the Rose Bowl game, and I want to cheer for California, but all they got in this store are pennants from Syracuse.
Pennants from Syracuse?
Sure, there's a big box of them right up there on the counter. See what it says? Syracuse pennants.
That's circus peanut. Syracuse pennants. Phil, how can you be...
She disappeared in the crowd.
Good. Now, Mary, I wish you'd help me decide on something for my sister Florence.
Well, Jack, I've been trying to think.
Gosh, I don't know.
Hey, mister, are you sure you didn't see my wife?
Look, buddy, I'd like to help you, but I don't know what your wife looks like. Has she got any identifying marks?
Well, she's got a birthmark on... Never mind, I'll look for her myself.
Yes, you better.
Chloe!
Come on, Mary. Why does everybody have to pick on me?
Well, have you made up your mind, sir?
Huh? Oh, I was just looking around. I sure would like to give my girl a ring like that.
Well, I don't blame you. That's a beautiful diamond ring.
How much is it?
$4,000.
That doesn't sound so bad. Wait till I look at my bank book.
Well?
Wait till I turn the page.
Well?
Wait till I turn another page.
Well?
Just a minute, I'm on the last page.
Well, what's on the last page?
Put something in the pot, boy.
Well, look, mister. If you want to buy this ring, you don't have to pay the $4,000 cash. You can pay for it on easy terms. All you have to do is establish credit rating.
Credit rating?
Yes, I have the forms right here. Your name?
Rochester Van Jones.
Are you employed?
Yes, sir.
Who do you work for?
Jack Benny.
Oh. What are your duties?
You mean you want to go on?
Why, yes. What are your duties with Mr. Benny?
Well, besides being his rumble partner, I'm his personal secretary, legal advisor, attorney at law, and I also select the scripts for the movies he makes.
You pick his movies?
He has to blame somebody.
Well, I don't agree with you. I think that Mr. Benny is a great entertainer, whether it's stage, screen, or radio. And as far as I'm concerned, his last picture was one of the funniest I've ever seen.
You keep talking like that, and you'll be in line for a pencil sharpener.
Jack, I think Rochester's over there picking out a gift for you.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't want to see me, so let's move. Now, Mary, I don't want to be here all day. I'm going to get that other present for my sister. Let's go over to the perfume counter.
Well, Jack, I've got some other shopping to do, so I'll meet you there later.
All right, Mary. Don't be too long. Yeah, I wonder what kind of perfume I ought to get.
Oh, there you are.
What?
Where is she?
Oh, for heaven's sake. Why do you keep asking me about your wife? I told you I don't know what she looks like.
Well, here. I'll show you a picture of her. See?
This? This is your wife?
Yep. Seems silly of me to keep looking for her, don't it?
I don't know. Anyway, miss, she must be in the store someplace, so just keep looking and you'll probably find her.
I hope not. Come along, Rube.
Rube?
Come along in.
Oh. I'd like to get out of here so I can stop running into such silly... Oh, here's the perfume counter. Must be something nice here for my sister. Oh, clerk! Clerk!
What can I do for you, sir?
Are you the salesman here?
Yeah?
You're the salesman here in the perfume department?
Don't take my word for it. Smell me.
I'll take your word for it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, what kind of perfume would you like to buy?
Well, what kind have you got?
I've got taboo, temptation, shocking, white shoulders, surrender, and you should excuse the expression, my sin.
Wait a minute. I think my sister likes taboo, but I don't know whether to get it for her or not.
Taboo or not taboo, that is the question. I made that up myself.
I know. Yeah.
Everybody says I'm another Milton Boyle.
Well, your face... Your face does look a little like a kinescope. Now, let's see some other perfumes, please.
Okay. We have some very nice imported ones. Evening in Paris.
Uh-huh.
Midnight in Madrid.
Uh-huh.
Here's a domestic one. Morning in the smog.
Oh, are they bottling it now?
Why not? We got enough of it.
Yes.
Oh, there you are, Jack.
Yeah, I thought I'd stop here and get some perfume for Florence. Clerk, what's that?
Oh, this is a very fashionable odor. It's called Eau Jus d'Huile. I'll spray a little on you.
Say, that does smell nice.
Yeah. And it's got penicillin in it to fight off virus X.
That's not a bad idea, you know.
Say, Jack, here's a perfume your sister Florence might like. L'eau de la vie crayon.
L'eau de la vie Creole. What does that mean?
Aroma of freshly sharpened pencil.
Oh, you're no help. Imagine putting a clerk like you behind a perfume counter.
Oh, this ain't my regular job. I just sell perfume during the Christmas rush.
I thought so. What is your regular job?
I'm a goose girl at Hollywood Park.
Oh, come on, Mary. I've had enough of this guy. Hey, what's that?
Well, we've been here all day, and it's closing time.
You mean they're closing the store now?
Yes. Jack, look out!
Mule train ahead! Everybody else, get out of here! Get out of here! Out, everybody else! Out!
Oh, darn it, there goes my other sleeve. Come on, Gee, Mary, this Christmas rush is awful, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hey, look how crowded this bus is.
Hey, Roo!
Huh?
How are you?
Oh, it's you. I'm fine. Did you ever find your wife?
Who do you think is driving the bus?
Oh, well, tell Chloe to let me off at the next corner.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, if you go out to Beverly Hills and look in the windows of Jack Benny's house, you will see a very pretty Christmas tree, a picture of peace and serenity. But if you could have been there yesterday, well, why not?
Well, we're almost through trimming the tree, Mary. Gee, it was nice of you to come over and help me.
Well, if I didn't, you'd never get it done. Say, Jack, shall I put the snow around the bottom now?
Not yet. I want to see if the lights are working. I'll hold up the bulbs. When I say ready, you plug it in.
Okay. Ready?
Ready. Pull it out! Pull it out! Pull it out! My goodness.
Oh, Jack, why'd you make me shut it off? Those lights were so pretty, especially those two blue ones that kept flashing on and off.
Those were my eyes. I must have been holding on to a bare wire.
Well, it's your own fault. Every time you fool around with electricity, something goes wrong.
It does not. I know plenty about electricity.
Oh, sure. Remember what happened yesterday when you fixed your doorbell?
What happened?
I pushed the button, roasted a pig in Encino.
Oh, stop exaggerating. Anyway, hand me that roll of tape. I'll fix this bare wire right now.
Here you are.
Thanks. Now, let's see. To insulate a bare wire, you just tape it up like this. There. That ought to be enough tape. All right, Mary, plug it in.
Okay.
Pull it out! Pull it out! Pull it
out! Jack, what happened?
I taped my finger to the wire. That's what happened.
Oh, gee, and that time was even prettier than before.
What do you mean?
Your nose lit up, too.
It did not. What are you laughing at?
Benny, the red-nosed reindeer.
All right. Now, let's get this tree finished before the gang gets here.
But, Jack, what about the lights?
We'll have to let that go until later. Now, hand me one of those candy canes so I can...
Oh, Mr. Benny!
What is it, Rochester?
I baked that cake like you told me to.
Good. You have enough whipped cream to spell out Merry Christmas?
Yeah. Say, boss, how many R's in Mary?
2.
Uh-oh.
Well, you better add one.
Add one? I better cross one out. I got 3.
Well, leave it. It's better than ruining the cake.
Okay.
Rochester, will you please take these Christmas tree lights and fix them?
Fix them?
Yes.
I ain't fooling around with electricity.
What are you afraid of?
I don't want to get hit by nothing I can't hit back.
Oh, Rochester, imagine being afraid of electricity. Suppose Robert Fulton was afraid. He never would have invented the electric light, would he?
Jack,
What?
you're thinking of Thomas Edison.
Edison? Well, then what did Robert Fulton do?
He wrote Mule Train.
Oh, yes. Now, Rochester, please fix these lights.
Okay. Now, let me see. In electricity, there's the electrons and the electrodes. And then there's the positive and the negative. But I ain't positive which one is negative. Then there's the atoms. Now, the atoms are supposed to go from the positive to the negative. Or maybe they go from the electrons to the electrodes. Then again, maybe they go from Amos to Andy.
Rochester.
Now, as long as these atoms keep passing each other, everything is all right. But when they meet halfway and start fighting, they're going to turn on anybody who tries to butt in.
Rochester, I'm not interested in the scientific details. I just want you to fix those lights. And I promise you, while you're holding the wires, no one in this room will turn on the switch.
I know, boss. While I'm holding the wire, you ain't going to turn on the switch. And Miss Livingston ain't going to turn on the switch.
Of course not.
But way up there at Boulder Dam, there's a little man sitting in a room with thousands of wires all around him.
So what?
How do I know he ain't going to do something just to break the monotony?
Oh, all right. I'll fix it myself. Come on, Mary. Help me finish the tree.
Okay, Jack. Hand me that candy cane, will you?
Here you are.
Da-da-dum-dum, dee-da-da-dum. I'll put the cane right next to the drum. Santa Claus is coming to town.
Let's see, where's that star? Deedle-dee-dum, deedle-dum-dee. I'll put the star on top of the tree. Santa Claus is coming to town. Gee, that looks swell. Well, Mary, we got all the packages under the tree. It looks nice, doesn't it?
Yeah, but you better pick those lights up off the floor before somebody steps on them.
Oh, yes. Now, where can I put them? I'll put them here on this chair. Now, Mary, some of the gifts I had sent direct from the store, but there's Phil Harris's present. Put it under the tree. Boy, will he be surprised.
But, Jack, how'll he be surprised? You've got toilet water written all over the box.
Well, you gotta do that with Phil. When he opens the package and finds a bottle, he never stops to read the label. Last year, I gave him a miniature ship and a bottle, and the mask stuck out of his mouth for 3 days. Every time I asked him something, he had to answer me through the crow's nest. Believe me, I know what I'm doing.
Well, Jack, I guess that does it. The tree's all finished.
Yeah. Gee, it looks well.
Oh, say, boss.
What is it, Rochester?
Are your socks dry yet?
I think so.
Well, people will be here soon. You better take them off the tree.
Oh, that's right. You take them off, will you, Rochester? I'm tired. I want to sit here a while.
Yes, sir. Say, this tree looks awful nice, but it's kind of dark. Oh, no wonder the lights aren't plugged in. I'll fix that.
Pull it out! Pull it out! Pull it out! For heaven's sake.
Well, what happened this time?
I'm sitting on the wire. Come in. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Well, deck the halls with turnip greens if that ain't a lovely Christmas tree.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Jackson, you ought to see the one I've got. It's all decorated with a lot of ornaments, and I got tinsel on it and everything. And then right up on the top, I got a picture of Alice.
Alice? Phil, you're supposed to have a picture of Santa Claus.
She's Santa Claus to me, Dad.
I know.
Hey, but no kidding, Jackson. I think we got the prettiest tree in Encino.
By the way, Phil, what are you having for Christmas dinner?
A roast pig.
What?
I don't know how it happened, but when I went out to feed it this morning, it was cooked standing up.
You see, Jack? I told you.
I thought you were kidding.
So did I.
Isn't that strange?
What are you two mumbling about?
Nothing. Hey, Phil, what do you got in that package there?
Oh, I almost forgot, Jackson. It's a present for you.
For me?
Yeah. Me and the boys in the band all chipped in and got it for you.
Well, thanks, Phil. I'll put it under the tree.
No, you don't. Go ahead, open it up now.
Okay. Gee, it's certainly nice of you and the boys. Oh, Phil, thanks. Gee, a beautiful turtleneck sweater. Oh, gee.
Look inside of it, Jackson.
Inside? Oh, Phil.
What is it, Jack?
A turtle. fine present to give me. I'll fix him. Come here, Phil. Phil, sit down on this chair and relax.
Huh?
Go ahead, Phil. Sit down.
Thanks, Jackson.
Are you comfortable, Phil?
Sure.
Good. Mary, push in the plug.
Oh, Jack. You wouldn't dare.
Hand me the plug. I'll give it to him myself.
Hey, Jackson, what about my present?
Yes, sit where you are. You'll get it. It's a surprise. Mary, watch it, Joe. 1, 2, 3. Phil, don't you feel anything?
No, why?
Well,
what about the surprise? What's the matter?
We're having a little trouble at Boulder Dam.
Mary, I can't understand what went wrong. Phil, stand up a minute.
Okay.
Now, let's see. Must be something wrong with this thing.
Pull it out! Pull it out! Pull it out!
A fine thing to do on a guy on Christmas Eve.
Well, it's your own fault for trying to play a trick on Phil.
Oh, so that's it, eh, Jackson? Trying to give me a high hot foot.
Oh, Phil, I was just trying...
Pull it out! Pull it!
Jack, that's the doorbell.
Uh-oh. Come in. Oh, hello, Don.
Oh, Merry Christmas, everybody.
Hey, Merry Christmas, Don. Yeah, I'm sure glad you dropped in.
Say, Don, did you get many nice presents this year?
I sure did, Mary. And I couldn't wait. I've opened them already.
You have? What'd you get, Don?
Well, I got some gold cufflinks, a moving picture camera, a television set, a golf ball, and a diamond wristwatch.
Well.
Thanks for the golf ball, Jack.
You're welcome, Don. You do play golf, don't you?
No.
Oh. Well, you really ought to take it up, Don. It's great exercise for a fellow like you. And there's some beautiful courses around here.
Oh, that's fine. You give a guy one golf ball, and right away you want him to join a country club.
Well?
Why don't you give him a flea and tell him to go out and buy a dog?
Buy a dog.
Well, that's swell. So long now, kids. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Don.
Well, Mary, you're going to stay and have dinner with me, aren't you?
Yes, you invited me.
Good. Then after dinner, we'll open all the presents.
I'll answer the phone, boss.
Never mind, Rochester. I'll get it. It's right here. Hello?
Now, look, Joe, I haven't got much time, so listen to me. I'm phoning to warn you that my husband's wise to us, and he's on his way over to your house with a gun. So get out of town, Joe. Get out quick. Remember what happened to Charlie.
Jack, what's the matter?
I don't know. Somebody keeps getting my number by mistake. It's the second time it happened. First it was Charlie, now she thinks I'm Joe.
Joe who?
I don't know. We'll probably read it in the paper tomorrow. Oh, Rochester, how soon will dinner be ready?
In about 10 minutes, boss.
Oh, good.
Say, Jack, it's a little chilly in here. Don't you think so?
Yeah, maybe I ought to put another log on the fire. There we are. Gee, this log is heavy. Oh, Rochester! Never mind. Thanks, Mary. Now, let's sit down and wait until we get... All right, you can stop showing off. Now, let's sit down. You know, Mary, sitting here in front of the fireplace, you look like the prettiest girl in the whole world. If I were a painter, I'd take the reflection of the fires dancing in your hair and paint the loveliest... There's somebody at the door.
Well, answer, Grandma Moses. You can paint my hair later.
Yeah. Coming. Yes?
Good evening, sir. I'm selling Christmas cookies to raise funds for the Girl Scouts.
Christmas cookies? Well, you see,
Oh, you're Jack Benny, aren't you?
Yes?
Well, it would be silly of you to buy any. You bake them for us.
That's right. How did you know I baked those cookies?
All the gingerbread men have blue eyes.
Ah, well, I'll buy some anyway. I'll take a dozen. How much are they?
25 cents.
You mean you only make a penny profit? A penny on 12 cookies?
If we break any, we're dead.
Well, just be careful. By the way, what's your name, young lady?
Joan.
Oh, that's a nice name. Well, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Mary, I just bought some cookies. I'll put them on the tree here.
Who'd you buy them from?
A girl who came to the door. Her name is Joan. Cute, too. You'd think her father would dress her a little better. Will you have a cookie, Mary?
No, it'll spoil my dinner. Oh, that reminds me. As long as I'm staying here, I better call my maid and tell her I won't be home.
Okay.
Hello? Hello, Pauline. This is Miss Livingston. Well, I won't be home for dinner, so I thought you'd like to know you could have... Pauline, are you still crying? Pauline, you got to get a grip on yourself. You've been carrying on like this all week. Now, look. He's married, on his way to Honolulu, and there's nothing you can do about it. Goodbye.
What's wrong, Mary?
Oh, that maid of mine. Just because Clark Gable got married, she's been crying for 5 days.
5 days? Hey, that's ridiculous.
Certainly, I got over it in 2.
Everybody makes such a fuss about Gable. Mary, let me ask you something. What's Clark Gable got that I... No. No, I'd be a fool to throw you a lead like that.
You sure would.
Hello, Mary. Hello, Mr. Benny. Merry Christmas.
Oh, Dennis. I didn't see you. When'd you get here?
I came in with Phil.
With Phil? That was quite a while ago. Where have you been?
Well, I sneaked upstairs and put your Christmas present under your pillow.
Oh. What took you so long?
I fell asleep.
Oh.
Say, Mr. Benny, I'd like to thank you for the present you sent me, but I'm all confused.
Confused? Why?
All the packages got mixed up and the tags fell off, and I don't know who sent me what.
Oh, all the cards fell off?
Yeah.
Well, look, kid, did you get a wristwatch?
Oh, a beautiful one, solid gold.
Well, take my card and put it on that. Now, let's...
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Dennis, I'll tell you what Jack gave you. What else did you get?
A portable radio, a cigarette lighter, a candid camera, a silk bathrobe, a golf ball.
Bingo.
Mary.
Dennis, Jack gave you that golf ball.
Oh! I thought it was kind of funny about Mr. Benny giving me the wristwatch.
Why?
On the back is engraved to Dennis from Mother and Dad.
Look, Dennis, on Christmas, it isn't what you get that counts. It's the spirit in which it was given.
Every year he says the same thing.
Certainly I say it because it's true. More people felt that way than...
Mr. Benny, dinner's ready.
Where are you? Oh, honey. Anything can happen on Christmas Day, you know. Good. Come on, Mary, we'll go to dinner.
Dennis, do you want to have dinner with us?
Oh, yeah, that'd be swell. And after dinner, we can all sit around the fire and...
Dennis, come here a minute.
Yes, sir?
Over here. Now, look, kid. There's an old saying. 2 is company, and 3 is a crowd. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but how can we get rid of Mary?
You nearly loused that one up. Well, all right, Rochester. There'll be the 3 of us for dinner. Come on, kids. Gee, I'm hungry.
Oh, so am I.
I hope Rochester has those big raw carrots. I love them.
I like the small carrots.
I like the big ones. We always argue about that every time. Now, Mary, you sit here. And Dennis, you sit over there. There we are. Now, Rochester, you can get the... Dennis, what happened?
I rolled off the chair. I had the golf ball in my back pocket.
No. Rochester, we're waiting.
Coming, boss, coming.
Rochester's been a very nice Christmas Eve. The gang dropped in, we had a quiet dinner, and now they've gone home. Believe me, I'm ready for bed.
Yes, sir. Wait a minute, boss. I'll fluff up your pillow for you.
What's the matter, Rochester?
There's a package under here.
Oh, yes, it's from Dennis. It's my Christmas present.
Well, open it. Open it.
Okay. Oh, well, this is lovely. A beautiful electric alarm clock. And instead of numbers around the face, it has 12 letters that spell out Jackson Benny.
Yeah. Sure is nice.
Well, I might as well start using it right now. Rochester, you set it to the right time, and I'll plug it in.
Okay. It's 11:30 now, so I'll set it to... Pull it out! Pull it out!
Oh, I'm sorry, Rochester. I didn't mean... Rochester. Rochester. Oh, my goodness. Rochester, speak to me. What are you laughing at?
The lights lit up on the Christmas tree.
Oh, good, good. Merry Christmas, Rochester.
Merry Christmas, boys.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.